Chapter 951. I will shoulder the responsibility. And yet, things still weren't over. Next, the Empress swept her hand out, throwing the war banner of humankind like a spear toward the sky. As a spear, it shot forward like a hammer crushing an ice cube. Nothing could stop it as it shot forth, backed by the fate of humankind, with a will to defy all odds. At the same time, the Empress took a step toward the canopy of heaven. When she appeared up above, she became the destiny aura and the will of humankind. Drawing on her imperial title and her daring personality, she clenched her right hand into a fist and punched it toward heaven. She seemed to be doing all of this to break open heaven. Using the vortex banner, the will of humankind, the dragon of destiny, the banner as the spear, the might of Godfire, and her peak imperial sovereign battle prowess, it was possible to break open heaven and sunder the earth. Intense rumbling and cracking sounds spread out. Heaven was splitting open. A huge rift could be seen tearing through the canopy of heaven. The starry sky that existed beyond the world was now visible, along with a shimmering band of silver light. That band was enormous, as it started in the starry sky above the imperial region and stretched out, far into the deeper starry sky. Far out in the imperceptible starry sky was a holy planet that was completely silver in color. The planet wasn't anywhere near as big as revered Ancient, but it was still majestic, and if you looked closely at it, you would realize it looked a lot like planet Ancient Emperor. It was the very same place that Ancient Emperor Dark Serenity had carved out years ago. It was the Dark Serenity Holy Land. As for the Great Silver Band, it was apparently a path leading there. As of now, that path was visible. The Empress stood outside of the path, her eyes full of determination. I am the current Empress of the humans in revered Ancient. Today, I offer 49 imperial jade seals made from the nourished destiny aura of humankind as sacrifices to the Dark Serenity Holy Land. The Empress waved her hand, and a host of glittering jade seals flew out of the destiny aura on planet Ancient Emperor. Each jade seal was obviously a precious treasure, and contained immense amounts of human destiny aura, as well as the will of humankind. Because humans were currently rising to prominence, they were unusually sparkling and brilliant. They even seemed to pulse with the power of faith. Now they were being respectfully offered by the Empress to the Holy Land. As everyone looked on, the Empress inclined her head and bowed at the waist. The 49 jade seals flew into the rift and onto the silver path. Thus was completed the ceremony of the heavenly sacrifices. Each sacrifice to heaven involved offering gifts to the Holy Land above. In the past, though the offerings were always jade seals made from destiny aura, there were usually not so many offered, nor was the canopy of heaven ripped open. Instead, it was done via an ancient method passed down by the Holy Lands. 4. This time, though, things were different. Also different was how, as the 49 jade seals shot rapidly across that band of silver light, a force of rejection appeared. Ripples spread through the silver light, as if an inspection was being carried out. Then the 49 jade seals suddenly shivered. Next, as all the human cultivators watched, something astonishing happened. The sacrificial offerings in the form of the 49 jade seals began to crumble from the outside, revealing what was inside. There were 49 objects that resembled suns. FGEEWEBNOVYAL. There were 49 balls of flame like hell. There were 49 dawning suns. Looking up, the Empress coolly said, "Would the Holy Land please enjoy the gift? I do invite thee to partake." 1. The second line in this paragraph is extremely hard to decipher, even in Chinese. I enlisted Madame Deathblade to help, and we both read all the comments and did our own various bits of research and checking to try to determine the meaning. My interpretation is a fairly direct translation, and thus, it's kind of vague. Normally speaking, I will translate the text in a way which either includes some of the unstated meaning or makes it easy to guess. But in this case, since I can't really determine exactly what it means, I'm leaving it vague. Personally, I think it means that the act of carrying out these sacrifices causes the person making the sacrifice to lose a year of longevity. and that it somehow relates to her being 49 years old. Though the time frames were never stated outright, if Ningyan is roughly the same age as Xu Qing, and he was born when his mother was in her 20s, then she could well be about 50 years old right now. However, some Chinese commenters seem to think it meant she was 490 years old, which I don't think makes sense. Of course, maybe there are some things I haven't thought about or am remembering incorrectly. In any case, it doesn't seem to be very important other than to highlight that there is some formal ceremonial justification for using the number 49 in this chapter. 2. The war banner of humankind was mentioned a few times in early chapters, specifically 122, 219.1, 219.2, 220, 326. 3. See the previous footnote for all the references to the time the banner appeared in 7B days. 4. This part sort of pokes a hole in my argument that 49 is related to the Empress' age. However, for the life of me, I can't think of how a reduction of 1 year is relevant to anything, nor can I figure out how 49 or 50 is relevant to this section. Sorry, guys. Usually I can decipher the vague parts and explain them, but in this part I am falling short in that regard. The upside is that it's only relevant in this chapter, and doesn't seem to be deeply related to the larger plot. The development occurred too suddenly. All human cultivators present had been aware that the Empress was surely going to do something extremely dramatic. They had assumed it would be a move made against non-humans. There was no way anyone could have imagined that the tempest would be aimed at the Holy Lands. Cries of alarm and surprise rang out instantly. The Holy Lands were far, far away from revered ancient, but for countless years, the Holy Lands still held sway. That was especially true for humans. After all, the most important person in the Holy Lands, and in fact, their leader, was ancient Emperor Dark Serenity. Despite the fact that he had been gone for countless years, his name, accomplishments, and majesty were still known throughout all of revered ancient. The worse things got for humans, the more they remembered past glories. The more bitterness humankind faced, the more they longed to connect again with the Holy Lands. The passage of countless years had resulted in the Holy Lands becoming a symbol of hope for all humans. Although it was true that their ultimate ancestor had abandoned them, there were reasons it happened, and humans hadn't forgotten that. And starting with Emperor Eastglory, humans had used the heavenly sacrifices to maintain that connection with the Dark Serenity Holy Land and the humans there. Most humans weren't really aware of how much help and hope the Holy Lands provided, but the top government officials and experts of their level did know. Because of that, the Empress' actions left all of them shaken and numb. There were also traces of anger and fear in them. Their emotional reaction didn't change anything. In the dome of heaven, beyond the rift that had been torn open, the dawning suns that had been revealed within the 49 jade seals all started to glow brightly and heated up. And then, one after another, they detonated. All of a sudden, the sky over revered ancient became incomparably bright. Even distant regions could clearly see the unprecedented event. Blinding light and boundless heat waves spread out from the 49 specially prepared dawning suns, and not one bit of light or heat went in the wrong direction. Shockingly, it all converged to create a massive spell formation. It had a name, Dawning Formation. It had two purposes, convergence and attack. The power of the 49 detonating dawning suns converged, creating a beam of incredibly intense light and heat. It shot across the silver light, heading with indescribable speed directly toward the Dark Serenity Holy Land. The pathway of silver light began crumbling. As the beam of light from the 49 dawning suns shot forth, the surrounding starry sky shattered, and the universe was illuminated. It was like a long spear, packed with the strength of the Empress and the madness of the dawning suns, and it was flying right toward the Dark Serenity Holy Land. Terrifying rumbling sounds echoed out, like that of some enormous starfaring beast. Crumbling fragments of the silver path fell through the rift in the sky, becoming like bits of light that illuminated the imperial capital. This was a type of light that was foreign to revered ancient. It was the light of the Holy Lands. The Empress' voice then rang out into the ears of the terrified and confused onlookers. It was a voice that was majestic, but also hoarse, as if it had traveled through countless years and to tell a story of the ancient past. Minsters, citizens, and living beings of humankind. The ancestral edicts of humankind state that the ruler obeys the orders of the heavens. Those heavens are the holy lands, and all of it traces back to the holy ancestor. The ancestral edicts dictate that the emperor of humankind may not profane the holy lands and may not walk the path of gods. Gods are enemies for all time. Those edicts were approved by humans throughout history and were always respected. People suffered, people died, and no one felt regret. However, there are certain matters that you people aren't aware of. The Empress' voice was now trembling. When the broken face came, who focused on self-protection, the holy lands, who benefited from tens of thousands of years of our sacrifices, all while looking down on everyone else, the holy lands. In the year 37,938 of the Eastglary calendar, the historical records indicate that Emperor Eastglary sought to achieve extraordinary things. He led our species to war against the Fire Moon Darkheaven people, only to meet with a resounding defeat. The resources we humans had stockpiled for tens of thousands of years were lost forever. It came to be called the Darkheaven Rebellion. However, that's not the truth of what happened. 1. The truth is that Emperor Eastglary received a mission from the Holy Lands, calling for him to lead a military campaign against the Fire Moons, all with the goal of learning their deepest secrets. After going through countless trials and tribulations, the Holy Lands abandoned Eastglary and us humans. We had to face the rage of the Fire Moons alone, and that was when our downfall began. Eastglary did not wish to shame the Holy Lands, so he accepted it without a word of complaint. After his death and down to this day, he was reviled and cursed. Except who was really responsible? The Holy Lands. When Emperor Sageheaven took the throne, traditions changed. Sacrifices were dutifully offered to the Holy Lands year after year. We did not plead for the Holy Lands to help us expand our territory. We only begged that they safeguard humans in times of weakness. But the Holy Lands kept their doors locked. They only took from us. Never did they ask about our safety or concern themselves with our survival. They didn't care that humans lost 39 regions. They didn't mind that billions upon billions of commoners became destitute and homeless and ended up scattered throughout revered ancient, where most became slaves to non-humans. Some years later, during the Mirror Cloud calendar, humankind had a chance to rise to new heights. Emperor Mirror Cloud was wise and capable, but the Holy Lands feared him, so they secretly sent agents here to suppress our species. 2. After that, Emperor Dao Life continued to carry out Mirror Cloud's ambitions. He wanted to break ties with the Holy Lands. However, he unexpectedly died a violent death, a murder mystery that has remained unresolved for tens of thousands of years. Well, who was behind all of that? The humans in the Holy Lands are human. Are we here on revered ancient not human? Why do the Holy Lands fear the possibility of the humans in revered ancient rising to prominence? Is ancient Emperor Dark Serenity even present in the Holy Lands now? Who exactly is in charge of the Holy Lands nowadays? Today, the Emperor of the Heavenly came with 4 of his heavenly kings. They shouldn't have come here, yet they did, to probe for information. Why? Because someone made a pledge to them. But who? Who gave them that pledge? All humans present maintained silence. There were some of the officials who wished to speak, except their words stuck in their throat. There were some things that commoners weren't aware of, but that they, as aristocrats and important officials, were deeply familiar with. They were just careful to never bring those things up. On this day, I am going to violate the ancestral edicts. I will bring down this holy land and walk the path of the gods. I will sever all connections with the Holy Lands. After I do this, I don't hope to live for all eternity. I only hope that I can give humankind a chance to flourish, a chance to once again be glorious in revered ancient. The Empress' eyes shone with bright light and a boundlessly domineering spirit, and her voice echoed to fill the imperial capital. She reached out, and the light of the Holy Lands that was spilling down toward the imperial capital changed directions and shot toward her. Apparently, The light of the Holy Lands was important during this key moment of godly ascension. As it descended, it seemed to ignite an opportunity. Planet Ancient Emperor rumbled loudly as 5 vortexes appeared around it, slowly orbiting it. Astonishingly, each vortex had a temple of heaven in it. Seated cross-legged atop each temple was a figure in an imperial robe. They were the corpses of the past emperors, Dark War included. What had been in the coffins earlier were only small representations of them. The true corpses were now being revealed. Imperial energy raged to the sky. All had godfire, and with Planet Ancient Emperor forming the nexus, it started burning. The Empress raised both of her hands as if to lift the planet overhead. Then she spoke in a dignified voice that boomed like thunder. On this day, I do not seek godly ascension for myself. No, I will take all of these past emperors and reach godly ascension together. Going forward, these 5 emperors will become zombie gods. Though they will lack thinking faculties, they will have godly might. They will possess the will of humankind, and they will follow the direction of human destiny aura. They will protect all of our interests and strike fear into the hearts of the non-humans. As for me, I will be a human god, ready to safeguard humankind and bring peace for generations to come. My actions will result in karma that will bring catastrophe and tribulation. But as the Empress, I will shoulder the responsibility. The Empress held her head high as she looked into the sky of revered ancient, her voice reaching the heavenly Taos as she uttered her oath. An instant later, revered ancient began to tremble, and the heavenly Taos began to appear. Thunderous booms rang out. 1. Just a quick note to point out that the date corresponds to the historical date mentioned in Chapter 401. 2. As mentioned in Chapter 401 and expanded on later in the narrative, Mirror Cloud worked together with the Crown Prince of Violet and Cyan. Chapter 952. The Bright of Dawn, the Dark of Night. It was currently dawn as the 5 vortexes slowly spun around Planet Ancient Emperor. The corpses of the past emperors emanated shocking imperial energy. Though these emperors were dead, thanks to the vortexes, their auras were still heaven-shaking and earth-shattering. They became 5 gigantic beams of light that shot up into the clouds. They formed a pentagonal shape with Planet Ancient Emperor in the middle. From a distance, it almost looked like a huge pentagonal altar. Although it was somewhat similar to the previous altar, whether it was in terms of the size or the structure, it was absolutely beyond comparison. This was the Empress, true godly ascension ceremony. Something else that was different compared to before was that this ceremony contained something unimaginably clever. It was as if the ceremony itself possessed life force. Xu Qing had never seen anything the likes of this before. All of the godly ascension ceremonies he had seen in the past were vaguely similar in the sense that they were just ceremonies. None of them had imparted a sensation of life force. This was the first he had ever witnessed like this. She's going to become a human god, and the past emperors will become zombie gods. Now this is daring and bold. Xu Qing was visibly moved. He had run into domineering people before, and he had seen people who were bold and daring, but most of them were men. In this case, the Empress was doing something that countless men would have trouble pulling off. That was definitely a rarity. That was especially true considering she wanted to break ties with the Holy Lands. That was essentially the definition of being hard and unyielding. The revelation of 49 dawning suns was something Xu Qing could never have predicted. In fact, no one could have predicted that. This was a level of imposing loftiness that surpassed the word emperor. Beyond all of that, there seemed to be something else forming the ignition source for this ceremony. The silver light from that holy land formed the passageway, but it was ripped to shreds, and the fragments became light. Xu Qing looked up at the closing rift in the dome of heaven. Just now, fragments had fallen through that rift and turned into light over the imperial capital. Then the Empress gathered that light and made it part of the ceremony. That was when the ceremony seemed to gain life force. It was light from beyond the heavens. More precisely, it was light from the Holy Lands. and the Empress took advantage of it at a key point in the godly ascension ceremony. The entire thing was astonishing, not just to Xu Qing, but also to all the other humans in the area. The shocking events of this day were like successive waves crashing on the beach. Meanwhile, the Empress, words boomed like thunder or the eruption of volcanoes. As it turned out, these were the details of Emperor Eastglary's story. As it turned out, this was the source of Emperor Mirrorcloud's grief. As it turned out, this was why Emperor Sageheaven was so bitter. As it turned out, Emperor Dao Life's death was an unsolved mystery. No one knew how to react. No one but the Empress, who hovered in midair amidst the 5 beams of light, looking up into the sky. Beneath her, planet Ancient Emperor burned with intense golden light. When that golden color became complete, it would indicate that the ceremony was successful. At that time, the 5 past emperors would become gods, and the Empress, success would ensure that she became a legend. At that point, the Empress' gaze became profoundly sharp. It seemed intense enough to pierce heaven and shake the earth. Wild colors flashed in heaven and earth, and intense, thunderous rumblings shook the sky. That noise didn't come from the dome of heaven itself, but rather from beyond the dome of heaven. As it entered revered ancient, it became a majestic voice that filled the entire imperial capital. These are the words of the ancient emperor, who hath accepted the mandate of heaven and hath been enshrined by immortals. This false emperor is not surnamed Gaiyu, does not have a pleasant disposition, and is cruel and vicious at heart. Once the concubine of Dark War, she served as a mortal, selfishly convinced Dark War to withdraw from the public eye, and plotted to earn special favors in the imperial harem. She has the heart of a venomous insect and the personality of a jackal. She befriends corrupt officials and bewitches the kind and loyal. She is hated by men and ghosts. She is rejected by heaven and earth. There is no doubt she harbors evil intentions, going so far as to lust after the ancestral relics. But today, we will find out who is truly in charge of this region. The promises of the humans of revered ancient still ring loudly in my ears. For the sake of revered ancient's destiny aura, and in order to save the entire realm, this woman must be deposed. Let everyone from mortals to the nobility abide by this universal decree. If one harbors improper attachments and wanders the incorrect path, one will ignore the ominous omens and suffer the punishment of execution. Thus speaketh the ancient emperor. The words struck the humans like thunderbolts, causing countless cultivators to tremble. A tempest built within them, arising from within their blood and exploding into their minds. The power of human destiny aura surged, spreading out in all directions to create a force of expulsion targeting the Empress. The Empress' imperial robes were ripped to shreds, and her imperial crown was torn apart. That was because these words came from beyond the heavens, and they were a true imperial edict. It was an edict from an ancient emperor. Such an edict could command a species and determine life or death with a word. It could affect all humans and control all destiny aura. As the hearts of all humans pounded, the gigantic dragon of destiny aura turned to the Empress and roared. The projections of the countless sages of the past turned and glared angrily at her. Simultaneously, the destiny aura seethed as the spirits of human heroes appeared, people who had died over the years waging war against the gods. They quickly filled heaven and earth, forming a shocking power. All of them seemed furious as they looked at the Empress. They wanted to remove her imperial title and prevent her from reaching godly ascension. This was the counterattack from the Holy Lands. Freeweb novel, CM. In response to all of that, the Empress' gaze remained as incisive as ever. As the destiny aura formed innumerable heroes around her, she spoke in a calm voice. All of you witnessed Eastglary's fate. All of you observed Mirrorcloud's grief. All of you understood Sageheaven's bitterness. All of you perished just like Dao Life. You are all sages and heroes. You lived as humans and you died as such. I offer you my respect. However, I cannot see what is wrong and ignore it. I cannot understand the truth but speak deceitfully. And I cannot base my thinking and actions all on some edict from beyond the heavens. For tens of thousands of years, humans have suffered. The common people have been unprotected, dying constantly, filling the lands with their corpses. They have been like slaves, livestock. Their lives have been a spectacle too horrible to endure. Today I rise to prominence so that I can protect my people. I will bring home all those who are lost and wandering. I will safeguard our lands near and far. I refuse to let humans be weak. From now on, we humans will be able to stand strong and tall. Heaven and earth can bear witness to my intentions. All revered ancient can hear my words. In that case, what basis does the destiny aura of humankind have to devour me? The Empress' voice was as sharp as a blade as it cut through heaven and earth before stabbing into the destiny aura. The destiny aura seethed more chaotically, as though the heroes and sages were contemplating what had just been said. The Empress lifted her foot and took a step forward. Intense, rumbling sounds filled heaven and earth as she continued to speak in a thunderous voice. Humankind has been weak and feeble, in decline, and through it all, the Holy Lands just make demands. They don't care at all whether our species lives or dies. We struggle while powerful species abound around us, always longing to wipe us out forever. Ever since I succeeded to the throne, I have been cautious and conscientious. I haven't dared to relax for a moment. I created the dawning suns and created alliances, all while treading thin ice. The slightest misstep could result in the complete extinction of the human species. What else could I have done? Oh, heroes and sages, what advice would you have given me? Do you really want to just stand by and watch as humankind is wiped out? Will you just casually observe humans descending into the most terrible of situations? Do you really want all existing humans to become spirits of the dead like you? The Empress' foot touched down, and everything shook. The destiny aura was in chaos as the expressions of the faces of the heroes and sages filled with intense pain. They no longer looked angry. "Well, I refuse," the Empress said. As of now, her voice was the only thing that could be heard. "And therefore, the only option is godly ascension. I've become Empress, and now I'll become a god. All is karma. I will shoulder the responsibility, all for the glory of humankind. I hereby ask heaven, ask earth, ask the heart, and ask the heroes and sages in the destiny aura of humankind. Is there anything wrong with what I've done? The Holy Lands don't care about humankind, but I do. Heaven and earth do not pity humankind, but I do. Heroes and sages of human destiny aura, considering my stance, why are you fighting me?" The Empress' words seemed to shake the entire world. She was tapping into karma to form grand aspirations. She had an honest and upright heart, and spoke with a clear conscience as she asked her questions of the destiny aura, of the heroes, and of the sages. "Why are you trying to devour me? Why are you fighting me?" The destiny aura erupted with sounds like howls of grief. The heroes and sages all stood there. And then, all of the heroes and every one of the sages inclined their heads and kowtowed to the Empress. "Empress." Their voices filled the world. The destiny aura surged as a new imperial robe appeared on the Empress, along with a new imperial crown. They were even more majestic and impressive than before. The lands, will, history, and destiny aura of humankind were all blessing the Empress. A terrifying aura began to build up on her. After the departure of ancient Emperor Dark Serenity, in all the countless years of human history, nothing like this had ever happened among the successive ancient emperors. Down below, planet Ancient Emperor was ablaze. As human momentum built within the dawn, something else was happening in the darkness of night in a very distant region. Everything happening was the exact opposite. It was happening in the Heavenly region. Outside of their imperial palace was the 3,000-meter-tall Emperor Heavenly. At the moment, he was crumbling. Countless bits of blood and flesh rained down in all directions. The Heavenly surrounding him had looks of shock and anxiety on their faces, but they were powerless to do anything. The sensation of weakness emanating off of their emperor was clear for everyone to see. A moment later, Emperor Heavenly slowly opened his eyes. "I am well," he said in a hoarse voice. Everyone could see that he was most definitely not well. In fact, he was in a very serious situation. He was so badly wounded that he obviously needed to go into seclusion immediately. And that was his plan as he gritted his teeth against the pain of the injuries. "All of you," he said, but before he could finish the sentence, a sensation of profound crisis exploded within him. He looked up into the dark dome of heaven, his expression one of shock. "Is that?" Before he could finish speaking, a chanting voice filled the canopy of heaven. The energy of the ultimate yang of the two polarities merges into the ancient eyes of the gods, becoming the glittering light of the starry sky over revered ancient. Let the projection fall and incarnate into the domain of a god. Respected Lord of the Sun and many heavens of the universe, the holy torchlight, let the door descend. 1. As the words erupted, heaven and earth in the Heaveneator's imperial capital shook violently. A terrifying, indescribably mighty force weighed down, not only on the capital, but on the entire Heaveneator region. All of a sudden, a blurry image appeared in the sky over the head of Emperor Heaveneator. It overtook heaven and overtook all Daos. It overtook anything and everything. Within the image was an extremely gruish and mysterious world. It was possible to see a host of freakish, immense trees that emanated fluctuations of godliness. Godly, gruish beasts abounded. Ancient, unique temples appeared, emanating a sense of profound age. It was possible to see frozen seas and mountains that existed in gaseous states. There were freakish, humanoid clouds, spirits resembling octopuses that had lived for innumerable years. And there were huge birds with plumed wings that could obscure the sky and cover the lands. Each seemed larger than the next, and all were bizarre in appearance and form. In the depths of that bizarre scene was a shocking figure that was a terrifying 5,000-kilometer sphere. The sphere was black and covered with both writhing tentacles and gruish, blinking eyes that seemed capable of peering through both time and space. Deep, resonant voices spoke from within the sphere, like thunder that caused the clouds to seethe. As the sphere stirred, the world trembled, the lands shook, the seas went wild, and the air burst into flames. The black sphere's surface was covered with innumerable faces, all of which were singing the same words that had just been chanted. This was Torchlight's god domain. Next, a host of innumerable tentacles erupted from the black sphere. Each one pulsed with the power of godly authority and could ignore magical laws. Emperor Heaveneator's face fell, and he backed up at top speed. At the same time, he lifted his hand to call upon his imperial sovereign's might. Doing so, he changed the face of heaven and earth. It was as if he had carved out his own chunk of space-time, his own universe. And yet the tentacles glowed with black light as they stretched out hungrily from the black sphere of flesh that was a god domain. Innumerable tentacles writhed out to bind the emperor. In the blink of an eye, the seriously injured Emperor Heaveneator was dragged into the god domain. The other surrounding Heaveneators cried out in alarm as shadowy figures flew out of the torchlight god domain and into their lands. There were hundreds of thousands of them. They abounded with baleful auras and were incomparably fierce. Some had completely expressionless faces, others had faint, warm smiles. There were all sorts of temperaments on display, and numerous different species represented. The one unifying element to them was that they were all chosen cultivators who had carried out blood-soaked performances. They were torchlight agents from all parts of the revered ancient mainland. In addition to them, there were some even more gruish entities. They were dressed in black cloaks that covered them from head to toe, yet the cold, terrifying auras they exuded made them seem like they were ancient ghosts from the netherworld. They pulsed with black smoke that swirled around them and took the form of horrendous monsters. Even more noteworthy, their bodies seemed to be made of plants. They were either tall and burly or very gruish. Some looked humanoid, but others resembled beasts. All of them pulsed with the mutagen of gods. If Xu Qing were present, he would have recognized them immediately. They were all experimental god bodies. As they descended, these vile cultivators' eyes glowed with underworld light. They cackled viciously. "Is this the location the Crown Prince selected for us? The aura here is actually wonderful. I suppose we should start the slaughter. Follow the Crown Prince's orders. Turn all living beings here into building materials of flesh and blood." With that, they charged down. While humans became the focus of countless gazes, a shocking massacre took place in the imperial capital of the Heaven Eaters, and that massacre quickly spread to fill the entire region. Without their emperor or their heavenly kings, the previously extraordinary Heaven Eaters were now forced to face the Torchlight organization, including their experimental god bodies, some of which were capable of self-detonation. And in the end, they were facing a god domain. It was easy to imagine what fate lay in store for them. That was especially true considering that the Gruish entities which descended from that god domain brought with them pure terror. A devastating catastrophe had struck the Heaven Eater region. 1. These words are a verbatim repetition of what we heard in chapters 800 and 801. Chapter 953, Human Heavenly Taos Awaken. That night's catastrophe brought havoc to all living beings in the Heaven Eater region. Meanwhile, the light of dawn shone in the sky over the humans' imperial capital. As of this moment, the contrast between light and dark was very prominent in revered ancient. However, while there was struggle in that dark night, there were also obstacles to overcome within the dawn light. In the human imperial capital, on planet Ancient Emperor, the Destiny Aura was rejecting the Holy Lands. It created a new imperial robe and crown for the Empress, all while scintillating godfear burned on the planet below. The fire was becoming increasingly golden. The 5 vortexes with the corpses of the past emperors were the same. The golden fire within them made the emperors seem increasingly full of life. Even the blood within their withered bodies was showing signs of awakening. A godly aura was increasingly prominent. Most shocking of all was the Empress herself. Her aura was startlingly outstanding, making her seem like the Lord of all heaven and earth. She seemed like an actual god of this world, possessing omniscience and boundlessly majestic. What was more, she shimmered with more and more golden light. Even from a distance, she seemed like a bright sun in the sky. As she powered up, it affected the Destiny Aura. The Destiny Aura was in motion, rising, causing the boundless clouds to form infinite auspicious shapes. As of this moment, there was no one among humankind who wanted to speak out against godly ascension. As the godly might of the past emperors erupted, it shook the cosmos, fusing with the majesty of the Empress to create something like a dazzling god lantern that cast light all throughout revered ancient. Countless species could sense it. Innumerable gods felt it. Many streams of divine will came from all directions to converge on the imperial capital. There was no denying that the Empress' aura was astounding to the point of being stupefying. Her actions were profoundly domineering. Her heart could strike fear into the hearts of all. Peak imperial sovereign was a terrifying level that was analogous to a tribulation fire high god. Although it wasn't quite on the level of a flawless god, it was extremely close. What was more, for someone like that to shift their Tao to that of the gods was something that was extremely rare from ancient times until now. If it worked, then after igniting godfare, that power would be incomparably close to flawless. There was even the possibility that, like Li Zihua, flawless god could be skipped, allowing the Empress to step right into altar god. That was comparable to the quasi-immortal level in the summer immortal cultivation system. It was hard to say for sure, but one thing was certain. Although this was an extremely rare destined opportunity, there was definitely a chance for success. Li Zihua proved that. How could the inhabitants of revered ancient not be astonished? Granted, there was only a small chance at success, but the gods of revered ancient had long since prohibited the existence of any god like that. And considering what happened recently with the fire moons, the other top species in revered ancient obviously didn't want another powerful species rising up. Therefore, the Empress' attempt at godly ascension was going to get a lot more resistance than the actions of the 3 fire moon gods. Frio Megab novel, Calm. There were many aspects of karma at play. What was more, because the fire moons had already been one of the top species, and their gods all high gods to a certain extent, they had already qualified to have flawless gods. But humankind did not have any such qualifications. What was more, during that event, it was only the fire moon's Grand Steward who was attempting godly ascension. But with humankind, if you counted the Empress, there were 6 attempts at godly ascension going on. Most importantly of all, the fire moons were not subservient to any holy land. With humans, it was entirely different. Put precisely, the holy lands had always lorded it over humankind and had controlled them from afar. Whether it was East Glory or Sage Heaven, all had bent the knee to the holy lands. Dao Life had contemplated breaking ties, but he had been mysteriously killed, and the case had never been solved. That made it abundantly clear how much control the Holy Lands had over revered Ancient. The Empress' choice to attempt godly ascension indicated that humans on revered Ancient wanted to be independent. They refused to be controlled. But even the fact that 49 dawning suns had been unleashed didn't change things for the dark Serenity Holy Land. After all, they had made a promise to the Heaven Eaters, resulting in their emperor being used like a blade to see how strong the human emperor was. When all was said and done, the opposition to humankind came from the gods, the top species, and the holy lands. It was no exaggeration to say that no one would ever allow humans to do this. That was the reason for the imperial edict from the Holy Lands, which had stirred the destiny aura against the Empress. However, that was only the first counterattack. The Holy Lands' second counterattack was already on the way. The Holy Lands existed beyond the Dome of Heaven, making it difficult for them to interfere directly. Their options were limited. However, they did have forces in place that were astonishingly powerful. Suddenly, intense ripples flowed out across the sky above the imperial capital, accompanied by thunderous booms. An astonishing figure appeared, piercing through the air to fill the sky. It was an enormous beast with the body of a dragon and the face of a human. It was so huge it blotted out the sky and caused all cultivators' hearts to pound. A worshipful sensation filled their souls and spread out, causing their expressions to flicker. This terrifying entity turned to face the Empress, eyes cold and bereft of even a scrap of compassion. It was impossible to tell the gender of the face, but it exuded heavenly might. Every scale pulsed with magical laws that shook the very cultivation foundations of all the cultivators present. It was a heavenly Tao. In fact, it was one of the original 99 ancient heavenly Taos of revered Ancient. And it wasn't alone. An instant later, a second heavenly Tao manifested in the Dome of Heaven. This second heavenly Tao was a 9-headed lion that approached from afar, kicking up wind, rain, thunder, and lightning into a massive tempest. Things weren't over yet. An instant later, an enormous pitch-black statue appeared out of nowhere, pulsing with the power of sealing. After that was a snow-white crane that let loose a crisp, clear cry as it soared from over the horizon to circle above human lands. All were heavenly Taos. The final heavenly Tao to appear didn't look like a living thing. Instead, it was an enormous sealing stamp that pulsed with a sensation of ancient time. It was carved with a landscape representing revered Ancient, along with countless humans. In fact, the final image depicted humankind waging war with the gods. This was the seal of humanity. It was the sealing stamp of the very first ancient emperor to exist in the revered Ancient mainland, which was later sent into the Dome of Heaven to become one of the heavenly Taos. Including the sealing stamp, there were now 5 of the ancient heavenly Taos arrayed in the sky above humankind. These were the reserve powers left in place in revered Ancient by the dark Serenity Holy Land, and they were being called on to stop the Empress. Wild colors flashed in heaven and earth as the mightiness of the heavenly Taos created a pressure of law that weighed down everywhere. The ground shook so hard that cracks opened up, all while countless sealing marks surrounded the Empress. In the imperial capital, mortals and cultivators alike, including the aristocracy and government officials, were all visibly stunned. There were only a handful of people whose facial expressions remained the same as before. One of them was the Empress. She hovered in midair, pulsing with might as she resisted the suppression of the heavenly Taos. It seemed as if no obstacle could do anything to her unswerving determination. No amount of force could bend her spine. No person in existence could make her bow her head. As her phoenix-like eyes took in the 5 ancient heavenly Taos, She lifted her right hand and waved it in front of her. Instantly, a gigantic war drum rumbled into existence atop planet Ancient Emperor. The drum was made from the very lands of humankind and contained a peak level of human will. Its power came from the bloodline of humanity, and the moment it appeared, it pulsed with a majestic energy that embodied the idiom, "Human wisdom can prevail over heaven." This was none other than the war drum of humankind. "King Skycrusher," the Empress said coolly, "given your status, you are most suited to stand in for me. Strike the drum and crush the heavenly Taos." Her voice swept across planet Ancient Emperor and reached Xu Qing. After making a move earlier, Xu Qing had held back and simply watched the spectacle of the godly ascension ceremony. He had heard everything the Empress said and was well aware that there was significance to her calling him out just now. Presumably, she knew about him having a heavenly Tao as a son, and thus had a deep karmic connection to the ancient heavenly Taos. Xu Qing silently took in the Empress' boundless power and knew he couldn't refuse her. He burst into motion, heading toward the dome of heaven. As everyone looked on, he came to stand atop the enormous war drum of humankind. He tapped into his cultivation base, and 40 million soul threads shot out to form his major world. Next came the grand dark heaven armor and the 9 Dawn skulls, pushing his aura to the absolute peak. Eyes glittering brightly, he lifted his right hand, clenched it into a fist, and struck down onto the drum. Boom! The fist contained world-shaking might that resulted in a deafening boom when it hit the drum. The sound shook the air and caused the land to quake. All buildings in the imperial capital shook back and forth, and the lands beyond the capital trembled. Rivers seethed and roared, joining with the sound of the drum to create a unified resonance. It was the ultimate sound that ripped through the canopy of heaven toward the 5 ancient heavenly Taos. Especially relevant was that the sound of the drum contained some of the karma between Xu Qing and the ancient heavenly Taos. In fact, it was just barely possible to hear the squeal of a child within it. The 5 ancient heavenly Taos were all shaken. The backlash from striking the drum swept through Xu Qing's fist and into his body. Cracking sounds rang out as terrifying force surged through his flesh, meridians, bones, and even his soul. Black blood sprayed out of his mouth. It was extremely noxious, as if it were poisoned and full of infinite filth. After coughing up the blood, Xu Qing had a sudden sense of clarity and lightness filling him, something very comfortable. It caused his heart to leap and his eyes to shine. All of his years of deadly battles had left him with many hidden injuries. But the backlash from the war drum of humankind was like a baptism that left him almost completely cleansed. Without any hesitation, Xu Qing again lifted his hand, called on his cultivation base, and struck the war drum of humankind. Boom! The sound of the drum swept through the canopy of heaven, shaking the hearts of the humans. Streams of destiny floated out of all humans, which then joined the dragon of destiny aura above. As the dragon grew larger and stronger, it threw its head back and roared at the heavenly Taos. Also within that roar were the heroes and sages that had acknowledged allegiance to the Empress. Flickering light glittered off of them, along with a boundless sense of slaughter. A magnificent army was attacking the heavenly Taos. In life, they had fought for humankind. In death, they were Tao protectors to the Empress. Die. Heaven and earth went dim. The 5 heavenly Taos shivered in unison, and their power of sealing began to show signs of imminent collapse. Xu Qing felt hidden injuries disappearing thanks to the backlash baptism. In fact, his fleshly body power seemed to be on the verge of rising to a higher level, and the sense of fusion between his body and soul imparted a sense of profound completeness to him. It was a sudden feeling, and now was not the time to ponder the situation. Therefore, eyes glittering, he struck the drum a 3rd time. Boom! The sound of the drum shattered heaven and earth, reaching the hearts of humans in the Imperial region, the 7 counties, the Holotide region, the Night Spirit region, and humans stranded and wandering everywhere in revered ancient. It didn't matter what they were doing at that moment. They all felt their blood stirring and their wills rising. As the saying goes, a single spark can start a prairie fire. the wills of humans throughout the revered ancient mainland responded to the sound of the drum. Together, they combined, resulting in the will of humankind releasing a powerful shout. Jian, 1. It was a very extraordinary word. In ancient times, it was the name of the underworld. Later, after the heavenly Taos were established, and with the exception of a few that were made from inanimate objects, they were all created from heroic spirits who had died in battle. Therefore, the summer immortals took to using Jian as the official name that collectively described the heavenly Taos. Supposedly, when a person died, they became a ghost. When a person saw a ghost, they feared. When a ghost died, it became a Jian. When a ghost saw a Jian, it retreated. That was what the heavenly Taos were. As of this moment, the wills of all humans shouted that word, from earth to heaven, from human to Tao. It was an attack on the heavenly Taos. The heavenly Taos of revered ancient existed because of the wills of countless species. They protected the living things in the world. And now, humankind, which had once been the most powerful species, and which had conquered revered ancient multiple times, shouted that true name as an attack. And the essence of the heavenly Taos trembled. The 5 heavenly Taos under the control of the Holy Lands needed to obey the demands of their essence, and thus they shivered and fell back. The Empress' eyes began to shine brightly. Back when the 3 gods achieved their breakthrough, they had a host of domain treasures collected by the Fire Moon Dark Heavens, as well as the everlasting Daggeraxe. Those were their reserve powers, too. As for humankind, they originally had a lot of reserve powers. Unfortunately, their years of decline resulted in having few of them left over. However, the will of humankind still existed in the brutal revered ancient. The war drum aroused that will. The sound echoed out to shake the cosmos. Meanwhile, Xu Qing's energy was building up, and he felt more complete than ever as he launched a 4th blow. Boom! The sound of the drum resonated with the shout of humankind's will, the destiny aura, all the lands, and the blood of the people. And it connected to the ancient past and ancient glory as something appeared. It was a territorial map. It had been drawn out of time itself by the sound of the drum. The regions of revered ancient all housed many species. The species of revered ancient all had to bow in worship. The Empress extended her hand to take the ancient territorial map. Years ago, we humans took the lead in forming the heavenly Taos. Other species provided assistance in the creation process. For you heavenly Taos to come here today is a show of disrespect to your superiors. Never forget that we humans have a heavenly Tao of our own. Other than the heavenly Taos formed from the summer immortal ancestors, ours ranks first. When the broken face came and dark serenity left, that heavenly Tao went to sleep and has remained asleep until now. Today, the time has come to awaken it. Xu Qing, strike the drum. As the Empress, words boomed like thunder, she waved her hand, sending the territorial map flying towards Xu Qing. Along the way, it transformed into a huge mallet. Xu Qing took a deep breath. As his cultivation base filled his body with power, his energy and blood surged, and he reached out to grab the mallet formed from the most glorious territorial map of human history. Then he struck the war drum of humankind. Boom! It was the 5th beating of the drum. The sound echoed throughout revered ancient, like a roar from ancient times. Everything turned gold, and then a 7-clawed golden dragon appeared within the clouds. The Chinese character used here is unusual and rare. Its dictionary definitions include a spirit dying a second time, the ghost of a ghost. Because of how it's defined in the narrative itself, I'm leaving it transliterated. 2. The everlasting Daggeraxe was mentioned previously in Chapter 902. Chapter 954, Gods Cometh. The coiling dragon filled the dome of heaven, unleashing unprecedented might. It was like a starry river, full of life force power. Every scale that covered it was like an exquisitely crafted jewel, glittering with mysterious light. The densely packed scales were arranged neatly, making them like a huge suit of armor. The dragon's head was matchlessly majestic. It was like the embodiment of the quintessence of heaven and earth. Its eyes shone like stars and were full of abstruse wisdom that could see into the depths of all things. Its sharp teeth were fear-inspiring, and it had long whiskers that were like golden bands of immortal energy. Most eye-catching were the dragon's horns. It had 2 long horns curving out from its forehead, as if guide markers to provide direction to the species under its care. Its arrival caused the entire world to tremble. Mysterious, majestic, powerful. Those were the defining elements of the dragon. In its presence, the heavenly Taos all prostrated, with the exception of the heavenly Tao made from the sealing stamp. This was humankind's heavenly Tao. It had long been asleep, and thus, humankind's innate abilities were also asleep. But now, as humankind's destiny aura, will, and blood called out, joined by the ancient territorial map as a mallet to strike the war drums. It was awake. It was shaking the world. An instant later, the prostrating heavenly Taos blurred and chose to back away. As for the sealing stamp of humankind, it glittered brightly as it floated toward the golden dragon. The golden dragon swallowed it up. Originally, the sealing stamp was inside the golden dragon. But when the dragon went to sleep, it spat the sealing stamp out. Now they were together again. The heavenly Tao golden dragon surged with majestic energy as it floated above the imperial capital. All humans in the capital gasped. Xu Qing's mind reeled. Just looking at the 7-clawed golden dragon gave him a deep understanding of the glory humankind had experienced in the past. Eyes glittering, the Empress said, "Xu Qing, strike the drum again." Without the slightest hesitation, Xu Qing took a deep breath and hit the drum as hard as he could with the mallet. Boom! The 6th drum's strike reverberated in heaven and earth, causing Xu Qing to tremble as cracking sounds rang out from him. At the same time, his skin started to rip apart in many places. Those wounds weren't fresh. Instead, they were like old scars. As they spread out, it seemed like the Xu Qing of the past must have been ripped apart and then put back together. But thanks to the sound of the drum, all of those scars were disappearing. As they healed, a sense of warmth spread through Xu Qing, and the sensation of wholeness grew even more intense. Xu Qing shivered. Based on what he could sense of the wounds, some were actually unfamiliar. All of a sudden, he thought back to that patchwork cloth doll. 1. However, there wasn't time for deep contemplation. After the 6th strike on the drum, the 7-clawed golden dragon issued a roar that echoed in the minds of all humans. That roar could bring light to the darkness of night. As it echoed in the hearts and minds of the humans, it seemed to shatter certain chains and break certain shackles. As a result, energy that had long been asleep began to wake up. Cheers erupted from the mouths of many humans in the imperial capital. Some people began to glow with brilliant light, and their auras were blessed as they not only grew stronger, but also bigger. They turned into giants of varying heights. The tallest were hundreds of meters tall, while the shortest were dozens. Terrifying fleshly body power surged through them. The sight caused all humans to breathe heavily. Some of the long-time government officials, who were familiar with the ancient records, looked stunned. Humankind's innate ability. It's the spirit ancestor transformation. Humankind did have an innate ability. When the 7-clawed golden dragon woke up and roared, that innate ability was awakened within the blood of humankind. The Holy Land's second counterattack had been neutralized. The Empress pulsed with godly fluctuations, and the god fire on planet Ancient Emperor was burning with great intensity. However, that was when a cold snort echoed through the sky and slammed into the humans like a bolt of lightning. Revered Ancient had 5 top species. 2 of them led the pack by a wide margin. The remaining 3 were all roughly on the same level. They were the Fire Moon Dark Heavens, the Redland Noble Plexuses, and the Netherworld Chasm Corpses. Following the cold snort, a sea of flames spread through the sky, covering everything. Looking up, it was only possible to see red flames. Within that sea of flames was a god. This god wore a fiery red robe that itself looked like fire. It had exquisite fire motif designs that accentuated high status and glory. He was tall and burly, like a mountain with broad shoulders that could hold up worlds. Hai's hair was as red as fire, almost like lava gushing out of a volcano. Each strand of Hai's hair seemed to burn wildly and seemed alive as he strode forth. Hai's expression was cold and apathetic. Hai's eyes seemed devoid of emotion. However, he seemed confident and relaxed, as though he knew he could trample anyone in Hai's presence. He was one of the 3 gods of the Redland Noble Plexus people. He was the god Blazeflame. "Humankind is not permitted to achieve godly ascension," he said in a voice that brooked no disobedience. It echoed out with the force of law, sealing heaven and earth, and landed on the Empress, the godfire on planet Ancient Emperor, and the 5 corpses of the past emperors. Instantly, the godfire dimmed, and the corpses of the emperors seemed less lifelike. The orders of a god surpassed magical laws. At the same time, darkness as black as ink spread out over the sky above human lands, dividing it into 2 parts. In the night part of the sky were countless corpses piled up like mountains. They emanated a noxious stench, as well as terrifying mutagen and godly might. Standing atop all the corpses was another god. This god wasn't humanoid. Instead, it looked like a lump of rotting flesh, oozing all sorts of disgusting fluids. It was also covered with eyes, and all of them were looking at the Empress. Terrifying fluctuations rolled off of it. This was the god Night Corpse, too. Because of that godly might, the 7-clawed dragon roared, and the human lands blurred. It was as if an apocalyptic fog were covering the world. "The Redland Noble Plexuses and Netherworld Chasm Corpses," the Empress said calmly. The god Blazeflame took a step forward, sending masses of fire rushing toward the Empress. In the western sky, which was as dark as night, countless corpses surged, almost like a gigantic ball of flesh that rushed toward the Empress. It looked like a battle with gods was about to begin. But then a shining moon split the sea of flames and the dark of night. Moonlight shone down, sending the flames lurching to the side and causing the dark night to melt. Along with the moonlight came a god as beautiful as an immortal, but as cold as frost. It was one of the Fire Moon's 3 gods. It was High God Moonfare. After she appeared, the canopy of heaven glittered with the light of heavenly bodies. Starlight descended everywhere, along with a soft chuckle. As that happened, a clay fox materialized in midair. Seated atop the clay fox was a god, spectacularly beautiful and matchlessly flirtatious. Naturally, it was High God Starfire. 2 flawless gods had appeared to block the path of the sea of flames and the darkness of night. Smiling, Starfire said, "Who said humans can't achieve godly ascension?" The ceiling created by the orders of Blazeflame began to crumble. "You may," Moonfire said coolly. The ceiling mark collapsed. The godfire on planet Ancient Emperor raged, and the corpses of the past emperors once again looked lively. The entire time, the Empress' face didn't register an ounce of surprise. 1. The doll first appeared in Chapter 938 and was described in Chapter 939. 2. In reality, the author does not use this name until later. He switches back and forth between a variety of different descriptors before ultimately settling on a specific name. For many chapters, it's not even clear if this god is supposed to have a name. However, several chapters down the line, the author specifically does identify the god's name and use it multiple times. I'm bringing the name in a bit early for a smoother reading experience. Chapter 955, Looking to Die? If so, come here. The scene developing in front of Xu Qing confirmed his previous theory. Back when the 3 gods achieved their breakthrough, a mysterious cultivator arrived to block a sudden attack in the form of a giant hand. That mysterious cultivator was the Empress. 1. No wonder things went so smoothly when the Fire Moons called for a ceasefire. I felt all along like I was just serving to provide an excuse for them to do what they already planned to do. And now it makes sense why High God Starfire was around in the imperial capital. Even back then, she and the Empress were working out a deal. 6. The entire situation just made him feel increasing admiration for the Empress. I hope that she succeeds. Xu Qing couldn't think of any reason not to wish her well, especially after what he had experienced in striking the drum. The Empress was supremely confident and a model ruler. No matter what happened, she could deal with it. She could overcome any problem and look calm the entire time. Back before joining Seven Blood Eyes, Xu Qing's understanding of the world and his experiences were very limited. Perhaps back then, he would have understood her calmness in a different way. But given everything he had been through, he knew that because of her status and position, she couldn't afford to reveal any emotions. In everything she did, she kept humankind as a whole in mind. She was the ultimate source of inner strength for all humans in revered ancient. If she became afraid, humankind would be afraid. If she got alarmed, humankind would be alarmed. What was more, it was impossible to determine how many experts from the top species were watching this spectacle play out among humans. The same went for gods. It was easy to imagine how every facial expression, word, and action would be noticed and analyzed by such people. And if omniscience were applied to that, it could lead to extreme danger. It would truly be walking on thin ice. That was why she had to remain calm. As Xu Qing contemplated those things, deafening booms rocked the dome of heaven, and the sensation of cracking grew more intense. The world seemed like a furious sea, with humankind as a lone rowboat, struggling against the wind and waves to stay afloat. Intense rumbling could be heard from the sea of flames above. Within it, moonlight spread, becoming pulses of godly authority. At the same time, High God Moonfare's domineering aura and extreme coldness crushed everything around it. A battle of gods, especially gods the likes of Moonfare and Blazeflame, was something that ordinary people couldn't observe with the naked eye, and other senses would be distorted as well. In the canopy of heaven, the sea of flames and the moonlight mixed together to make an abstract painting. Within that painting, it was possible to see the moon spreading and the flames retreating. The difference between flawless and tribulation fire was clearly evident. Truth be told, if Moonfare wished, she could crush a tribulation fire god with ease. Obviously, she didn't wish that. It was the same with the clay fox. As she strode through the darkness of night, clay and mud flowed above and below her, as if turning everything into a statue. In front of her, Night Corpse fell back repeatedly. Apparently, these two gods had come to act as Tao protectors. They would obstruct and launch a few blows. That was enough. It wasn't that they weren't capable of killing two tribulation fire gods. Rather, humankind wasn't in the place to pay for a service like that. That would surpass the deal that was in place. The Empress watched it all happening. Apparently, she had predicted in advance that she would have to face Blazeflame from the Redland Noble Plexuses, as well as Night Corpse from the Netherworld Chasm Corpses. And her action in helping the three gods during their breakthrough had been like a dry run for the difficulties she knew she would face later. Today, the three gods were paying her back for the help she had provided in dealing with that huge hand. Though the three gods weren't going all out, their attitude was clear. The Empress knew full well that they were just fulfilling their end of a bargain. Historically speaking, the Fire Moon Darkheaven people had always been enemies of humankind. But as far as humans were concerned, enemies could be turned into allies. In that regard, the background of the three Fire Moon gods made them even more suitable than other revered ancient gods. The Empress looked away from the canopy of heaven and toward the 5 vortexes orbiting planet Ancient Emperor. Specifically, she focused on Emperor Eastglory. Years ago, he was the emperor who had followed the orders of the Holy Lands to wage war on the Fire Moon people, all in the hopes of learning about their three gods. Although he had reported the results to the Holy Lands, he had also passed on the information to his successors. The Empress looked toward the horizon. Her godfare was reaching a very critical point. "There's one more element to this deal," a resonant voice said from off in the distance. The sound of the voice shook everyone to the core. The sky dimmed, and the ground seemed like it might vanish. The entire world shook. It was as if some terrifying entity were coming. The air shattered as a rift opened so large it seemed endless. Out of that rift blew what seemed to be a north wind. It was so freezing cold it could exterminate life force. It grew in intensity, whimpering loudly, like a storm that could crush time itself. It looked extremely ghastly. Both Blazeflame and Night Corpse trembled as they looked at the Tempest. They both watched as two figures emerged. One of them was large, the other small. The large one was fully 3,000 meters tall and clad in a golden suit of bone armor that seemed to be a part of Hai's body. He pulsed with a very clear sense of holiness. He wore a helmet, but there was no face covering. However, that only made him seem more Gruish, as he had no facial features at all. There was only a black hole. Behind him were innumerable golden lightning bolts that spread out to form a pair of wings. A terrifying pressure pulsed off him as he arrived. He was followed by a smaller figure who appeared to be a servant clad in a gray robe. The servant pulsed with gray fog filled with howling sounds. Astonishingly, he was actually a high god. Although he hadn't reached the level of tribulation fire, he was clearly at the top of the karma fire level. The fact that someone like that was a mere servant only served to highlight the astounding level of personhood of the figure in the golden bone armor. Tempest of the North Fate Kings, the Empress said calmly, too. In the revered ancient mainland, the North Fate Kings were the number 2 species. Though they weren't quite as strong as the number 1 species, they had long been far superior to the Fire Moon Dark Heavens. Considering revered ancient as a whole, they were one of the most powerful species in existence. As for this god, he was one of the leaders among all the gods of all the species. He was at the peak of the flawless god level. When he arrived, Blazeflame bowed Hai's head, Night Corpse backed down, and Starfire and Moonfire looked at him with serious expressions. Though the latter two were also flawless gods, Tempest was obviously a lot closer to being an altar god than they were. It is not impossible for a revered ancient cultivator to convert to being a god, Tempest said. However, North Fate has other important matters to handle at the moment. Empress of humankind, you will delay your godly ascension ceremony for 3,000 years. After that period of time has passed, you may resume the process. Hai's voice echoed through revered ancient, becoming a directive that sealed heaven and locked down earth. With that, he looked at the Empress in a way that made it seem like Hai's every word was an order that wasn't even possible to ignore. The Empress didn't say anything, but her godfire on planet Ancient Emperor didn't diminish. In fact, the fluctuations pulsing out of her grew more intense. The rumbling sounds were only getting louder. Seeing that, the leader god from the North Fate Kings lifted Hai's hand. The tempest around him screamed even louder as it accelerated toward the Empress and planet Ancient Emperor. But at that exact moment, a sun appeared between the Empress and the leader god. As it cast dazzling light into heaven and earth, the tempest stopped moving. Then a figure emerged from the sun. Its body seemed to be that of a woman, but it had the face of a man. It had the sun behind its back and the ghosts of countless species beneath its feet. This was High God Sunfire, the strongest of the 3 Fire Moon gods. Not only did Sunfire block the attack of the North Fate King Leader god, she also waved her hand to send a 7-colored god talisman flying toward the Empress. We 3 gods of the Fire Moon's value promises more than anything else. Though we won't do anything we didn't agree to do, when it comes to things we agreed upon, we never back down. We did everything we could to help the Grand Steward, but he still failed. Therefore, that talisman belongs to you now. Our deal for the future remains the same, Empress of humankind. With that, Sunfire started walking right toward Tempest. North Fate Kings, this is the east of revered ancient, not the north where you hold sway. You have stretched your hand too far. The sun behind Sunfire flared, sending blinding light out to cover the frowning tempest. As the 7-colored god talisman neared, the Empress grabbed it. None of the humans present recognized that god talisman, except for Xu Qing, who recognized it immediately. He and the captain had used a talisman exactly like it in the past. It was the very same talisman that had been formed by the Grand Steward when he died, 3. It was made from the authority of a god domain and contained the converged power of a god domain upgrade. After the god domain vanished, the talisman remained behind. It was useful because it contained astonishing power and could be very useful during godly ascension. The Empress' eyes gleamed brightly after she took the talisman. After looking at it closely to confirm it was safe to use, Her eyes flashed with determination. She waved her hand, and the talisman disappeared, to reappear a moment later in the depths of planet Ancient Emperor. The talisman crumbled, turning into fuel. At the same time, planet Ancient Emperor rumbled loudly, and the godfire there experienced a tenfold increase in intensity and heat. The godly ascension process was immediately accelerated dramatically. Shocking fluctuations rolled out from the corpses of Dark War and the other past emperors. There was now nothing stopping the process from completing. But then, as Sunfire's sun shone brightly, a gray figure shot out. It was Tempest's Karma Fire godservant. Sunfire could have easily stopped the godservant, but as she said, she would only operate within the parameters of the deal, and the deal had already been completed. As for how humankind would deal with developments going forward, that was up to them. The three gods were also interested in seeing what reserve powers humans had and whether they truly qualified to work with them going forward. Of course, if the Empress asked for help, they could theoretically strike a new deal. But the Empress said nothing. Her face remained calm as the gray god closed in on her. That was when an ancient figure suddenly shot forth from next to the Empress. It was the old court eunuch who had been protecting her from the very beginning. As he flew forth, he transformed as his entire body turned semi-transparent. He actually wasn't human. He was a Gruglum 4. His species was a very rare one, and each individual member was an independent entity. Early in his life, he had taken advantage of the special characteristics of his species to live as an assassin. On many occasions, he had nearly died. On the worst of those occasions, he made it out alive, only to pass out later. The Empress, who was a young girl at the time, came across him and saved his life. From that point on, he became her follower. In the years that followed, he watched as she grew up and reached incredible heights. Without even realizing it, he came to deeply care about her. When she eventually became Empress, she gave him boundless good fortune, by allowing him to make use of the destiny aura of humankind, as well as certain reserve powers and priceless secret magics. He was able to break through his personal barriers and eventually reach the 9-world level. Unfortunately, because of that process, he was much weaker than people who reached the 9-world level on their own, and he couldn't progress any higher than that. Though his bloodline wouldn't let him reach the imperial sovereign level, being a 9-world smoldering god was essentially the peak of the modern cultivation system. As a result, he felt no regrets. And now, as he saw that little girl he had followed for a lifetime just about to reach the ultimate peak, he decided to use his own life to defend her one last time. All of a sudden, he burst into flames, all while pulling out a violet skull. The skull emanated a perverse energy and contained boundless resentment and rancor. It even seemed to cause noiseless howling to fill the world, like the final expression of someone's anguish before they died. Thunderous rumbling echoed out as a host of countless heavenly Taos appeared. All of them also seemed to be wallowing in grief as they looked at the skull. They looked at the spectacular and peerless skull of someone who had once been the last hope of revered ancient. It was the skull of the past life body of the Crown Prince of Violet and Cyan. It contained shocking power that ordinary cultivators could never use. Only a 9-world smoldering god could possibly qualify to do so. The court eunuch was burning his own life force, and the innate ability of his species, plus all of his cultivation base, to tap into a bit of the skull's power. In the blink of an eye, he vanished. His spiritual souls were gone, and his physical souls had dissipated. He had been destroyed in body and soul. Meanwhile, the skull shone with boundless and shocking violet light. It contained an endlessly insane howl that seemed to come from the depths of time itself, from tens of thousands of years in the past. That howl contained resentment, defiance, grief, madness, and unending hatred, all of which turned into a destructive tempest that shot toward the gray godservant. The godservant suddenly sensed a deadly crisis and backed away in retreat. However, he wasn't fast enough. The tempest swept over him. Instantly, the godservant began trembling, and then he unleashed a desperate scream of anguish. It was as if he were experiencing the exact same death that had been experienced by the Crown Prince of Violet and Cyan. Then he exploded. A god had been killed. The Empress looked up at the spot where the court eunuch had disappeared, and her face, which had remained expressionless for so long, suddenly looked sad. She sighed as she thought back to the time she had asked a question of Xu Qing. "You also encountered their Grand Steward. What was your impression of him?" Xu Qing had answered, "If you can't control your own life, how can you guide the fate of a species? In the end, such thinking is as unrealistic as flowers in a mirror or the moon in the water. One moment you're on top of everything, the next you're dead." The sorrow on her face disappeared, and in its place was determination. The godfare grew more intense. The corpses of the past emperors in the 5 vortexes seemed livelier than before. In fact, as they sat cross-legged, their hands were moving in incantation gestures. However, those incantation gestures were not those used by cultivators, but rather those used by gods. The first to form godly authority was Emperor Eastglory. His eyes opened, and they were pitch black and pulsed with a sensation of destruction and power. It was a godly authority that was related to battle. Next came Emperor Mirrorcloud. His eyes opened, and he looked confused. Then he became calm, and a sensation of protectiveness spread out from him to fill the world and cover all humans. After that was Sageheaven. Soft, gentle light spread out from him. It didn't contain any attack power, but rather was something that could nourish the body and soul. It was a godly authority related to healing. Next, godly authority erupted from Emperor Dao Life. It was a godly authority that was very different from all the others. As a result, the vortex he was in pulsed with curses, poison, and pestilence. It was a power of damnification. A corrupting and terrifying aura spread everywhere. Next was Dark War. His godly authority was even more terrifying. It was boundless death, like the netherworld itself. When the 5 emperors, embryonic godly authorities, appeared, it indicated that the godly authority ceremony was nearing its conclusion. Meanwhile, the Empress was also starting to pulse with godly authority. And yet, before that could happen, another obstacle manifested. A cold voice suddenly filled the imperial region. "Grand Emperor Swordsage, I'm very curious to see your final move." As the voice filled human lands, a red glow rose up. Countless mountains collapsed and turned into a red fog. Rivers reversed course as their waters turned crimson. Everything in the imperial region started turning red. From a distance, it almost looked like the hem of a garment. A god was coming, with a red robe and a body so immense it could prop up heaven. The god covered the lands and terrain, filling the sky with red. A single step was all it took for the god to appear in the sky above the imperial capital. He looked like a handsome middle-aged man with long hair, every strand of which glowed with bright light. He pulsed with godly authority that could dim the sun and moon, striking fear into the hearts of other gods. Even more shocking was the fact that there was an illusory sword stabbed into Hai's chest. It went completely through him and was dripping with blood, which was why Hai's robe was crimson. At a single glance, Xu Qing could tell that the illusory sword was none other than the Emperor's sword. Voice hoarse, the man in red said, "Time slips by, things change. But sadly, Grand Emperor Swordsage, you are not the same as you were in years past. Back when we fought, I fell from the altar god level and still have not recovered. Today, the day in which you perish, I have come to see things through and sever our karma." The next instant, another ancient voice spoke from within the imperial capital, filled with immense power that could surpass time itself. It surpassed the sounds of nature and became the only thing in the world. It spanned time and was immeasurably holy. As the voice spoke, the heavenly Taos all bowed their heads, all living beings prostrated. "You Liuchen, looking to die? If so, come here." 5. The voice came from the Swordsage division in the imperial capital and was filled with a heaven-shaking, earth-shattering aura. Even the fire moon gods were shaken. A huge beam of light appeared, made of countless streams of sword energy. Shooting out of the Swordsage division, it headed right toward the man in red. It became a path. All he had to do was step onto it, but he hesitated. 1. The mysterious cultivator showed up in chapter 903. 2. Similar to Night Corpse, It's not clear in Chinese whether this god has a name or not. Even later context is vague in this regard. In other words, it could be a name, or it could just be a descriptor that he is a god in a tempest. That said, he is listed beside the other three gods, and the sentence structure and context implies that it is his name. In addition, the author refers to Tempest with an invented title that essentially implies that he is a leader of some sort, presumably a leader amongst gods in revered ancient, but it could theoretically be referring to his leadership position in the species he represents or maybe in a faction. The title is never explained and is only used a couple times. Plus, it's been clearly established how high-ranking and powerful he is. For ease of translating and reading, I'm going to just use his name. 3. The talisman was formed by the Grand Steward in Chapter 903. Xu Qing formed one in Chapter 904. 4. Gruglooms were introduced in Chapter 206. Their species ability was also described in that chapter. 5. Yu Liuchen. Yu is not on the list of 100 common surnames. It means jade. Liu means precious stone, colored glaze. Chen means dust, dirt, and in Xianxia often is related to mortal things. Madame Deathblade says, it sounds like the name of a pure-hearted individual living in the dust of the mortal world. 6. The clay fox showed up in the imperial capital in Chapter 753, but didn't have any screen time until 755. She was in a few other scenes after that. Chapter 956. I am at the peak of the world, and I question the immortals. Yu Liuchen once had a god altar. Years ago, when he followed the broken face to the revered ancient mainland, the world had been a very different place. Being an altar god, countless other gods would tremble and prostrate to him, if he felt like it. He could easily cause a flawless god to be full of flaws and experience profound tribulation. And that tribulation was him. It was even truer with other living beings besides gods. From the earliest times, Hai's godly name shook revered ancient and prompted countless gods to bow their heads reverently. What was more, he had actually reached the peak of altar god, qualifying him to break through to becoming a true god. But then a middle-aged man with a 7-foot-long bronze sword strode over the horizon and entered Hai's god domain. If he hadn't detonated Hai's god domain at a key moment in the battle, he likely would have perished. Though he escaped that battle with Hai's life, he ended up severely injured, with Hai's god altar shattered into pieces. Afterward, he had no other choice than to go into hiding and spend Hai's time in a deep sleep. He never dared to show Hai's face in the world again, and despite being someone who didn't feel any emotions, he did feel fear when thinking about that figure with the sword. It was an instinct. Over the countless years that had passed, that fear became so deeply rooted that Hai's cultivation base couldn't recover. It was a mental tribulation. Therefore, when Hai's omniscience detected Grand Emperor Swordsage facing his own deadly tribulation, he came. He wanted to see him on his way. But when the Grand Emperor spoke just now, his words became a final obstacle to overcome. In the end, he was deeply afraid of the only Grand Emperor who chose to stay behind when all of the other powerful experts left revered ancient. He knew that, though this Grand Emperor was never a summer immortal, he definitely qualified to carve out a holy land for himself beyond the heavens. To a certain extent, he was unfettered and didn't need to trouble himself with the red dust of the mortal world. But unexpectedly, he chose to stay behind to safeguard humankind. In a world full of gods, he had remained for tens of thousands of years, and humans had managed to survive through all that time. In fact, were it not for this Grand Emperor, it was entirely likely that humans wouldn't even exist, and even if they did exist, they would have been scattered and weak. They would have been a minor species subsidiary to other species, and they definitely would not have any of their own regions. During that time, the Grand Emperor slaughtered many gods. Sadly, the price to pay was immense. His true form had long since perished, and the only thing left behind was a clone. Grand Emperor Swordsage, you are the cultivator I admire the most in the revered ancient mainland. There is no other. Yu Liuchen's gaze followed the road of sword energy all the way to the Swordsage division. Passing through all barriers, it eventually reached a figure seated cross-legged in a private chamber. But are you strong enough for one more sword move? Xu Liuqin's red robe spread through heaven and earth, casting bright red light everywhere, and making him seem like the lord of all the cosmos. As the words left Hai's mouth, Hai's energy began to build dramatically. As the wind blew, the entire canopy of heaven turned the color of blood. As of that moment, everything paled in comparison to Hai's aura, from the sea of flames to the darkness of night, to the three gods of sun, moon, and star. Xu Liuqin lifted Hai's foot to begin walking. A sea of blood raged in Hai's eyes, and Hai's robe spread. Then he stepped forward. Hai's robe now covered the entire imperial capital. But then the grand spell formation of humankind rumbled to life, sending out powerful fluctuations to resist Xu Liuqin. The spell formation was designed to fight back against any invader with power commensurate to the invader's level. At the moment, the threat level was about as high as it could possibly be, so the spell formation erupted with greater force than ever in the past. Blinding light shot out, filled with innumerable magical symbols. As a result, a barrier of light sprang up to block Xu Liuqin's path. What was more, planets appeared within the spell formation, a total of 49 of them. They were all dawning suns. It was the entire stockpile of dawning suns that humankind had on hand. After all of the catastrophes humankind had experienced, they essentially had no reserve powers left, other than Grand Emperor Swordsage and the dawning suns. The fluctuations coming from the dawning suns caused wild colors to flash everywhere. And yet, Xu Liuqin just laughed. Apparently you aren't strong enough for a final sword move. Without any hesitation, he lifted Hai's other foot and prepared to step onto the path of sword energy. But then, a roaring sound filled the blood-colored canopy of heaven. A ripping sound echoed out as the color of blood was shredded apart. A roar echoed out from humankind's heavenly Tao, the seven-clawed dragon, and it shone with dazzling light that made it seem like a golden sun. Then the heavenly Tao shot into motion, toward the imperial palace. Its target seemed to be the shadow cast by the statue of the Grand Emperor there. Purple smoke was currently rising up from that shadow. Amidst the thick, swirling smoke, a bell floated up to hover in midair over the plaza. It was the immortal questioning bell. The bell had a history going back to the time of ancient Emperor Dark Serenity. It normally existed in a spot between yin and yang, and would only appear when the sun rose. It couldn't be moved to another location, as it was part of the imperial capital. Put more precisely, it was part of the imperial palace, with a history as long as the capital itself. Its purpose was to confirm the condition of the heart. From the very beginning, whenever a government official was called into question, they could ring the immortal questioning bell to certify the state of their heart. Ningyan had used the bell for that purpose in the past. 1. Over all the countless years it had existed, the bell had never been used for any reason other than that. Gradually, most humans forgot about its existence, and those who did remember it just considered it a mysterious old artifact. But today, it was being awoken by humankind's heavenly Tao. In fact, the heavenly Tao was merging with the immortal questioning bells. The bell shivered as if it were waking up from a very deep sleep. The carvings on the bell, which depicted mountains, rivers, and countless living beings, all seemed to come to life. They flowed across the surface of the bell, which glittered with dazzling light that illuminated everything around it. A wild and ancient aura also spread from the bell. The dome of heaven shook. The blood energy cracked. The cosmos shifted. That aura, accompanied by the shocking imperial aura, made the most unsurpassable will in heaven and earth. It could crush even the most ancient and domineering will, and formed a resonance with the Tao of revered ancient itself. It was the aura of an ancient emperor. However, it was not the aura of the person that everyone had heard of, Dark Serenity. This aura was even more ancient than that. Dark Serenity was not the first ancient emperor in revered ancient. Before him, revered ancient had countless other ancient emperors. For instance, there was Emperor Ancient Spirit, and there were ancient emperors from other species that had ultimately conquered revered ancient. According to the oldest legends, before the summer immortals left, they personally appointed the very first ancient emperor in revered ancient. And that ancient emperor was human. The bell came from him. The aura spread out, shaking heaven and earth, rocking all of revered ancient. Yu Liuchen's expression flickered, and he held back from lowering Hai's foot. As the immortal questioning bell hovered in midair, it tolled, sending out an ancient sound like something from the distant past, floating right out of the river of time and into the world. The sound of the bell seemed simplistic, but mournful, as if it were calling out to question the immortals that had departed. When will you come back? Alone in heaven and earth, abandoned in the world of mortals, I question you. When is the hour of your return? Yu Liuchen's face fell, and a tremor passed through him. As the bell tolled, cracking sounds rang out, and Hai's blood-red robe began to crumble. It looked extremely ghastly. He pulled back Hai's foot and simultaneously shot backward by about 30 meters. What is that thing? Not even the omniscience of an altar god could reveal anything about the immortal questioning bell. It seemed like it was hidden within time itself, concealed from the perceptions of others. That made sense considering it would only appear when the sun and moon switched positions. Yu Liuchen wasn't the only one to let loose an exclamation of shock. The god Blazeflame, the god Night Corpse, and the three gods Sunfire, Moonfire, and Starfire were similarly astonished. Humankind really didn't have any more reserve powers. That was because Grand Emperor Swordsage had hidden his true reserve power even before the time of ancient Emperor Dark Serenity. Today, at the most critical of junctures, the bell regained consciousness. The Empress' facial expression didn't change. The Grand Emperor didn't react. As Yu Liuchen's heart raced, the immortal questioning bell tolled a second time. The majestic sound echoed throughout heaven and earth. Time passes, the living move on. Here in my homeland I question you, why the bleak desolation? Yu Liuchen started shivering dramatically, and Hai's face fell even more. Then the wound in Hai's chest opened up, having been stimulated by the toll of the bell. He involuntarily staggered backward 300 meters. Then the immortal questioning bell emitted a dazzling 30,000-meter pillar of light, then once again tolled, a third time, a sound full of sorrow. It was the final question asked of the immortals. The immortal path is slow, fate seems distant. I am at the peak of the world, and I question the immortals, where is the Tao? Yu Liuchen's mind spun as the toll of the bell caused Hai's body to shatter. He recovered a moment later, and kept retreating. After falling back 3,000 meters, he was still unstable as he stared at the bell. The bell contained an extremely terrifying will convergence, a will of Tao searching, and a will of immortal seeking. It was almost as if, at some point in the past, some peak entity of revered ancient had used a boundless cultivation base to strike the bell and question the immortals. Yu Liuchen was fully aware that if only 3 tolls of the bell had forced him to retreat in this manner, then a 4th toll of the bell might reverse the scant bit of recovery he had experienced of the years, and actually make Hai's injury worse. That said, he refused to believe that striking an object as terrifying as this could be done without paying a price, and the price had to be completely enormous. The likelihood that it would be struck again seemed small. Yet he didn't dare to bet on it. Even if he bet and won, he wasn't completely confident that he could face Grand Emperor Swordsage. And if he bet and lost, he would be even less confident. Therefore, he said nothing. The bell hung in midair, vibrating as though it was preparing for another toll. Seeing that, Yu Liuchen quickly said, "Today I will do nothing more than observe the ceremony." The immortal questioning bell seemed to pause. Then a cold voice echoed from within the Swordsage division. "Screw off, Freeweb novel C Sigma." The words surged out with heaven-rending, earth-crushing force. The words didn't just target Yu Liuchen. They spread out in all directions like thunder that could shake the cosmos, like a massive wave sweeping through the dome of heaven. In an instant, numerous streams of divine will that had converged to observe the godly ascension ceremony were revealed. They all fled. Whether or not humankind's Grand Emperor Swordsage was strong enough for another sword move, no one knew. However, none of them dared to bet on it. The astonishing bell was simply too fear-inspiring. Bai Xiaochun looked down at the Swordsage division. A few breaths of time passed, and then he blurred and disappeared. He had also chosen to flee. The godfire on planet Ancient Emperor burned with more intensity than ever. A great distance away from the Imperial region was the Holotide region, in which was Sealing County. In the north of that county, there was a sprawling plain filled with snow and wind. Amidst the snowflakes that drifted like goose feathers was a heaven-shaking, earth-shattering pillar rising above the ice plains. It was surrounded by a host of countless tents that formed a city. It was none other than the supreme beginning netherflight pillar. A small portion of the pillar was buried in the ground, and beneath it was a mysterious gassed hollow. At the very bottom of that subterranean cave was a gigantic eye. The eye was currently closed and unmoving. Above the eye was a pentagonal log cabin, hanging in the air and secured to the walls by means of 5 chains. At each of the 5 corners of the log cabin was a 5-element zombie. Inside the cabin was a brightly shining lamp. It was a life lamp. Through the gauzy curtains in the window, it was possible to see a young woman wearing a red wedding dress, seated cross-legged. She looked almost like a mortal. She released no cultivation base fluctuations, and did not have even the scrap of an aura of a god. It wasn't possible to see her facial features clearly, but by looking at the shadow cast on the curtain, it was possible to determine that she had just coughed up 3 mouthfuls of blood. In a very Gruish fashion, her blood turned into paper money, which floated out of the cabin and spread through the gassed hollow, where the countless ghasts would fight amongst each other to devour them. The timing of her 3 mouthfuls of blood coincided with the 3 times the immortal questioning bell tolled in the imperial palace. The woman wiped the blood from her lips and murmured, "The deal is complete, and yet it's still not time for me to leave." Then, eternal singing began to drift about. In past lives forlorn, always reborn, sever lovesickness and endlessly mourned. In a life of hesitation, in a future of frustration, who is it that waits for me in reincarnation? 2. The 5-element zombies at the corners of the cabin swayed in time with the singing. Meanwhile, another chanting song echoed out in the Heaven-Easter region. It didn't take long for the torchlight invasion to end. With the torchlight god domain having taken over the dome of heaven, almost all living beings in the Heaven-Eater region had become a sacrifice of blood. It didn't matter if they were cultivators or mortals, and it didn't matter what species they were. This was a full-scale attack by torchlight, and it was also the first time the Crown Prince of Violet and Cyan revealed how truly strong he was. Death struck the region like an unavoidable lightning bolt. Countless corpses and innumerable amounts of blood were gathered in the lands around the Heaven-Eater Imperial Palace. Fresh blood mingled with the mud. Deceased souls swirled everywhere, and the slaughter continued. However, the slaughter itself wasn't the point. As the blood and corpses gathered around the Heaven-Eater Imperial Palace, a grand ceremony was taking place. It was being carried out by the god domain's huge ball of flesh that hovered in midair. There were 5 vortexes surrounding it, within which sat 5 cross-legged corpses. They were the past emperors of the Heaven-Eaters. Taking it all in, it looked almost exactly the same as the ceremony being carried out in the humans' imperial capital. There was an imperial capital. There was an imperial palace. The ball of flesh was like planet Ancient Emperor, and there were 5 past emperors as corpses. A shadowy projection filled heaven and earth. Within it was visible the Empress and her godly ascension. Everything within the image was being duplicated below. Countless torchlight cultivators were present, along with a host of black-robed figures, all of them prostrating with zeal in their eyes. A chant drifted out. The energy of the ultimate yang of the 2 polarities merges into the ancient eyes of the gods, becoming the glittering light of the starry sky over revered ancient. The netherworld souls in all parts will drink of the water of time, creating a tide to awaken from the dream of ancient times. 3. 1. Ningyan used the bell in chapter 771. 2. This song first appeared in chapter 364, It was repeated in a few subsequent chapters, notably 676. 3. The words in the first line are a repetition of what we heard in chapters 800, 801, and 952. Chapter 957, Why Bother? Sunset neared. The Empress' godly ascension was an astonishing event in which many individuals played an important part. They included the Empress herself, the Crown Prince of Violet and Cyan, along with everything he had prepared in the Heaven-Eater region. The three gods of Sun, Moon, and Star played a role as it related to their future plans as well. The Holy Lands also revealed their stance. There were other parties as well, ones who had made deals with the Empress but didn't show their faces. For example, there was the young woman in the wedding dress in the Gast Hollow. It was easy to imagine how complicated it had been to orchestrate everything. There was little need to mention how much karma had been involved, including the predestined fate of the Grand Emperor. Grand Emperor Swordsage had killed countless gods in his life and seriously injured even more. Once it became possible to predict that he would perish, it was only natural that the karma would attract many gods. All of the different interests at play made the situation very complicated. Something as shocking as this was a rarity in revered ancient. It attracted the attention of the entire mainland. And down to the very end, Grand Emperor Swordsage never used his legendary final sword move. That sword seemed to hang above the heads of numerous parties. There were top species and gods as well who feared it. None of them wanted to risk being killed by it. That was why someone as strong as Bai Xiaochun ultimately chose to flee. Although it seemed like he had been stopped by the immortal questioning bell, in the final analysis, what he was really scared of was Grand Emperor Swordsage. He didn't want to tempt fate. If no one else chose to probe for information, then the ceremony, which was nearing its end, would conclude with the Empress, success. At that point, the peak imperial sovereign empress would become a god. In addition, the 5 past emperors would be gods. And then it would be impossible for anyone to test out Grand Emperor Swordsage. Right now, the only thing to do was see if there was anyone else out there who wanted to prohibit the Empress from becoming a god. And thus, in the imperial capital of humankind, most of the commoners were nervously looking up at the Empress in the canopy of heaven. In the east of the city on Nine Nexus Boulevard, there was a bookshop that had been around for generations. Someone inside the shop sighed. Given how unique of a day it was, the shop didn't have any customers. A handful of employees were gathered at the entrance, where they sat looking into the sky and quietly discussing what was happening. Behind them at the counter was the shopkeeper, whose name was Zhao Yaod. He wore a long, yellow robe and was reading from a bamboo slip. He looked up, one. The sigh came from his mouth. There was nothing out of the ordinary about Zhao Yaod's physical appearance. He had graying hair that, as the wind blew through the shop, swayed like reeds in autumn. He was old. Time had left his face full of wrinkles, and yet he also seemed kind and benevolent. His eyes did not sparkle brightly, but there was something profound about them. And right now, they seemed a bit helpless. "What's the point?" he murmured. Zhao Yaod was the 17th generation shopkeeper in this bookshop. He was also the owner and lived in the back courtyard. He had a wife who died of illness years ago. Other than that, though, there wasn't much about his life to complain about. His parents were still alive, his children were all very obedient, and business was good. As a mortal, he had every reason to be content with his life. He enjoyed reading, especially classic writings. Given all that he had read and pondered, he had quite a grasp of different philosophies. Normally speaking, he called on those philosophies to guide his life. He also loved to give advice to those around him. All of his neighbors showed him a great deal of respect. He liked his life, but today he knew that things were about to end. Sighing, he clasped his hands behind his back and walked out from behind the counter, his posture somewhat slumped. He looked around the bookshop one last time, then shook his head and walked toward the door. Upon reaching the threshold, the employees sitting there looked at him in confusion. "Boss, there are a lot of people on the streets. It's pretty chaotic. Sir, are you?" Zhao Yaod stopped and looked at the employees. his expression one of reminiscence. "Two Hound, you look more and more like your grandfather every day. And you, Lil Locust. Going forward, you need to spend more time reading and studying. Your families have been with me for generations. I'm leaving the shop to you. Take good care of it." The employees were stunned. The two he had called out by name rose to their feet to speak. Before they could, the shopkeeper had vanished. Zhao Yaod walked along Nine Nexus Boulevard beneath the setting sun. He was invisible as he headed toward the imperial capital. He walked along, sighing, "What's the point?" Zhao Yaod sighed again. He liked the world of mortals. He liked humankind. Over the countless years that had passed, he had assumed different identities as he ran the bookshop and had interacted with many human customers. He had a lot of fond memories about them. He had long assumed that life would just continue in that way. The Holy Lands have made mistakes, but there's no reason to rebel against them. AI. His parents and children in the back courtyard of the bookshop all seemed like real, living people. But then he sighed, and they shivered and issued similar sighs. All of them blurred and vanished, becoming motes of silver light that swept invisibly along Nine Nexus Boulevard until they reached Zhao Yaod. They merged into him. He stood up a bit straighter. His aged face gradually started looking younger. Then a terrifying cultivation base power surged within him. Foundation establishment, nascent soul, void returning, smoldering god, and then imperial sovereign. The rise in power stopped when he was at the peak of the half-imperial sovereign level. That was a shocking level of power, yet he didn't reveal any of it externally. As he walked in the afterglow of evening, he looked unusually lonely. He was thinking about his life. He had been born in the Holy Lands, where he had been given a mission in revered ancient. That mission was to kill Emperor Dao Life. He had succeeded in that mission, but afterward had been unable to leave. And thus, he settled down among humankind. During the entire time since then, he had never revealed who he was. He had remained in hiding. The reason was that he feared Grand Emperor Swordsage. With yet another sigh, Zhao Yaod took a step forward. That step took him out of the imperial capital, past the imperial palace, and onto planet Ancient Emperor. His target was the godfire on the planet. He had no desire to fight with the Empress, nor did he want to personally see how strong Grand Emperor Swordsage was now. He had to live up to his ideals by extinguishing the godfire. He appeared without any introduction or fanfare. There was no thunderous rumbling, no shocking fluctuations. It was almost as if he was invisible. But the moment he appeared and lifted his hand, the Empress detected his presence. Everyone looked over in shock. He was reaching out to pluck away the godfire. Yet before he could, a calm voice echoed around him. "Shopkeeper Zhao, that fire is not to be extinguished." Along with the voice appeared a figure. He wore a violet robe, had violet hair, and facial features that looked like a work of art. They were incomparably exquisite, with long, arched eyebrows that resembled distant mountains. As for his eyes, they were full of wisdom and profundity. It was none other than the imperial preceptor, the crown prince of Violet and Xian. He appeared in front of Zhao Yaod, with his back to the godfire. Yet not even the fire could diminish his presence. He actually looked like a scintillating heavenly body illuminating the sky of revered ancient. His lips curved up so that he always looked like he was slightly smiling. As he spoke in his calm voice, he lifted his right hand and pushed it out. Zhao Yaod's hand never completed its movement. The arrival of the imperial preceptor caused many human cultivators to breathe sighs of relief. The imperial preceptor was mysterious, and yet that fact made him seem capable of almost anything. Xu Qing didn't say anything. He wasn't surprised at all that this person had come. He looked on calmly. He was very interested in seeing just how powerful the crown prince of Violet and Xian really was. Upon realizing that Xu Qing was looking at him, the crown prince of Violet and Xian looked away from Zhao Yaod. He smiled warmly. "Did you receive my gift, Lil Bro?" Xu Qing looked down, his face completely expressionless. Fr Ya E Omega EBN Retroflex OVEL com. The crown prince smiled again, then looked back at Zhao Yaod. I saw the time that belongs to you. Zhao Yao's face fell. He was half a step into imperial sovereign, and back in the Holy Lands, he had been a powerful overlord. Other than the Empress and Grand Emperor Swordsage, there wasn't anyone among humankind that he feared. Until now. In facing the imperial preceptor, he suddenly came to the realization that he couldn't see this newcomer clearly. He had never noticed him before. Since you're interested, Lil Bro, the Crown Prince continued, you should watch closely. I'm going to sever his time and free them. As the Crown Prince's voice rang out, the area around Zhao Yao began to ripple. His life and his past were not under his control. They were like a painting with him in the middle. It contained an image of him killing Dao life. It also showed scenes of the bookshop, his incarnated family, and the times when he was an ancestor or a son. All of his life in the revered ancient mainland was revealed. As Zhao Yao's face sank further, the Crown Prince of Violet and Cyan waved his hand to manipulate time. In the blink of an eye, the countless versions of Zhao Yao in the past, no matter what they were in the middle of doing, bowed their heads. Within the past, it was possible to see the present. Next, all of the versions of Zhao Yao lifted their feet to step forward. Intense rumbling echoed out. The aura of a great Dao descended. The great river of time appeared out of nowhere. Xu Qing's eyes glittered. It wasn't his first time seeing the river of time. Back in the Moonlight region, Princess Brightblossom, who was adept at manipulating the magical laws of time, had also summoned it, too. In comparison, though, the version Princess Brightblossom had summoned was more like a little creek. The version right now was like a mighty river flowing from ancient times. It covered the Imperial Palace, the Imperial capital, and in fact, the entire region. In the blink of an eye, the entire world was covered by the river of time. Within that river were innumerable versions of Zhao Yao, almost like fish in water. They traveled from the past and into the present, where they hovered in midair. Then all of them faced Zhao Yao and attacked. Pay attention, Lil Bro, the Crown Prince said gently. Each of them is a past version of Shopkeeper Zhao. If they kill him, then Shopkeeper Zhao will no longer exist. If he doesn't exist, then his past will be as unrealistic as flowers in a mirror or the moon in the water. In contrast, if Shopkeeper Zhao kills them, then it's equivalent to him killing himself in the past. Without a past, there can't come to be the present. If it were you, Lil Bro, what would you do? 1. Zhao Yao. Zhao is 8 on the list of 100 common surnames. You means to have. De means virtue, goodness, morality, ethics. Madame Deathblade says it sounds like the name of a virtuous person. I guess that's kind of an obvious conclusion. 2. Back in the Moonlight arc, Princess Brightblossom used the River of Time in too many chapters to list as references. Back then, the wording led me to mistakenly think that it was a river of time, not the River of Time. I've since gone back to change those references to reflect the fact that, as directly stated in this chapter, she was indeed tapping into the River of Time. Chapter 958, Raise the Sword. Fiddling with time, severing the past. Cultivators could do such things, but not with such finesse as this. That was because this was the authority of a god. That was because this was true omniscience. In the eyes of gods, it was easy to see a person's life, including all of their past. The river of time seethed as it filled the world of mortals. Countless past versions of Zhao Yao were all racing in his direction. However, in the cultivation system, imperial sovereigns were second only to quasi-immortals. And this was Zhao Yao, who had spent years among humankind and was now at the peak of being a half-imperial sovereign. His cultivation base made him almost as strong as a god. Upon facing this inexplicable godly authority, his expression turned dark, and then he stretched out his right hand toward the canopy of heaven and made a grasping motion. The movement of his hand caused the dome of heaven to shift, as if a new heaven were being brought in. A vast starry sky began to take over. The starry sky was so massive it covered everything. It was almost as if it planned to take this section of revered ancient away, as if it was becoming a universe for Zhao Yao alone. Within that universe, there were countless past versions of himself, and yet there were far more stars and heavenly bodies than that. The countless heavenly bodies all twinkled brightly. and in response to Zhao Yao's thoughts, they lit up and were extinguished. The extinguishing of countless heavenly bodies caused the unique universe to quickly teeter on the verge of collapse. As it collapsed, it sank in on itself, giving rise to a massive gravitational force. It was like an actual universe transforming into a majestic black hole. All of a sudden, all of Zhao Yao's past lives were sucked up by the gravitation hole and devoured by the collapsing universe. Not one was left over. Severing time, causing past lives to try to devour the true self, it was something difficult to comprehend. If none could be allowed to perish, there was only one way to resolve the situation: crush, seal, and return everything to the beginning. All of this takes a bit of time to describe, but actually happened in the time it takes a spark to fly off a piece of flint. After all of the past lives were sucked into the collapsing universe, Zhao Yao closed his hand into a fist. Heaven and earth went back to normal. His universe shrank down, turning into a black pearl that dropped down in front of him. Without any hesitation, he looked up at the crown prince of Violet and Cyan. At the same time, he flicked the pearl out. It flew up into the sky. At the same time, he vanished, to reappear high in the air atop the pearl. "Be crushed," he said grimly. The black pearl exploded, spreading out to again overtake heaven. However, this time it turned into a river of stars. It shot down, heading toward the Crown Prince's river of time, to crush it. It was a river of stars versus the river of time. The Crown Prince of Violet and Cyan smiled. "How amusing. You can crush your own time, but what about my time?" The Crown Prince reached up and touched his forehead. The moment he did, the air around him distorted as his own past appeared. The biggest difference was that it was blurry and impossible to see clearly. It was only possible to sense endless rancor and madness, accompanied by extreme defiance. All of that turned into the most extreme howl imaginable. However, the Crown Prince looked as warm and gentle as always. Lifting a finger, he casually made a beckoning gesture at the surrounding blurry images. Astonishingly, he was severing a section of his own time from a past life, then depositing it into the river of time. The majestic river surged violently. Immense waves rolled across its surface. Within the water there appeared an enormous finger of white jade. It seemed capable of destroying anything as the water parted around it. Sweeping up past life power, it shook the Taos of heaven and earth as it emerged from the river. From a distance, it seemed capable of propping up heaven and earth. The finger then accelerated toward the river of stars. The river of stars trembled and shone with dazzling light before ultimately collapsing, revealing the grim-faced Zhao Yao. The shocking finger of white jade continued onward without stopping. Just before it was about to hit, Zhao Yao took a deep breath and went into a double-handed incantation gesture. His fingers blurred as he went through a whole host of hand signs. Then he stopped with both hands in front of his chest, with thumbs and index fingers touching to form a diamond shape. He pushed his hands in the direction of the incoming finger of jade. Instantly, his universe erupted. The power of a great Tao within the river flowed out to meet the finger. That great Tao contained spatial power. This was Zhao Yao's Tao, and it was also the reason why he had been able to remain undetected among humankind for so long. The destructive power of the great Tao caused the white jade finger of the Crown Prince of Violet and Cyan to tremble. In an instant, the sky transformed into a painting. The painting was blurry, as though it might collapse at any moment. Breathing heavily, Zhao Yao shoved out again with his double-handed hand sign. The picture that depicted the white finger superimposed with the power of the great Tao. It turned into a white thread. Eyes bloodshot, Zhao Yao shoved his hands out a third time. The white thread then shrank down into a white dot. Zhao Yao was about to shove his hands out for a fourth time when, all of a sudden, heaven-shaking, earth-shattering fluctuations rolled out of the white dot, accompanied by deafening rumbling sounds. Then it detonated. The white jade finger shredded the space around it as it emerged from inside. It was now right in front of Zhao Yao. Blood sprayed out of Zhao Yao's mouth as he stumbled backward. A very serious look could be seen on his face as bloody wounds opened up all over him. Jade Capital Immortal Finger, you're the crown prince of Violet and Cyan from back in the day. But now, you're not human or cultivator or god. You're not alive or dead. You don't exist. Zhao Yao's pupils constricted. Similarly shaken were all of the cultivators looking on. Everyone knew that the Imperial Preceptor was incredibly mysterious, but his battle prowess already surpassed anything they could imagine, and now his true identity had been stated outright. The words Crown Prince of Violet and Cyan struck everyone like lightning. Not everyone was aware of who the Imperial Preceptor was. As a result, the vast majority of the government officials were astounded. Xu Qing stood there with a cold look on his face. He had seen what he wanted to see, and it confirmed his suspicions. The Empress, in contrast, wasn't paying attention to the Crown Prince. Her godfire had reached a critical point, and majestic godly authority was now erupting. Grand Emperor Swordsage remained silent. Seeing that, Zhao Yao spun to leave. He now realized that there was no way he would be able to extinguish the godfire. But the Crown Prince of Violet and Cyan didn't seem willing to let this half-imperial sovereign simply leave. First a universe, then a great Tao, the Crown Prince said softly. You see, the reason I spoke at such length with you is that my ultimate goal was to get a glimpse at your destiny. Now I've seen it. He reached up toward the dome of heaven and made a grasping gesture. Blood erupted out of Zhao Yao, then floated over to the Crown Prince's palm. Squeezing his hand closed, he forced the blood into the shape of a red thread. Next, as everyone watched, and as Zhao Yao's face fell, the Crown Prince put the thread into his hair. It became one with him. He absorbed it. Then a gruish and unbelievable scene played out in front of all present. Zhao Yao shivered from head to toe and let out a scream of anguish. He became incomparably weak, as though something very precious to him was suddenly gone. The destiny the Crown Prince had seen had been taken away. In that moment of crisis, Zhao Yao reached up and touched his forehead. His body turned into a painting, then a thread, then a dot, and then he disappeared. Some of his providence was taken away, Sunfair said. It was something profoundly mysterious that only a flawless god could see the truth of. Using destiny to absorb the enemy's providence. That's a god magic with a different approach, but the same outcome as the technique the Father God is using to devour revered ancient. Sunfair looked at the Crown Prince of Violet and Cyan with a very serious expression. That must be how you plan to recover your cultivation base from your past life. The Crown Prince smiled, but didn't say anything in response. Then he lifted his foot to step up into the canopy of heaven. There was no way he was going to let a specimen like Zhao Yao get away. With that, he disappeared to pursue Zhao Yao. Everything went calm above human lands. The gods who had come to interfere, whether Blazeflame, the Night God, or the gods from the North Fate Kings, all backed away quietly. There was no way to stop the process now. Fighting was pointless. The godfire on planet Ancient Emperor was now 90% golden. The past emperors in the 5 vortexes were experiencing a constant rise in godly authority. The Empress was also in a similar position. There was now only 1 incense stick's worth of time left in the ceremony. That was when a piercing sound filled the sky. It was the sound of a great wind blowing over revered ancient. It came from the humans' imperial capital. Someone outside of revered ancient, and within the dark serenity holy land, looked in the direction of revered ancient and slashed down with a saber. That saber spanned the starry sky, severed the ancient from the modern, and contained boundless momentum. It had the power to crush everything in its path, as if it wished to exterminate heaven and earth, and it appeared in the sky right above the humans' imperial palace in revered ancient. It created a massive rift some 500,000 kilometers in length. The projection of the blade was like a true heavenly saber. The sky shifted colors and winds blew as a stifling will appeared. There was one force that wanted more than anyone to stop the Empress from reaching godly ascension. They wanted it more than the gods of revered ancient and more than the top species of revered ancient. That place was a holy land among many holy lands. It was the dark serenity holy land. Thus arrived the might of a grand emperor. Thus came the saber of a grand emperor. From within the wind came a sigh. Inside the Swordsage division, a withered figure opened his eyes. His final sword move could be used on a god, or it could be used on a holy land. "You finally made your move," he murmured in a voice hoarse with ancient age and filled with complicated emotions. Then, the Emperor's sword in Xu Qing thrummed with unprecedented vibrations, and boundless sword light erupted from him and up into the sky. Chapter 959, Grand Emperor. In the imperial capital, inside the Swordsage division, was a private chamber. Inside was Grand Emperor Swordsage, who had remained with humankind to defend it. He sighed. A blurry soul shadow emerged from his withered frame and took a step forward. He was middle-aged, not burly and tall, not bold and powerful. But there was something unshakable about him, as if he had accepted the responsibility of supporting all heaven and earth, thus earning him the ultimate level of respect. He took one step, which took him outside of the Swordsage division and all the way to Xu Qing's side on planet Ancient Emperor. As of this moment, wild colors flashed in heaven and earth. As of this moment, humankind was shaken. For the first time, emotions flickered across the Empress' face. All gods in the area were paying very close attention. In that instant, the sky and the lands became a mere backdrop for the voice which spoke and the sword will that emerged. "Young friend," he said, "let me use your body this once, and I need to borrow your sword." Xu Qing's mind spun as the Emperor's sword within him emitted a sword resonance that resounded to the highest heaven. Then, he shivered as a warm sensation spread through him. He sensed a will as majestic as the starry sky fusing with him. It wasn't domineering, and it didn't harm him in any way. It was just temporarily making use of his body. He didn't resist, and in fact, just let the will spread through him. As all gods and all people looked on, Xu Qing slowly looked up. His eyes were profoundly ancient. There was also something boundlessly majestic about him. As the wind blew and the cosmos shook, the canopy of heaven seemed to list, and mountains and rivers shook. The heroes prostrated, and the sages all bowed. A majestic stream of human destiny aura converged around Xu Qing, becoming like a dragon that coiled around him endlessly. As the dragon converged, it formed a 3,000-meter body around him. He had mountains for bones, rivers for blood, the lands as skin, sprawling forests as hair, and the canopy of heaven as armor. Flesh of Destiny aura formed the ultimate Grand Emperor body, with all living things bolstering it as the soul. The Grand Emperor was back in the mortal world. Facial features formed. They were like an ancient bronze statue, with eyes that sparkled with life, almost as if the brightest heavenly bodies on the night sky were shining. As he stood there, the dome of heaven went dim, and all the gods present faded. He was the only quasi-immortal to ever appear in revered ancient. And after Dark Serenity left, he was the only Grand Emperor to stay behind. Freeweb novel, see Cyrillic letter 473M. He had protected humankind for tens of thousands of years. He had slaughtered countless gods. And though he was only a clone with a bit of life left, he was still the same Swordsage who had carved out generations of peace for humans. He was fully deserving of the title Grand Emperor of humankind. This was a level of majesty unsurpassed. Grand Emperor Swordsage had come to the mortal world. "Grand Emperor," the Empress said with unprecedented reverence as she bowed her head. However, her eyes were full of sorrow. As she knew that, for the Grand Emperor to appear like this meant that he was about to perish. With his last breath, he would serve as the Tao protector to safeguard humanity. The government officials could hardly breathe, and their hearts raced as they dropped to their knees. The scene playing out in front of them was almost unbelievable, and every single one of them felt deep respect for the Grand Emperor. The commoners in the imperial capital reacted similarly, calling out, "Grand Emperor," as they kowtowed with utmost piety. Seeing what was happening, the three gods chose to bow their heads. The gods from the netherworld chasm corpses Northfate kings, and Redland noble plexuses didn't dare to do anything rash. They were gods, but the might of Grand Emperor Swordsage was something all of them were familiar with, and they had all witnessed him killing gods in the past. As Grand Emperor Swordsage received respect from everyone, he glanced over the humans he had safeguarded for tens of thousands of years. Then he lifted his right hand. His hand closed, and the Emperor's sword rumbled out. He grasped the hilt. Sword energy severed space. The sword light shone through all time. The thrum of the sword contained longing, grief, and a reluctance to depart. "Time for one last journey, old friend," Grand Emperor Swordsage said with a smile. He took a step up into the dome of heaven, and the sky shattered. However, there was no thunder. It was almost as if thunder didn't dare to show up. The Grand Emperor strode forth alone toward the 500,000-kilometer saber projection. His every step contained profound power that could shake the cosmos. The might of his gait caused all humans to suddenly feel a profound sense of peace and respect. With the Grand Emperor around, humans were safe. He looked like heaven itself, with the setting sun framing him against the dark of night. To humans, he seemed like an expression of radiance and light. Countless people were shaken to the core. Almost all of them had grown up hearing stories of Grand Emperor Swordsage and had looked to him as an example. To them, Grand Emperor Swordsage was the greatest human imaginable, an eternal legend. As everyone looked on, Grand Emperor Swordsage reached the peak of heaven and the destructive heavenly saber, which represented the punishment of the Holy Lands. There he stood, with sword in hand. With that sword he severed heaven. The sword light raged, the heavens cracked. The sword glow flickered and illuminated the ancient past. The sword projection could shock gods. The sharpness of the sword astonished the heavenly saber. The heavenly saber and the Emperor's sword clashed high above revered ancient. Infinite sparks exploded. Magical laws were destroyed. A force that surpassed the universe erupted, like predestination itself. It created a dazzling field of light. A majestic rainbow spread across all of the regions of revered ancient, unstoppable, full of ancient might, never-ending, capable of overlooking all obstacles. That light united revered ancient. In the blink of an eye, the sky above revered ancient was as bright as day. Dazzling light was even visible outside of revered ancient. It illuminated the surrounding starry sky and even shone around the broken face. From a distance, the rainbow was like a huge dragon shaking the sky, releasing wild energy that caused the heavenly dows to tremble, and resulted in all species in revered ancient craning their necks in shock. In the end, the Emperor's sword and the heavenly saber destroyed each other. They became a massive cloud of stars that pulsed in and out of existence. Vortexes appeared everywhere. It was like a huge scroll painting that formed the heaven over revered ancient. It remained in place for a long time before fading away. Countless rumbling noises echoed out into the hearts of humans. Then rain started to fall in many regions. The sight caused numerous individuals in the imperial capital to let loose exclamations of shock. "That's peak altar god power," numerous gods murmured. The Grand Emperor hovered in the canopy of heaven, looking at the cloud of stars. He said nothing. Then, after a long moment passed, an ancient voice echoed from the Holy Land. "Swordsage, what is your determination?" The Grand Emperor calmly answered, "The moment you people departed this place, this day was foreordained. I said nothing in East Victory's time. I also said nothing when Mirror Cloud rose up. And when Tao Life died, I was silent. But I won't hold my tongue forever. And I hereby permit the Empress to become a god." There was no response from the Holy Land except for a fadding sigh. Chapter 960. The Karma is Severed. The sky was still. The world of mortals was peaceful. The wind blew for a few breaths of time, then faded away. It was almost as if there had never been a wind to begin with. In the canopy of heaven, the painting of stars turned into a host of scintillating vortexes that spun noiselessly. They would remain there for a time, a reminder of the epic battle that had just taken place. The Holy Lands were gone. The gods from the netherworld chasm corpses, Northfate kings, and redland noble plexuses were now aware that it wasn't possible to stop the Empress from succeeding. They chose to leave, casting complicated, fearful glances at the projection of the Grand Emperor as they did. Although they still weren't very pleased and wished they could interfere, they had no idea of knowing what would happen if they took action. Sunfire, Moonfire, and Starfire had lived up to the deal. They looked at the Grand Emperor in the dome of heaven, and traces of reminiscence could be seen on their faces. It seemed likely that what they were thinking about, however, wasn't the Grand Emperor in front of them, nor anything to do with revered ancients' current state of affairs. Perhaps they were thinking of the North Immortal Emperor world and the North Emperor. Everything was quiet. All gazes, including those of the Empress, the gods, the government officials, and the commoners in the imperial capital, and even the streams of divine will hidden in the area, were focused on the spectacular figure in midair who had just used his final sword move in stunning fashion. In that moment of silence, the Grand Emperor slowly turned around. His ancient eyes took in humankind and the world of mortals. He sighed softly. Then his body of destiny gradually began fading away. He blurred until there was only an outline remaining, within which was Xu Qing's fleshly body. That fleshly body floated down until it landed on the war drum of humankind. During the process, a blurry soul shadow stepped out of Xu Qing, then floated up into the air. It was the Grand Emperor's soul. It was fading away, never to return. He had safeguarded humans for tens of thousands of years. He had fought countless battles and killed innumerable gods. Today he was tired. Exhaustion slowly spread out from his soul. His life force had actually been extinguished many years ago, leaving him to exist in clone form down to this day. Now, his life was truly reaching its end. Fatigue had set hold in him many years ago and had only grown stronger over time. He could have had unlimited longevity. He could have existed at the heights of glory. He could have avoided becoming so exhausted. To do all that, he just needed to put himself above his people. But instead, he chose his people over himself. Sometimes people make critical choices that lead to dead ends. Whether those choices are correct or not, they can't be undone. The only question is whether they will regret those decisions. The Grand Emperor laughed. It had been a long time since he laughed. I don't regret any of it, he thought in his heart. He had lived among humankind, defending them and slaughtering gods. That was a much better life than running away to beyond the heavens to flounder on death's door. With such thoughts in his mind, the Grand Emperor looked at the imperial capital, the region, and all human lands. In the end, he focused on two people. One was Xu Qing, whom he had chosen to bear his sword going forward. He had no intention of trying to force Xu Qing to do anything. However he planned to continue onward, he would be free to do so. The sword could slaughter and kill whoever he wanted it to. The kid has so much karma attached to him. His past and future alike will probably leave him more exhausted than I am. The second person was the Empress. As a young woman, she wept while being devoured by dark war. She had also paid an enormous price for the sake of humankind, and it had struck the Grand Emperor to the core. It made him think of his own daughter, who had been devoured by a god. Thus, he had saved her. Not all rulers of humankind are such good people, but at least, upon my departure, she is good. Anticipation could be seen in the Grand Emperor's eyes as he looked at the Empress wreathed in godfare. He wanted to see what explosive result would occur when a peak imperial sovereign used destiny aura to convert from the Tao of cultivators to the Tao of gods. Would she reach the peak of flawless god, or would she take a step into the altar god level? The ancestral edicts from the Holy Lands prohibited humans from becoming gods. He had respected those edicts. That was why he had never attempted godly ascension for himself. But what would his people do after he left? When he was no longer around, who would continue to safeguard humankind? The Grand Emperor didn't want to consider such questions anymore. He wanted his last moments to be spent in one final act of protection for his people. Therefore, he would try to catch one more fish. An instant later, as his soul shadow faded, the Empress' expression flickered, and Xu Qing's eyes opened. A figure appeared behind the Grand Emperor. moving in a blur to launch a devastating blow. "I'll send you on your final journey, Swordsage." It was none other than Yu Liuchen. He had not truly departed, but had instead been hiding in the hopes of finding an opportunity. And when he found it, he took advantage of it. As the faces of all onlookers flickered dramatically, Yu Liuchen's hand descended. The Grand Emperor's facial expression didn't change, though. He simply threw his hand behind himself. As he did, boundless power swelled up within him, and the vortexes of stars up in the dome of heaven went wild. Deafening, rumbling sounds echoed out. Apparently, everything from before was a sham, and the Grand Emperor had been waiting for this moment to snag a fresh fish. An even more shocking tempest erupted, creating a mountain-toppling, sea-draining force that bore down on Yu Liuchen. Yu Liuchen shivered as a massive amount of golden blood sprayed out of Hai's mouth. The sword embedded into Hai's chest erupted with unfathomable sword energy, which swept through Yu Liuchen, annihilating the flesh and blood that it touched. Yu Liuchen screamed in agony. "You still have one move left. You people, what are you doing? Why aren't you interfering?" Hai's voice caused heaven to crack and crumble, and then he launched himself once more at Grand Emperor Swordsage. At almost the exact same instant that Yu Liuchen's words echoed out, a great wind sprang up in the sky again. It was icy cold, and wherever it passed, everything turned white and filled with snow. Clouds, mountains, rivers, living beings. Even natural and magical laws were frozen by the wind, and that was because this was a flawless wind created by a god. It came from the godly authority of one of the flawless gods from the Northfate Kings. A god approached within the wind. It wasn't possible to see this god clearly, as if the god did not have a set shape. Within that wind, he took the form of a huge hand that shot right toward the Grand Emperor. From a distance, it was possible to see Yu Liuchen coming at the Grand Emperor from one side and the god of frigid wind from the other. Both terrifying gods stretched their hands out. Then the air shattered as 8 additional gods pierced through the air. They had also been hiding this entire time, waiting to make their move. Their goal was to acquire the life essence light from the last quasi-immortal to exist in revered ancient. The humans present saw what was happening. The Empress shivered. She wanted to do something, but wasn't even able to move. In this final moment of the creation of Godfare, she was at her weakest. There wasn't anyone else who qualified to fly up and join in the fighting. Xu Qing's eyes were bloodshot. After awakening, he could sense that there was something different about himself, both his body and his soul. The sense of completeness he had experienced when striking the drum had once again appeared, and this time it was stronger than before. The Grand Emperor had meticulously healed him of all wounds, be they internal or external, be they visible or invisible. He was now thoroughly complete. Not just that, but the Grand Emperor had removed all final traces of himself from the Emperor's sword. The sword was also complete now, without any potential calamities lurking within. It was all Xu Qing. In addition to that, there was a legacy in his mind. Swordsage style. That was the name of the legacy. It was the Grand Emperor's final and most precious skill. It was his mantle. It was the very same move he had used to deal with the heavenly saber earlier. It was a kindness so profound that Xu Qing knew he would never be able to repay it. And sadly, he simply wasn't strong enough to help the Grand Emperor in this moment. But that didn't matter. Even if he didn't qualify, he could still bear his sword. However, that was when a placid voice drifted down from above. "Calm down," said Grand Emperor Swordsage. The tranquility in his voice spread among the humans, and it had the same effect as the countless years he had spent safeguarding them. They became calm. The Empress and Xu Qing alike suddenly felt at ease. Grand Emperor Swordsage didn't look surprised at all. It was almost as if being attacked by a group of so many gods was inconsequential. He stretched his right hand toward Yu Liuchen and began closing his fingers. That grasp caused Yu Liuchen to shiver from head to toe. Then the illusory sword in Hai's chest emitted a shocking thrum as it burst out of him. It was the first time in tens of thousands of years that the sword had come out of Yu Liuchen's chest. Glittering with dazzling sword light, and pulsing with astounding sword energy, it returned to the Grand Emperor's hand. Then the Grand Emperor slashed the sword at the freezing hand. Sword light filled heaven and earth. The hand wasn't remotely strong enough to offer a defense. It was severed. Unending amounts of god blood showered down as the freezing wind shattered. The god from the North Fate Kings turned and fled without any hesitation. The attack continued, causing every single one of the gods who had sprung out of hiding to tumble backward, with blood spraying out of their mouths. Unexpectedly, the Grand Emperor actually had an additional sword move left. He had left a sword in Xu Liuchun's chest tens of thousands of years ago, and today he took it back. Everyone was stunned. The gods retreated. Xu Liuchun fell back at top speed. However, Hai's eyes were shining, and Hai's previous shock and terror were gone. He looked unprecedentedly calm. Years ago, you held back from killing me. Now we're even. He had come to see the Grand Emperor on his way, and also to give him back his sword. Now, the wound that had prevented Hai's recovery for so many years was gone. He turned in place, Hai's red robes swishing as he strode off into the distance. The karma is severed now, Swordsage, and now, farewell for all eternity. 961. The setting sun illuminates the hearts of humankind. The setting sun shines upon all revered ancient. Xu Liuchun, said a cold voice. It was solemn and filled with killing intent, and it came from the god of the North Fate Kings. But that was it. Without the sword stuck in Hai's chest, Xu Liuchun's cultivation base now had nothing emptying it. And countless years in the past, he had reached altar god. Although a species as powerful as the North Fate Kings wouldn't necessarily fear an altar god, they wouldn't want to offend one unless there were absolutely no other options. That was especially true of an altar god who hadn't yet decided which species in revered ancient to accept faith from. Therefore, all Tempest could do was accept what had just happened. That was very thought-provoking to all the other parties involved. The Grand Emperor hovered in midair, holding the sword projection as he looked around. Wherever he looked, the air vibrated, and the gods retreated, not daring to face him. The powerful streams of divine will from various species backed away. Everyone thought that Grand Emperor Swordsage was on his last legs, but what had just played out turned that around. And now, no one wanted to risk their life to get more information. After all, no one had any idea if Grand Emperor Swordsage currently had another trump card, or if he was still on a fishing expedition. Time ticked by. After a few dozen breaths of time passed, the Empress Godfire was raging. Heaven and earth were now golden as boundless Godfire pulsed with majestic force. As of this moment, she was only about 10 breaths of time away from total success. All eyes were focused on her. Grand Emperor Swordsage looked at the Empress and smiled, and yet, deep within that smile there was exhaustion. As of this moment, he really was on his last legs. Although he wished the sword in his hand would continue to shine brightly, the weakness hidden within him was spreading. Before long, he wouldn't even be able to hold the sword in his hand. His soul's shadow was now starting to fade away. Yet he held strong, ensuring that to any observer, he looked as powerful as ever. He would hold on until the Empress was finished. After that, in the last moments of his life, he wanted to take a final look at the lands of mortals, at humankind, and at the world of sorrow. In contrast to the Grand Emperor's weakness, the Empress, Godfire, was radiant. The heaven and earth that existed inside the Grand Emperor grew dim. The heaven and earth that existed outside of the Empress was increasingly golden. The aura of a god was becoming more apparent on the Empress. The sound of boundless heavenly thunder echoed out, shattering magical laws and Tao foundations. Her life force was changing. It was a scene to make anyone sigh. One party's longevity was ending. The other's life force was climbing. Just like reincarnation, the Grand Emperor thought. Unbounded exhaustion and weakness swept through him like a tide, inundating him, causing his eyes, which had been bright and shining throughout his life, to cloud over. A heart full of wisdom was crumbling into dust. Things blurred. At some point, the cloudiness turned red, and the dust somehow turned into paper. The red and the paper mixed, turning into 5 red paper people. They seemed to be laughing and crying at the same time. 4 of them appeared around Grand Emperor Swordsage soul. One of them appeared within it. Then a peal of thunder rang out, along with a cry of grief. Then the expressions on the 5 paper people turned into that of pure greed. They pounced. The paper person inside of the Grand Emperor's soul body melted, turning into pure red that spread out to fill his soul and merge with the 4 paper people on the outside. All of this happened very suddenly, and the timing was very precise. The 5 paper people had been hiding within time itself like vipers. Like expert hunters with extreme patience, they waited until the Empress was just about to succeed, which was the same moment that Grand Emperor Swordsage was at his absolute weakest and couldn't hold on much longer. Then they bared their teeth. Then they launched a deadly attack. The paper people descended on the Grand Emperor's soul shadow. They fused into it. Intense rumbling sounds echoed out as the Grand Emperor's aura was erased. The sword within Xu Qing let loose an extreme cry of grief. Up in midair was a single paper person that now had Grand Emperor's soul shadow inside of it. It cackled. I finally got the light of a perished quasi-immortal. As of this moment, all powerful experts were shaken to the core. As of this instant, all gods were stricken in their god souls. As of this second, all living beings in revered ancient were astonished. Intense rumbling sounds echoed out. The lands quaked and the destiny aura of humankind cried out in anguish. Humans, be they government officials or commoners, all gnashed their teeth in fury. Heaven was collapsing. The Grand Emperor was perishing. Grand Emperor. Numerous figures instinctively shot up into the sky, howling in grief and rage. Humans, no matter how weak or strong they were hardly able to watch what was happening. Intense anger and shocking madness caused the blood of all humans to boil. Xu Qing's eyes were crimson as he stood there quietly. That was just his personality. The stronger his killing intent, the less he spoke. And then he burst into motion, the Emperor's sword thrumming, bright light shining off him. Up in the dome of heaven, the cackling red paper person licked his lips and then turned in the direction of the raging godfair. He shivered as if he were planning to make a move on the Empress. Cackling again, he prepared to make a move. He wasn't content to just get the light of a perished quasi-immortal. But then Hai's smile faltered, and an agonized shriek rang out from him. An instant later, he burst into flames. It was fire that seemed immeasurably powerful. It was Dao fire, and it was formed from the last bit of Grand Emperor Swordsage's will and determination. And it was ignited by the rage and the blood of humankind. Even now, you still have a trick left, Swordsage. You used your death, your Dao, and your will to ignite the fire of humankind. How ruthless you are. The paper person howled in grief as he began crumbling into ashes. He was no longer capable of carrying out Hai's conspiracy. The only thing left to do was take what was left of the light of a perished quasi-immortal and use it to pierce through the air and flee. It was true that he had acquired the Grand Emperor's light. Of all the plotting gods, only he had succeeded in that. But the Dao fire of will and determination was a variable that he didn't account for. The price to pay for that mistake was immeasurably large. After all, the fire wasn't just burning him. It was also following Hai's karma toward his true form, which was in hiding. Hai's howl of agony echoed out far and wide. The rage of humankind still burned, and humanity's grief continued to spread in heaven and earth. The Empress Godfire combined with the fire of humankind, which contained the rage of countless humans. Because of that, the Empress, godly will thrummed with intense human nature. As it filled her mind, it surpassed her godly nature. The dome of heaven transformed into an enormous sea of flames, visible from everywhere in revered ancient. On planet Ancient Emperor, the past emperors all stood. An intense godly aura pulsed off all of them. They had become gods. Going forward, they would be mindless and thus guided by the destiny aura of humankind. They were zombie gods. The will of humankind was their will. They would follow the same path that the species followed. Up in the air, the Empress aura surged with unprecedented momentum. becoming a will that could surpass many heavens, and radiated brightly in all directions. The sky dimmed as if to acknowledge allegiance. The lands quaked as if to kowtow in worship. Humans in all territories felt the resonance. Citizens scattered in other regions could sense their blood stirring. That was because the rage of humankind and the peak level of human nature had fully awakened in her. She was a human god. Thanks to the magnificent ceremony, as well as the assistance of the god domain talisman, plus the blessing of Grand Emperor Swordsage and the rage of humankind, she surpassed the flawless level. She was an altar god. Altar gods were more scintillating than any heavenly body. Their momentum could shake the highest heavens, and their majesty made them revered by all living beings. Their eyes were so profound that they could devour any living thing. When their long hair flowed, every strand pulsed with the most shocking godly aura possible. Even just one such strand that landed on the ground would cause heaven and earth to quake. The surrounding air seemed to fill with unusual pressure that weighed down on the chests of every living being. Cultivators and gods alike suddenly felt stifling pressure. All of them bowed their heads. The only one who didn't was the Grand Emperor. As he hovered there casting out boundless light, the fire didn't dissipate. Instead, it raged with more intensity, surrounding her with the fire of a god altar. It converged the rage of humankind, burning the dome of heaven, incinerating time, and raging in all directions. Then it turned into words that shook the cosmos. Master Righteous Veil, wherever space reaches and wherever time passes, the person to annihilate you in soul and body will be one of my people. That is my altar god oath. 1. The words became a sealing mark that descended into revered ancient to join the natural and magical laws. All humans heard the words, and they were branded in their souls and blood, to be passed on from generation to generation. Killing intent surged in Xu Qing's eyes. At the same time, grief filled his heart as he slowly turned to look in the direction of Grand Emperor Swordsage's statue. In the light of the fire, the Grand Emperor statue still stood tall and majestic. It was as if a message were being sent to later generations, that he had used the last breath in his life to fulfill his desires, to fulfill his wishes, to help the Empress succeed. And in the very last moment, he pulled in the flame of humankind. He had done everything he could, and he had no regrets. Xu Qing lowered his head, clasped hands, and bowed very deeply to the statue. All human beings, filled with sadness, also bowed. Grief filled the lands. Grand Emperor Swordsage had spent the first half of his life dominating the lands near and far. He followed dark serenity on the campaign trail, serving humankind. He had established the Swordsage division and had composed the Swordsage's creed. Sever vile destiny from the commoners, spread light through heaven and earth. Bring about a golden age of peace. The sword means life. We protect all living beings. 2. The second half of his life was spent carrying out that creed. On this day, the very last scrap of his aura was extinguished. Sadly, though he wished to catch a glimpse of the final hope of humankind, he would never be able to do so. Far off in the distance, a sun was rising over the horizon. The long night had passed. The sun had set the previous day, but now it was coming up again. It was like the line of poetry which read, "The setting sun illuminates the hearts of humankind. The setting sun shines upon all revered ancient." 3. The sun set, the sun rose. One Master Righteous Veil was previously mentioned in chapter 927. I originally rendered it as Master Deluo, but after consulting with the author, I settled on Righteous Veil. For more details about that, check chapter 927. 2. The Swordsage mission statement was previously mentioned in chapter 370. 3. This line of poetry was invented by the author. Chapter 962, Empress Executes Gods, Part 1. Sunset and sunrise are separated by the night, but they can still be considered to alternate between each other. Xu Qing looked at the statue of the Grand Emperor and then at the Empress up in the air. Countless thoughts ran through his head, and he felt like enlightenment was brewing within him. There was a tug on his mind, and among the more than 100 faint lineaments in his void soil, there were a handful that were clearly fluctuating. At that moment, the sun was rising. Multicolored dawn light spilled out, driving away all of the darkness and gloom. Ultimately, Xu Qing's gaze focused on the Empress, and the dazzling light that surrounded her like a seven-colored garment. The light seemed to connect all living beings and make them part of revered ancient. 5 godly auras pulsed from the vortexes on planet Ancient Emperor. East Glory, Mirror Cloud, Sage Heaven, Tao Life, Dark War. The 5 emperors were under the control of Destiny Aura. They wore imperial robes and crowns and glittered with different types of godly authority as they floated up from the vortexes. They arrayed themselves behind the Empress. Their majesty towered into the heavens. Wild colors flashed, winds screamed, and the terrain in human lands trembled. All humans felt their blood surging. All of it converged into a will that rose high into the sky. It was as if notice was being given to everyone everywhere in revered ancient that humans had gods now, and humankind was going to rise to prominence. All human heavenly kings prostrated. The heavenly marquises joined them, so did all the government officials. The 5 greater celestial divisions, the 5 lesser celestial divisions, cultivators, commoners, countless human sects, all of the human armed forces in the imperial region, all of them bowed to the Empress and the emperors. Empress. The voices of countless humans drifted out. The dome of heaven shook and destiny aura swept back and forth everywhere. They were giving voice to the will of humankind. As that voice spread out and the light shone, forces throughout revered ancient were shaken. And that was true of the gods of many species. Especially when the Empress looked up, sending altar god pressure and energy into the world. Today, imperial blood was spilled, but not enough god blood flowed. As those 2 sentences were spoken, killing intent surged into the heavens. Frigid coldness upended the cosmos. Each word cracked like thunder and shook the canopy of heaven. All of a sudden, the various gods that had come to interfere with the proceedings, whether they were hidden or not, were rattled deeply. Without any hesitation, they turned to flee. Blaze flame from the Redland noble plexuses, Night corpse from the Netherworld chasm corpses, Tempest from the North Fate kings, all 3 shivered. The fire was sent spinning off to the side, the corpses tumbled backward, and the tempest dissipated. It was even more dramatic with the gods in hiding. Some of them still harbored malicious intentions and weren't completely certain of the Empress, battle prowess, and godly authority. But as the peak state of humankind's will raged, they didn't dare to cause trouble. Unfortunately for them, humankind was different than it had been in the past. Although Grand Emperor Swordsage had perished, there was now a new Grand Emperor. And that meant that these gods couldn't just come and go as they pleased. It was just as the Empress had said. Not enough god blood had flowed. The Empress lifted her hand. Altar god power surged. She reached out and closed her hand into a fist. The dome of heaven sank down. It was almost as if heaven had become a curtain, and the Empress had grabbed it and pulled it to the side. Infinite starlight poured down from beyond the heavens, gathering above human lands to form the hand of a god. It could crush anything, even space and time. Revered ancient trembled. The dome of heaven crumbled, and the entities hidden in cracks in space and time unleashed intense fluctuations, tapping into godly authority and power. They joined forces. But joining forces wasn't enough for them to be able to stand up to the power of an altar god. Screams of agony rang out as massive amounts of god blood rained down into the world of mortals. There was one specific god that the Empress, Hand of Starlight, grabbed and pulled out into the open. The form of the god was a huge eye with 3 pupils that was completely golden. Xu Qing had never seen any god eye like this before. There were ancient symbols flickering within the eye, and it pulsed with an aura of intense heat. It was clearly a god that came from lands of burning fire. After it was dragged into the open by the Hand of Starlight, it struggled to break free. Frantic chanting rang out as it tried to manipulate the cosmos. It didn't qualify. The Hand of Starlight closed, and a heaven-rending, earth-crushing sound rang out as the eye exploded. The god power was crushed. The god soul was extinguished. The god body was wiped out of existence. Rumble. A god had perished. As the deafening sound rippled out, endless amounts of god blood poured down. It was purified and without mutagen, and thus it became nutrients for humankind. It filled the imperial capital. The world trembled. "That's not enough," the Empress said calmly. She looked to the south, to where blaze flame from the Redland noble plexuses was fleeing. "Your godly authority relates to fire. Why not take a look at my fire?" The Empress Godfire raged, causing the tilting canopy of heaven to become a world of flames that shot in the direction of her gaze. Where it went, heavenly fire burned. Off in the distance, the Empress Godfire surrounded Blaze Flame. He struggled weakly, but that struggling was like the actions of a child. It was completely and utterly useless. Hai's godly authority was related to flame, but today that authority was not Hai's to command. God blood rained down on the lands to the south. A scream of immeasurable agony erupted from Hai's mouth, echoing through the world. All who heard it were deeply shaken. The Empress' face was completely expressionless. She had only looked at Blaze Flame for a brief moment. Now she turned her gaze to the west. That was the direction in which Night Corpse from the Netherworld Chasm Corpses had fled. Your godly authority relates to corpses. You command life and death. In that case, let me show you how I command life and death. The moment the words left her mouth, the western horizon distorted, revealing a once invisible figure that had been fleeing into the night. It was as if a veil had been torn away. From a distance, it looked like a black spot in the light of day. Within that spot were countless corpses, clumped together into a sphere. At the moment, all of the corpses had the same expression on their faces. They looked shocked. Then something very Gruish happened. All of the corpses' faces blurred as they transformed into expressionless versions of the Empress' face. Then they opened their mouths and spoke the same words the Empress had just spoken. The sound of their words combined, creating a godly voice that crushed the authority of life and death. That authority couldn't reverse anything now. An agonized shriek rang out from the depths of the corpses. God blood rained down in the west. The Empress' gaze shifted to the north. "And then there's you. My lands don't need a north wind." The moment the words were spoken, a great wind rumbled on the northern horizon as a huge storm was revealed. Within that storm was Tempest, the god of the North Fate kings, whose servant had already perished. He was now alone. In response to the Empress' godly voice, he turned with shining eyes. "Empress, the altar god level is not the current peak in revered ancient. You." "Pipe down," the Empress replied coolly. Though she spoke in a cool tone, her voice was unyielding. The moment her words echoed out, the storm surrounding Tempest shattered. It was not permitted in the lands of humankind. No wind from the north could exist. As the north wind collapsed and Tempest was destroyed, endless amounts of god blood rained down on the human lands in the north. A cry of anguish echoed in all directions. The Empress was so mighty that with only a few words, she took the lives of 3 flawless gods, leaving all onlookers shaken in body and soul. This was the power of an altar god. However, the North Fate kings were ranked second among the top species of revered ancient, and no one knew exactly how many gods they worshipped. But there was at least one altar god. Therefore, the sound of wind rose up again. When Sunfire, Starfire, and Moonfire rose to a higher level, I, North Fate, was given leave to depart. As for you, this matter is concluded. It was another north wind, but this was different from Tempest. This time, it was a frigid wind, something that could freeze time and seal gods. He had come before, only to have Hai's arm severed by Grand Emperor Swordsage. Now he was back, and he was also an altar god. From a distance, it was possible to see a snowy storm that formed a huge arm that reached out and grabbed Tempest. Free Omega Abnovel, calm. Simultaneously, a snowy storm sprang into being above the Empress' head. It was so large it spread to cover the entire imperial capital, then the imperial region. It was going to freeze the entire nation and seal all humankind within the storm. Then the zombie emperors surged with godly might as they extended protection in all directions. The Empress stepped forward and rose above the snowstorm. "You're the one I've been waiting for." Chapter 962, Empress Executes Gods, Part 2. The Empress' eyes shone with ferocity. It was a given that she knew how strong the Northfate kings were, and that provoking them would have repercussions. But humankind had an altar god now, and that meant it wasn't appropriate to conceal one's strength and bide one's time. Patiently hiding would only result in many other groups probing humankind to see how strong they were. And of course, the Northfate kings wouldn't cast aside their malicious intentions because of that. Years ago, Grand Emperor Swordsage had relied on his shocking battle prowess to cow everyone. That was what made it possible for him to keep humankind safe. Even when he was only a clone, he still managed to keep most of the gods away. Right now, strength was the best protection. She wanted to tell the Northfate kings that humankind was like a protruding nail. Northfate might be strong, but striking that nail would still come with a price. She also wanted to reveal how valuable of an ally she could be. She wanted everyone to know that she wasn't just an altar god. She was a very strong altar god. Therefore, as she spoke the words and then stepped out, she closed her eyes. The sky above all regions in revered ancient vibrated. There were many suns in revered ancient, and it was the same with moons. As a result, at any given time, it could be daytime or nighttime in different locations. It just depended on the region. When the Empress took that step, all areas with sunlight in revered ancient were affected. If the broken face opened his eyes at that moment, he would see a patchwork of white and black. And just like a lamp being put out, all of the areas in which daytime existed suddenly went dark. Every single region in revered ancient slipped into nighttime. A god had blown out a lamp, causing all light to temporarily leave revered ancient. That included the territory of humankind. What was once day had now become night. Except in the sky above the imperial capital, the Empress hovered, her eyes closed, and she was now the only source of light in all of revered ancient. This was the godly authority of the Empress, to remove the concept of light and collect it in herself to become the only light in the world. In fact, it was like a dawning sun. When that authority was unleashed, revered ancient would enter a long night. The Empress opened her eyes. Infinite light spread from her eyes. It was the source of all light in revered ancient, like the concept of light for all regions. It was like the dawn breaking the night. Where that light went, heaven and earth became bright. The snowstorm melted. The god Northfate became nothing. That didn't involve perishing, but it was a grievous wound, similar to the injury suffered by Bai Xiaochun years ago. The only thing left behind was a voice that thrummed with fear. "I can't believe your godly authority is that of light." The voice faded away. In the end, that godly authority made it impossible for him to save the god Tempest. Tempest's god blood fell like rain into the world of mortals. That god no longer existed. The world went back to normal. The regions which had lost their concept of light returned to their original state. The sky above human lands was once again filled with the light of day. 2 statues of gods descended from the sky, landing in the south and the west. One was Blazeflame, the other was Night Corpse. The Empress didn't wipe them out of existence, but instead sealed them in the lands of humankind. Enough god blood had been spilled. The godly ascension ceremony was now concluded. All parties present were completely silent. Sunfire, Moonfire, and Starfire looked at the Empress for a moment before slowly leaving. The deal was concluded. They had no reason to stay. FREE letter 1D464EBNOVEL, com. Everything everywhere was quiet. Humankind as a whole should have been excited. But just as the tide ebbs and flows, after the surge of the species humans now felt sorrow because of the departure of the Grand Emperor. Xu Qing sighed softly as he looked around. Perhaps even heaven and earth were affected. Xu Qing felt like he could just barely hear the heaven of revered ancient singing a dirge. A cold wind blew over human lands, and it contained a sobbing sound, a coldness that could pierce down to the bones. It grew more intense until fluctuations filled the sky. An endless wind filled the sky, and it seemed full of the howl of ghosts and ghouls. It was endlessly ravenous, as if it came directly from the netherworld. In the imperial capital, in a certain courtyard, the current palace lord of the summer immortal palace looked up at the heavenly wind. "An inauspicious omen," she said in a hoarse voice that sounded almost like a sigh. "A wind from the 9 serenities." Someone had opened the netherworld. The wind from the 9 serenities blew stronger and stronger across, revered ancient. The wind hastened across the imperial capital of humankind. It passed the multiple regions belonging to the fire moons. It swept across empty wastelands, and eventually it gathered in the Heaveneater region. In the Heaveneater's imperial capital, there was a mirror image of the godly ascension ceremony carried out by the Empress. There, the wind from the 9 serenities turned into a massive vortex. In all directions, reflected images of the godly ascension ceremony shimmered. In this location, 5 past Heaveneater emperors raged with godfire. However, they were not in the process of godly ascension. Instead, their fleshly bodies were burning. And that made the wind grow stronger. It turned into a 9 serenities vortex, rumbling loudly as it spread out to cover the imperial capital, everything around it, and eventually the entire Heaveneater region. The wind didn't whimper. Instead, it cheered and chanted in anticipation. Return. In the vicinity of the ceremony were innumerable torchlight agents and countless cultivators in black robes. All looked up and shouted the same thing. Return. The sound grew louder and more majestic, affecting all heaven and earth, kicking up huge winds. Then, the 9 serenities vortex rumbled up toward the dome of heaven. Taking it in as a whole, the Heaveneater region was awash with rivers of blood and full of mountains of flesh. There were too many corpses to count, and they were arrayed as if for a feast. It was horrendous and appalling. It almost seemed as if the Heaveneater's imperial capital was the location of a ceremony of an even larger scale than that in human lands. This was definitely a ceremony that could shake heaven and shatter the earth. And that was exactly what the Crown Prince of Violet and Xian was aiming for. He wanted to restore the sovereign kingdom of Violet and Xian. He wanted to take his old kingdom and bring it back from ancient times and into the modern era. He wanted his personal nation to once again be a part of revered ancient. He wanted to restore his country. Years ago, Bai Xiaochun had been working toward the same dream. Sadly for him, he had failed. As for the Crown Prince, he desired to bring back the sovereign kingdom of Violet and Xian in full. It was a task of monumental difficulty, and thus he needed a massive ceremony. He had to organize, actuate, and participate in an unprecedented ceremony of godly ascension. He needed to take a portion of time and prepare it as a sacrifice to offer to living God eminent desolation. And in selecting a location in which to restore his kingdom, he needed to perfectly duplicate the ceremony, in something akin to substituting one life for another. Have someone else suffer the tribulation, with the result of both parties succeeding. The more majestic, radiant, and unprecedented the ceremony, the more likely he would succeed in restoring his kingdom. Therefore, he chose the godly ascension ceremony of the human empress. Humankind originally didn't want their emperor to become a god. So, in that sense, the ceremony was unprecedented. For an imperial sovereign to cast aside the path of the cultivator to become a god was something that had never happened in all the countless years that had passed. And thus, it was monumentally difficult. As of now, the Empress had succeeded. Therefore, he would succeed. He didn't actually need to personally be there. Everything was playing perfectly according to his plan. The broken face was delighted. Deafening rumbling sounds filled the dome of heaven over the lands of the Heaveneaters. Cracking sounds rang out as the vortex overhead spread, and the door to the netherworld was cracked open. Return. Return. Countless torchlight agents, black-robed cultivators, and experimental god bodies howled the same thing. Their voices called out to the souls of the deceased. With a nationwide ceremony backing it, that sound stretched into the netherworld. It dragged the sovereign kingdom of Violet and Xian to the forefront of the netherworld, from a section in time before it had been destroyed, and was complete. Then it descended into the Heaveneater region. The intense sound shattered the sky and crushed the land. An illusory kingdom appeared from within the netherworld. It came out of the shattered cosmos down into revered ancient. This was the very same sovereign kingdom of Violet and Xian that, years ago, had shaken all species in revered ancient. Shrieks and howls full of defiance and madness echoed out from the illusory kingdom. Countless souls of the deceased cried out from the sovereign kingdom of Violet and Xian that had long since been buried in time. They included citizens, soldiers, and government officials. There seemed no end to the sea of souls that swept out over the Heaveneater region. They swept toward the rivers of blood and mountains of flesh and began to devour all of it. It was all nutrients for them. All of the flesh and blood of an entire region had been prepared for the people of the sovereign kingdom of Violet and Xian to use as new bodies. One after another, new bodies formed and new auras erupted out. Eyes opened, and they were full of piety. As for their hearts, they were full of hatred toward heaven, earth, and all species. They had returned. The sovereign kingdom of Violet and Xian had been restored. A magnificent imperial capital descended upon the Heaveneater imperial capital, replacing it. It was now an enormous, violet city. Similar cities appeared in other locations in the Heaveneater region. In total, there were 99 of them. Inside the imperial capital, there was an imperial palace of Violet and Xian. There, flesh and blood bodies appeared, and they all looked into the depths of the palace where the imperial throne was. They kowtowed. It wasn't just them. As of that moment, all of the awakened citizens of Violet and Xian turned in the same direction and fervently kowtowed. They were waiting for their unparalleled crown prince to return and sit on the imperial throne. When he did, he would ascend the throne and become the emperor of Violet and Xian. Years ago, when the crown prince fought his last battle, he made a promise to the entire sovereign kingdom of Violet and Xian. When I return, I will ascend the throne as emperor. As of this moment, the emperor for whom they awaited, the crown prince of Violet and Xian, who had already achieved most of his larger goal, was walking toward the imperial capital of humankind. Every step he took caused the ground to moan and the sky to ripple. His expression was warm, and he was even smiling. Chapter 963, Zai Qing and Xu Qing, Part 1. In the imperial capital in Ningyan's mansion, there was a courtyard set aside specially for Plumdark. Plumdark was struggling. She sat cross-legged in the middle of a host of complicated sealing marks that floated around her. They formed a sealing barrier that bound her in place. The sealing marks were made of soul threads that had erupted the moment the ancestral sacrifices began, thus preventing Plumdark from leaving. Not very far away in another residence, Erniu sat cross-legged, also struggling. In fact, blue veins bulged out on his forehead, and his eyes were bloodshot. He was surrounded by similar sealing marks. However, these weren't soul threads. Instead, they had been set up by Master Seventh. "Old man," he roared, struggling with all his might. "You damn geezer! I can't believe you plotted against me like this. You sealed me here. Fool, I refuse to be your apprentice." Outside, the 9 Serenities wind blew through the imperial capital. The sky seemed murky above. The door of the netherworld was opening, and it couldn't be hidden. As it was revealed to revered ancient, everyone who had been paying attention to the Empress' godly ascension ceremony noticed it. After all, this involved an ancient kingdom being restored, and the ceremony itself was extremely gruish. However, it was different from when the Empress became a god. No species and no god attempted to stop what happened in the Heaveneater region. They ignored it. It was almost as if it were some sort of taboo. The reason was that it was a sacrifice to a living god, and eminent desolation was pleased. In the imperial capital of humankind, the Empress looked up, and a complicated expression flashed across her face briefly. An instant later, she was calm. The deal she had made with that certain person was now concluded. Both parties had achieved the desired result. In the future, the interests of the species would be the most important. Humankind had broken ties with the Holy Lands. The Grand Emperor had perished. Going forward, humans in revered ancient would not have the same stability as before. Whether or not humankind would rise to prominence would depend solely on the actions of the Empress. Just as she had said before, she would shoulder the responsibility of all karma. Calm at heart, the Empress looked out at humankind. The excitement of the commoners in the imperial capital was palpable, and the government officials were clearly feeling similarly. The imperial children looked nervous. The Empress finally looked at Xu Qing. That person's younger brother in this life is the one the Grand Emperor chose to bear his sword. Her gaze took in Xu Qing, who stood on the war drum of humankind, his face bereft of any injuries or wounds. Xu Qing sensed her gaze. He bowed. The Empress nodded her head slightly, then looked at the rising sun and spoke in a voice that echoed through heaven and earth. A decree is hereby issued in the east of revered ancient, to all regions. The sun is rising. Let all of my people in all of the regions prepare for resettlement. No humans in any outside region are to be killed. King Firecrusher, King Northriver, King Cloudtide, you will lead 17 heavenly kings and 17 commanders-in-chief to the regions controlled by non-humans in the east of revered ancient. Find all of my people and bring them home. Heart swelled in response to the words. From the time of Eastglory and on, there were too many scattered citizens in foreign lands to count. It wasn't that other emperors hadn't desired to gather them together. They just lacked the power. But on this day, the Empress issued a decree as an altar god. In the east of revered ancient, her voice was like a natural law. King Firecrusher and the other heavenly kings instantly flew into action. Bowing to the Empress, they voiced their assent. Continuing, she said, all other government ministers, imperial princes, and other related personnel. In 7 days in the Grand Hall of the Imperial Palace, a new imperial name will be selected, and a new dynasty will be announced. In response to the Empress' words, the officials all bowed. The ancestral sacrifices are hereby concluded. Everyone is dismissed. 11th, you come with me. Planet Ancient Emperor sank back down into its original position. The canopy of heaven went back to normal. The destiny aura of humankind was no longer active. The cultivators on the planet were teleported away and appeared in the air outside. The grand ceremony was officially over. The officials could see that the Empress wanted to talk to her son and didn't wish to be disturbed. After bowing, they took their leave, their minds full of thoughts about the ancestral sacrifices. 11th Prince's heart raced with nervousness. He felt like a child who had misbehaved as he walked over to the Empress, his head hanging. When he reached her, he opened his mouth to speak, except he wasn't sure what to say. However, the Empress wasn't even looking at 11th Prince. She looked into the sky. There, the war drum of humankind had disappeared, and now that the officials were all gone, Xu Qing was visible. King Skycrusher, the Empress said calmly. As Xu Qing floated in the air, he bowed to the Empress. I'm waiting for someone, Your Majesty. He should arrive soon. Freeweb novel, C.O.M. Hook. The Empress looked at him deeply for a long moment. Without saying another thing, she turned and went back in the direction of the imperial palace. 11th Prince took a deep breath and nervously followed her. Heaven and earth were silent. Compared to the dramatic events of earlier, this silence seemed deathly and stifling. Within that pressure, Xu Qing hovered alone in the air. No one appeared anywhere nearby. He just patiently looked at the horizon. Truth be told, he was being very patient. He had been waiting a long time for this day, and he was confident that the person he was waiting for would come. That was his premonition. To be precise, the year he arrived in the imperial capital and first caught sight of the person acting as the imperial preceptor, he knew that this day wasn't far off. Time passed. The sun continued to rise until it sent light and heat out over the lands. Eventually, it was noon. Intense sunlight wiped all darkness away from the lands and cleansed everything. It was so bright that it almost seemed impossible to look at the sky. Xu Qing had seen many days like this. There was one in particular that was branded into his soul. It was something he would never forget for his entire life. It was the last noon he experienced in Peerless City. The sunlight that day had been very bright and strong until a figure appeared. And then blood started to rain down in Peerless City. On this day, that same figure appeared to Xu Qing at noon in the sun. The color violet invaded the light, cutting off the heat and descending from above. Step by step, he entered the world of mortals. Ultimately, he superseded the light in heaven. He replaced the sky. He became the only thing Xu Qing saw, filling his field of vision. It was Bai Xiaochun, the crown prince of Violet and Xian, 1. He had beautiful facial features, a warm smile, peaceful eyes, and a soft gait. Hovering in midair, he looked in the direction of the imperial palace and said, "Congratulations, Your Majesty. You successfully became an altar god." A calm voice responded from the imperial palace. "You should be in your own region, not here with my people." Hearing that, Bai Xiaochun smiled faintly and nodded. "You're correct, Empress. As soon as I get the doll, I'll leave." With that, Bai Xiaochun turned to look at Xu Qing. His gaze was as gentle as ever, just like back in Peerless City. "Have you been waiting for me this whole time, lil bro?" Xu Qing nodded, his expression unchanging. "It seems you've really grown up. In that case, let's go. I'm going to take you home." Bai Xiaochun smiled and reached out with his right hand gently to grab Xu Qing. His act of reaching out caused the dome of heaven to spin. The lands trembled. A terrifying force descended on the world, cutting off time and severing the surroundings from the fate of revered ancient. Everything around Xu Qing became an instance of space-time separate from revered ancient. It was something that couldn't be prevented or avoided. That hand was like fate itself. In fact, it was hard to say if it was a misconception or not, but within the palm prints on the hand, Xu Qing saw Peerless City, the blood rain and himself, clutching a doll and crying. But then a cold snort echoed out from the imperial palace. There were also 5 godly auras that erupted from the destiny aura of humankind. They locked onto Bai Xiaochun. In an instant, the spinning of the world ceased, and the rumbling went away. Bai Xiaochun's hand stopped in place, and he looked at the imperial palace. "Your Majesty, this is a family matter between me and my lil bro." "Xu Qing is one of my officials," the Empress replied in a calm but firm tone. "He's King Skycrusher of humankind and is the tutor of the imperial princes." "Oh," it sounded as though Bai Xiaochun had just heard something very amusing. His smile widened, and something scintillating appeared in his gaze in addition to the warmth. It was something extremely ancient. His voice changed in a similar way. "From the look of it, my lil bro doesn't want you interfering, Your Majesty. But since Your Majesty already spoke up, I suppose we should play a little game of choice. What do you say?" Bai Xiaochun flipped his left hand over to reveal a violet wooden box. "1. In case you missed it, I have a footnote in Chapter 938 explaining Bai Xiaochun's name. Chapter 963, Bai Xiaochun and Xu Qing, Part 2. Bai Xiaochun opened the box with a single finger, and a beam of light shot out from inside. It had no specific color or shape, and in fact, it couldn't be seen. It could only be felt. But as soon as it appeared, ripples flowed out in the dome of heaven. An intense rumbling sound echoed out. The sun and moon went dark. Everyone in the imperial capital, from mortals to cultivators to the government officials, all reacted with shock. That was because that beam of light was the same light that came when the eyes of the broken god face opened. The first time it appeared was years ago in 7 Blood Eyes, when Bai Xiaochun's servant Night Dove opened a similar box. Later, Xu Qing saw it come out of an experimental god body, 1. However, the light that came from the box held by the Crown Prince of Violet and Xian was vastly more intense than what appeared in 7 Blood Eyes. No matter what almighty cultivation base someone had, even if they had divine abilities and Taoist magics that could transform heaven and earth, none of them could prevent themselves from trembling. Even gods were affected. It came down to a pressure by a greater level of life, and it hung over the heads of the countless species on revered ancient, like a death sentence. Levels determined everything. When the wooden box opened, a gaze emerged that was formless and shapeless. It couldn't be perceived with the naked eye. As a result, the clouds seethed as if they were an angry sea. The entire imperial capital blurred, such that nothing was clearly visible. It seemed to be accompanied by a chanting that could shake the soul, which filled heaven and earth, destabilizing all. Everything in heaven and earth blurred and distorted. However, the imperial capital wasn't 7 blood eyes, and the empress was a powerful altar god. Therefore, the imperial capital's grand spell formation activated. The destiny aura of humankind rose into the air, bringing with it the 5 past emperors who were now gods. A heaven-shaking, earth-shattering aura emerged from the imperial palace, becoming a gigantic vortex that sucked away all the light in the area. However, if Xu Qing said he wanted to play a game with the empress, there was no way he would come unprepared. The next instant, another gaze erupted within the imperial region, in a mysterious location that was guarded year-round by a massive military force. It was a location where an ongoing mission was carried out by humans throughout history. For tens of thousands of years, no matter what happened, that location never interfered. Other than the massive military force in that location, there was also a very unique sect. It was one of the top 10 great sects of humankind, yet no disciple from that sect ever appeared publicly. They were on guard duty all the time. That sect carried out its mission in a deep abyss, and it was called the Hidden Earth Society, too. Their mission was to guard the gate in that abyss. They didn't even need to follow imperial orders. That abyss led to Crimson Mother's home, which was also the home of Li Zihua. It was the true revered ancient mainland. It was the battlefield where the summer immortals from deep earth had fought the godfolk from brilliant heaven. The summer immortals won that fight, and then sealed the godfolk from brilliant heaven along with their god emperor there. In addition, they took what had once been the heaven of revered ancient and turned it into the earth. That was what led to the later version of the revered ancient mainland. Beneath revered ancient, and above deep earth, was the location where the brilliant heaven godfolk were sealed. From then on, the heavenly Daos considered that location an abyss. There were 9 doors leading into the abyss, and humankind guarded one of them. Light erupted from one of the abyssal doors, becoming a terrifying might that answered the call of the light in the imperial capital. Intense, rumbling sounds filled the air as 9 cracks appeared on the door to the abyss. Deafening chanting then filled the imperial region, accompanied by howls of defiance. They wanted to come back. They were the true rulers of the revered ancient mainland. They were the brilliant heaven godfolk. Intense fluctuations spread through the imperial region, bringing boundless mutagen from the cracks in the abyssal door. It came from underground. From under the sand, the rivers, and the mountains. It came out of cities, from out of tiles, bricks, food, and inanimate objects. It came out of every living thing as well, creating a dark mist. The mist merged with the cloud cover overhead, changing its color. In the blink of an eye, it turned a ghastly crimson color. Red lightning crackled back and forth, and blood began to rain down. Something unimaginably terrifying and something unstoppable was forming thanks to these 2 beams of light. If it wasn't stopped quickly, and if the abyssal door opened, then humankind and any neighboring regions would descend into pure catastrophe. In an instant, humankind's destiny aura was thrown into chaos. Heaven and earth trembled as thunder boomed. Xu Qing hovered in the air, a warm smile on his face. "Your Majesty, you and those 5 imperial zombie gods have about an incense stick's worth of time to suppress the abyss. I doubt you'll have trouble sealing the cracks. As for me, I'll take advantage of the time you need to deal with the abyss to take my lil bro away. And therefore, ma'am, let the game begin. What is your choice, Your Majesty? Do you choose one person, or do you choose your people?" Xu Qing looked at the imperial palace. The vortex above the imperial palace rumbled as the empress' eyes appeared. 3 breaths of time passed. Then the 5 zombie gods surrounding Xu Qing shot in the direction of the abyss. The vortex above the imperial palace vanished. The empress also went in the direction of the abyss. She chose the people. As a result, the crown prince of Violet and Xian was stirred emotionally for the first time in this life. He laughed. Yet as he laughed, a gleam of reminiscence appeared in his eyes. He was thinking of a time in the past when a person in a similar circumstance also chose the people. He looked at Xu Qing. During this entire time, Xu Qing's expression hadn't changed at all. He just watched calmly. "The Empress abandoned you, lil bro," Bai Qing said. "In fact, it seems everyone you care about has abandoned you. None of them want to choose you. Therefore, why not come home with me?" Bai Qing once again reached out with his hand of fate, and this time there was nothing stopping him from grabbing Xu Qing. The Emperor's sword within Xu Qing thrummed, but he didn't respond to it. He just looked at Bai Qing and calmly said, "My big brother, the crown prince of Violet and Xian, all these years there's been a question I've always wanted to ask you. And that is, what are you afraid of?" When Bai Qing heard Xu Qing's words, his smile didn't falter, and he opened his mouth to say something. But then a sound rang out that shook the dome of heaven. It was a howl that seemed to contain infinite determination and madness sufficient to topple the cosmos, and it came from a certain residence in the imperial capital. "I'm gonna eat you, fool." The ceiling marks surrounding Ernyu shattered by a mad burst of power that erupted from him. However, he still couldn't fly up into the air. The sky suddenly turned blue. Endless ice sealed the heavens and froze the lands. Within that blue sky appeared a host of blue arms, as well as a blue vortex. As it rumbled, auras of reincarnation and death appeared, along with the sound of ceiling marks shattering. There were also the sounds of someone panting for breath. It was as if some terrifying entity were inside of the vortex, struggling to crawl out. Simultaneously, blue snowflakes started floating down. Astonishingly, the blue snowflakes turned into blue worms that filled the world. "Who said Ah Qing has been abandoned? I never abandoned him, fool." As the shout echoed out of the imperial capital, the crown prince of Violet and Xian looked over. For the first time since Xu Qing decided to wait for Bai Qing, his expression changed. Looking over at the blue vortex, he could sense the madness poolsing in his eldest brother and could feel the seals being undone. "Calm down, eldest brother." Things seemed to calm for a brief moment, and then another shout rang out. "Calm, calm. Now's the time to go all out." The vortex erupted with an even more shocking sound, something that could shake heaven and earth. It sounded as if the act of opening those seals was unimaginably difficult. As a result, the deafening sounds from inside the vortex diminished. Ultimately, there was a shuddering bang, followed by a howl of defiance. The vortex faded away. The snowflakes disappeared. The blue color faded from the sky. Shortly after, the maddened aura again rose up within the residence in the capital. It tried to explode out again, but then came some booms and another failure. It happened over and over again. The maddened sounds grew more intense. "Seems your eldest brother is putting on a bit of a show," Bai Qing said with a smile. By this point, his hand of fate had latched on to Xu Qing and pulled him close. "That's fine. I'm not going to hurt him today. That said, I'm very curious about the question you just asked. But what makes me even more curious is that you were waiting for me. So, what were you planning to do?" Xu Qing remained as calm as ever. "Based on your actions earlier, my previous determination was confirmed." Bai Qing looked with warm anticipation at Xu Qing, as he was clearly very interested to hear what was going to come next. "Back in Sealing County," Xu Qing continued quietly, "I kept wondering about the same thing. I wondered what I would have to do to kill you. I didn't know your true level of battle prowess, nor what you were capable of. I thought a lot about the situation, and the only thing I could think to do was get stronger. Yet I never gave up trying to think of a better solution. It was in the Moonlight region that I realized there was a possibility." Xu Qing looked at Bai Qing. "It was in Fire Moon territory that I perfected my idea. Then, last night, I saw you in action, and I saw you unleash your time powers to sever shopkeeper Zhao's time, as well as your own. I also saw you use his providence like a nourishing tonic. That was when I made my mind up." Xu Qing's voice seemed somewhat hoarse, like sand grating against time and drifting into memory. Why did I experience a sense of completeness when striking the drum? Back in Moonlight region, why did I see images from Peerless City that don't exist in my memories? Why do I have memories of a kind version of you all those years ago, but at the same time, memories of a cruel version? In that second version, my body is ripped apart much like that tattered doll you gave me. And why did that second memory not exist in me before? Xu Qing looked directly at Zai Qing. Who took those brutal memories away? Who replaced them with memories of good times? If it was the same person, then why would the person who ripped me apart then put me back together? That kind of behavior is quite a paradox. During the entire time Xu Qing spoke, Zai Qing didn't interrupt. But at this point, he spoke in a warm, kind voice. Is it possible that the person saw you ripped apart and then felt bad? Therefore, he put his lil bro back together and then gave you some warm memories instead. As they hovered in the air, Zai Qing and Xu Qing looked at each other. The wind blew, stirring their hair. The patchwork doll at the door of the Greater Spirit Mansion also stirred in the wind. One night Dove opened the box in chapter 313. Much of the wording above is the same as that chapter. A box and light also showed up in chapter 463 when Xu Qing fought Master Shengyun's father, Chu Tianquan. 2. The Hidden Earth Society was mentioned previously in chapter 749. Chapter 964, Beyond Time. Zai Qing, the crown prince of Violet and Xian, spoke in a soft tone. He wore a violet robe and had long violet hair that swayed gently behind him. His pale, violet eyes were focused on Xu Qing, who was bound tightly in his hand of fate. His facial expression was tender and caring. He looked exactly like the perfect older brother that Xu Qing remembered from Peerless City. Isn't it possible that's what really happened? He said softly. His voice seemed to merge with the wind and dissipated into the ancient past. It was almost like it was supposed to be buried in time, back in Peerless City. I mean no harm, lil bro. This hand of fate is a gift from me to you. It's formed from the last bit of destiny aura from the sovereign kingdom of Violet and Xian. As the words left the crown prince's mouth, the huge hand of fate rumbled and turned into a violet dragon that pulsed with destiny aura. And the reason I came here today is to take you home. I already pulled the sovereign kingdom of Violet and Xian out of the netherworld. It's settled in place in the Heaveneater region, along with countless citizens and government officials. They're waiting for me. Once I'm back, I'll ascend the imperial throne and become the emperor of Violet and Xian. You, as my younger brother in this life, are bound deeply to me by karma. That's why I want to take you back with me. The moment I become the emperor of Violet and Xian, then you can inherit revered ancient's ancient title of Crown Prince of Violet and Xian. That title was once the ultimate expression of glory, and I'm prepared to pass it on to you. Once you take it, I can command the destiny aura of the sovereign kingdom of Violet and Xian, blessing you with it so that you can ignite your godfire. You can then surpass your current cultivation base and become a god. Can you accept that, lil bro? Zai Qing's voice filled heaven and earth like thunder, shaking the surroundings. His words pulsed with a sensation of fate, confirming that what he was saying was true and corroborating the determination in his heart. Everything he had just said was true and real. Heaven and earth had borne witness to that. In fact, as Zai Qing spoke, he reached up and touched his forehead as if to extract something, although nothing appeared. However, when he extracted that invisible thing, he suddenly seemed to have lost something very important. It was his title, his name. He had extracted the name of Crown Prince of Violet and Xian and added it into his words. Now he waited to hear Xu Qing's decision. At the moment, Xu Qing had a violet dragon of destiny aura coiled around him, roaring with heaven-shaking, earth-shattering might. All he had to do was nod his head, and it would merge into him. With its help, he could ignite godfire and become a god. The cultivators, who could see what was happening, were reeling. Down in the residence, Erniu looked stunned. Then he gritted his teeth and shouted, "You can't trust him, Ah Qing, he's lying." Xu Qing looked at Zai Qing in front of him. The crown prince looked back at him with a tender expression. They were the only two people in the air above the imperial palace. The surroundings rippled and distorted. Free Webenville, C.O.M. Hook. The rumbling from the abyssal gate was still audible, and the two beams of light were still sending out powerful mutagen everywhere. However, the rumbling wasn't getting any louder. In fact, it was starting to diminish. Clearly, the Empress and the 5 zombie gods were succeeding. The incense stick's worth of time was almost up. Yet the Crown Prince of Violet and Cyan didn't seem anxious at all, either in his expression or his tone of voice. It was as if this decision of Xu Qing was the most important thing in the world to him. Within time, he had seen countless images, most of which concluded with Xu Qing accepting the name and becoming the new Crown Prince of Violet and Cyan. In a few of them, Xu Qing refused, but those were in the minority. The conclusion was foreordained, and that was him offering the gift and Xu Qing accepting it. Zai Qing's gaze was soft as he looked at Xu Qing. Xu Qing said nothing for a long moment. Truth be told, Zai Qing's offer had caught him by surprise. As he looked him in the eyes, his mind filled with memories of childhood. After that long moment passed, Xu Qing didn't state his choice. "I don't believe you," he said grimly. "In fact, I have a little speculation that I'd like to confirm. Back during that brutal section of time in which I was ripped to shreds, isn't it true that, afterward, something very, very unusual happened? If my speculation is correct, then whatever happened after I was ripped apart, it led to you cutting that section of time away so that it wasn't visible to the world. Then you replaced that bit of time with some nice memories. That way, I wouldn't realize what happened. Afterward, I believed those nice memories to be true." This was an alternate explanation of what happened. And as the words entered Zai Qing's ears, his kind and gentle expression faded away. Xu Qing looked at his older brother and continued, "I'm thinking that you had a very specific reason for giving me that patchwork doll. And as my speculations grew more clear, I realized that, in all likelihood, that doll is actually a key." Normally speaking, Xu Qing didn't talk this much, but today was unique, and so was the person he was talking to. "It's a key to open fate, just like the providence you ripped away from shopkeeper Zhao." Xu Qing took a deep breath and looked at the Crown Prince of Violet and Cyan, who no longer looked kind and gentle, and who was now pulsing with a very unusual aura. "Isn't it true that back when I was ripped to shreds you saw something? Or maybe you needed something, or maybe you feared something. And therefore, you had no choice but to cut away the truth and replace it with something nice. It was like a ceiling, wasn't it? And today you saw an opportunity, which is why you're here. When you offered to let me become the Crown Prince of Violet and Cyan, it just further confirmed my speculation. If I agreed, then going forward, would the soul inside of me be my own, or would it be yours? I'm honestly not sure what your true objective is, but it seems like you're using that name as a Gruish possession technique, and that has led me to a realization. My soul has something you want but can't get, so this is your only option. Am I right, big brother?" Zai Qing's pupils constricted. Wind blew through heaven and earth, stirring both of their hair. As the scintillating sunlight shone down and cast mottled shadows, Xu Qing began to pulse with unstable and terrifying fluctuations. They were destructive fluctuations that influenced fate, causing bright colors to flash in heaven and earth, and stimulating the wind. It was an aura of self-detonation. Xu Qing was unhesitatingly doing something completely and utterly shocking to everyone. He was choosing to self-detonate, thus ripping himself to shreds like what happened all those years ago. That was his answer to the Crown Prince of Violet and Cyan. He wanted to know what was inside his soul. Years ago, Master Shengyun's father Chu Tianquan used to god magic on me. He wanted to erase all the karma in my soul, but in the end, he screamed in shock. What did he see? 1. Although Xu Qing didn't know what Zai Qing's ultimate objective was, given everything that had played out, it seemed obvious that past karma was an element. That said, this information didn't change his existing plan. There was no way that, after laying eyes on Zai Qing in the imperial capital, he would hold back from crafting a plan. That wasn't his personality. Back when he first realized the Crown Prince of Violet and Xian was in the capital, he had secretly communicated with Master Seventh, and the two of them had hatched a plan. And the key to the plan was to surpass Xi Qing's level of control over time. The idea was to do something that Xi Qing wouldn't have any way of seeing within time. Self-detonation was the only thing Xu Qing could think of that would fit the bill. Master Seventh had approved. Xi Qing's face fell. Up to this point, his expression had been warm and gentle, but now he was visibly taken aback. Not only had his pupils constricted, but also his heart was pounding. This decision of Xu Qing was not something he had predicted could happen. This was not something he had seen within time. A great distance away from the imperial capital of humankind, across the Forbidden Sea, was the continent of South Phoenix. The lord of that continent, Flame Phoenix, currently glided through the air, his sky-obscuring, sun-blocking wings stretched wide. Wherever he passed, the clouds churned and intense rumbling sounds filled heaven and earth. Cyclones sprung up beneath him to ravage the lands. The area over which he circled was a ruined city overgrown with vegetation. It was the location where the Crown Prince of Violet and Xian had died years in the past. That location later came to be called Peerless City. At the moment, there were hundreds of thousands of cultivators seated cross-legged there, forming a shocking spell formation. The formation covered a vast area and was made of cultivators in Foundation Establishment, Nascent Soul, and Spirit Trove. There were also some void-returning experts present. If Erniu were there, he would recognize most of them at a glance. The majority were disciples from Seven Blood Eyes, although there were also people from the Violet Lands. Actually, there were representatives from all of the major organizations in South Phoenix. The inner ring of the formation was made of a terrifying collection of flesh that caused heaven and earth to shake and created ripples and distortions in the area. That flesh was clearly extraordinary. In the very middle of the formation was a 30,000-meter tall giant made of mercury. The giant lay prone, and its face was an exact replica of Xu Qing's face. Located on the forehead of the giant was a drop of Xu Qing's blood. Hovering in midair above the giant in a cross-legged posture was Master Seventh. The wind blew, stirring his white hair. He seemed particularly dignified, and his expression was one of unprecedented seriousness. Right at the time that Xu Qing chose to self-detonate, his eyes opened. "Activate the formation," he said. "Stimulate time." The hundreds of thousands of cultivators shouted their acknowledgement. In the dome of heaven, Flame Phoenix spat out dazzling light, and Master Seventh pulsed with a profoundly ancient aura. That ancient, boundless aura seemed like a measuring stick to use on time itself. The Supreme Star Altar adapts unended. Expel the ancient, bind the modern, gods protected, spirits defended. Wisdom, sensibility, rationality, and purity, the heart befriended. 3 spiritual souls eternal, the physical soul distended. My apprentice is stable, reverse the yellow springs, hasten as if by laws amended. Having said that, Master Seventh pushed his left hand down toward the silver giant. At the same time, he put his hand in front of his chest, performed an incantation gesture, and continued speaking. The world is free, filthy energy out of sight. The deceitful darkness sways the distant light. The surrounding gods make me free of fright. Treasures and talismans speak to heaven so bright. In millennia past lived he named Xi Qing. He died on this spot and meditated before death. His last energy is now commanded by the summer. Immortal guides the energy to this spot. Hasten as if by laws amended. Master Seventh's eyes seemed full of anger, and each word he spoke boomed like thunder. As it turned out, he was attempting to extract the Crown Prince of Violet and Xian's last bit of energy that he breathed out in the moment of his death. He would extract it from time and from all things. 1. The incident with Chu Tianquan seeing something inside of Xu Qing was in Chapter 465. Chapter 965, A Fog Inside, a Hidden God of Thunder. The Crown Prince of Violet and Xian represented the ultimate level of glory of all time in revered ancient. It was a spectacular and peerless identity. He was the most prominent human to rise up since the arrival of the broken face of the god. He was conceived at the behest of the destiny aura of humankind. When he was born, a howl of grief echoed out of all the forbidden grounds in revered ancient, and mutated blood flowed from within them. He was sent by this great world of revered ancient to save itself, a convergence of the power of the world. He was sent down with the mission of uniting revered ancient. He basked in the convergence of all the glory in heaven and earth. But ultimately, he and his kingdom perished. The day he died, the mountain ranges in revered ancient all howled in anguish. The rivers flowed backwards as they wept. The heavenly Taos grieved. Just before he died, he breathed out his last bit of energy, which contained the destiny aura of revered ancient, along with all of his glory as well as the providence he had gathered up in his life. As he exhaled that last bit of energy, the providence scattered into heaven and earth. In the end, the crown prince of Violet and Xian was killed in body and soul. When he reappeared, he was no longer the hope of revered ancient. Instead, he came back full of hatred and a desire for vengeance. But on this day, a certain person used himself as a measuring stick on time itself. In the continent of South Phoenix, on the spot where Peerless City stood, which was where the crown prince of Violet and Xian died in battle, by the command of the summer, and guided by an immortal, heaven and earth received commands. Revered ancient received commands. That last bit of revered ancient's destiny aura that the crown prince of Violet and Xian exhaled, which contained his glory and providence, was being extracted from heaven and earth, extracted from time, and extracted from all things. At that moment, hundreds of thousands of Seven Blood Eyes cultivators in the continent of South Phoenix joined their voices. Commanded by the summer, Immortal guides the energy to this spot, hasten as if by laws amended. High in the dome of heaven, Flame Phoenix soared, time in his eyes, his gaze penetrating revered ancient. His wings obscured the sky, creating a massive wind in all directions, shaking the mountains and sending waves across the forbidden sea. He was providing a blessing to this most astounding of spell formations. And in the end, everything converged in the hand of Master Seventh, who hovered above the silver person. It turned into a dazzling mist. Within that mist was revered ancient and providence. Master Seventh looked at the mist with his ancient eyes. Then he lifted his right hand and sent the life mist flowing down to the forehead of the silver person below. There it fused with Xu Qing's blood. That, in turn, entered the silver person. An instant later, rumbling sounds filled heaven and earth. Winds screamed, and the sky went dim. The blurry figures of numerous heavenly Taos appeared. The mountains in revered ancient trembled. The rivers went wild, and in all locations, anguished howls rose up from forbidden regions and forbidden grounds. Mutated blood flowed from all of the forbidden grounds. It was exactly the same supernatural phenomena that appeared when the crown prince of Violet and Xian was born. At the same time, Master Seventh's hair swayed behind him as his aura rose to astonishing levels. With his right hand, he touched the silver person's forehead, and with his left hand in front of his chest, he performed an incantation gesture. His eyes then shone with the light of suns and moons, which illuminated heaven and earth. Dark sects of heaven and earth, myriad energies as the root, numerous cultivators bring infinite tribulations, demonstrate mind divine ability. Inside and outside of the three worlds, only the Tao is supreme. Command the free spirit, a body of golden light, reflect upon the body, accept a myriad variations, eradicate magics and eradicate the respected. 5 motions bring celebration, thousands of gods offer worship, make use of the thunder, ghosts and demons tremble in fear, the form of the pure fiend dies. His words were like the voice of heaven, with every statement like the flow of time. The moment those words echoed out in South Phoenix, the power of self-detonation erupted from Xu Qing in the very distant imperial capital. A black mist swept through his body, shredding his cultivation base, shredding his bones, shredding his flesh, and shredding everything about him. In an instant, his fleshly body was torn to pieces. The power of self-detonation rippled out in all directions. From a distance, it was a black ring of fog that expanded, crushing anything in its path. If that was all there were to it, it might not have been a very big deal. To the Crown Prince of Violet and Xian, the self-detonation of a void-returning expert could be suppressed with the mere wave of his hand. It was the same even with someone as powerful as Xu Qing. In fact, he could even fiddle with time and turn the situation around in the blink of an eye. But what Xu Qing was detonating wasn't just his fleshly body. Put most precisely, the self-detonation of his fleshly body was only a side effect. The true core of the self-detonation was his soul. His soul ignited as easily as a piece of paper, and then was ripped to shreds. A burst of energy that could shake heaven and earth erupted from his soul. It was unstoppable and irreversible. A shuddering boom surpassed all the thunder that existed that moment in revered ancient. In an instant, the bright light of the explosion turned the sky over the imperial capital as bright as day. That daytime spread rapidly to cover the entire region. It was like something that could swallow up night, which was essentially the opposite of the Empress, God authority. The world was filled with radiance and light, but at the same time, the darkness was extreme. The boundless black fog contained the deepest abyss in revered ancient. Terrifying howls echoed out from the black fog that came from the self-detonation of Xu Qing's soul. And just barely visible within that roiling black smoke was a very ancient tunnel. Within the tunnel were innumerable doors. Some were large, some were small. They came in all sorts of shapes, but every single one of them was profoundly ancient. The howling was coming from within those doors. As the sound of it grew increasingly shocking, the doors started shaking. Then cracking sounds rang out that could shake the ancient past and struck the hearts and minds of all living beings. Whatever entities were inside those doors were frantically trying to break out. They wanted to emerge from the doors. At the same time, a terrifying aura spread. Even more shocking was that, in the depths of the tunnel of doors, it was just barely possible to see a chair. It was exactly the same thing witnessed by Master Shengyun's father Chu Tianquan all those years ago. That image had caused him to scream in agony and terror. He had no idea what those doors were, but they had terrified him. And what was even more shocking and unimaginable was the chair that he saw at the end of that horrifying tunnel. This was that same chair. Who could possibly qualify to sit on that chair at the end of that tunnel of terrifying doors? Chu Tianquan never found an answer to that question. But Zai Qing had an idea of the answer, and thus the Crown Prince of Violet and Xian sighed. He looked at the black fog that resulted from Xu Qing's self-detonation. He looked at the doors and the chair at the end of the tunnel. Then he softly said, "It's not mine, but neither is it Lil Bro." His ultimate objective was that chair. When he discovered it years ago, he had many speculations about it. For one thing, he knew it had nothing to do with the sovereign kingdom of Violet and Xian. One thing he did know, however, was that it connected to one of his major goals. And that was to become a true god. In fact, it was even possible that it could be used to surpass the true god level and reach the level of God Lord. He wanted to acquire that mysterious chair for himself, then use the destiny aura of the returned sovereign kingdom of Violet and Xian, fuse it with his throne when he became the emperor of Violet and Xian, and then use it to reach a higher level as a god. By blessing the entire sovereign kingdom of Violet and Xian, he could reach the highest of heights. That was the entire reason he had come to the godly ascension ceremony. That was his objective. Only by completing all of the early objectives could he lay the foundation to complete his final objective. And thus, he stitched Xu Qing back together, cut away his time, and amended his fate. The chair was integrally fused with Xu Qing's soul and contained insoluble karma, which meant that taking it away with force would be very difficult. And thus unfolded the events of this day. Zai Qing wanted Xu Qing to accept the title of Crown Prince of Violet and Xian, because that would be like them together going forward. But Xu Qing had ended up doing something he couldn't perceive within time. He broke the deadlock. Zai Qing shook his head. Given what was playing out, his only option was to take the chair with force, even though that meant there would be complications. He reached out with his right hand toward the spot where Xu Qing's flesh and soul had detonated, and he shoved his hand into the black fog. That hand, like time itself, could stretch very far. It went into the tunnel, past the doors with their intense banging, all the way to the very end. There, it opened to grab the chair. But then, an ethereal Taoist chant echoed within the tunnel. Command the free spirit, a body of golden light, reflect upon the body, accept a myriad variations, eradicate magics and eradicate the respected. 5 motions bring celebration, thousands of gods offer worship, make use of the thunder, ghosts and demons tremble in fear, the form of the pure fiend dies. Along with the chant came an aura that locked onto Xu Qing's soul and used it as a guide. After the self-detonation, that aura found a specific object, connected to it, and drew it out. It was a beam of golden light, and it came out because of the Taoist chant. The blinding golden light had been covered with countless Tao inscriptions, which glittered brightly as they sealed this object away from any form of omniscience. And the golden light pulsed with a level of destruction that could suppress all other terrifying forces. It was an iron skewer. Guiding the skewer was a spirit. It was none other than Patriarch Golden Vajra Warrior. His Taoist name was Master Free Spirit. The Taoist chant had contained the following words: "Command the free spirit." Before Xu Qing came to the imperial capital, Master Seventh took the iron skewer and refined it. After Xu Qing got it back, it had been significantly upgraded. But in the end, it was still weak. As of this moment, the Taoist chant had unlocked it, revealing its true might to the world. It was like a long, sharp thorn surrounded by thunder and lightning. And it shot through the tunnel toward Bai Qing's hand as it stretched toward the chair. It could pierce time, shatter mutagen, and shake godly authority. It moved with speed that could overlook natural and magical laws. Its might could strike fear into the hearts of countless so-called gods. Cultivators couldn't sense it, but gods would be startled by it. In the blink of an eye, it reached Bai Qing's hand. And then, without the slightest pause, it struck with mountain-toppling, sea-draining force and mightiness that was designed to target gods. It pierced through Bai Qing's hand. The hand exploded, the palm ignited, the bones and flesh of the fingers shattered. God blood fell. Outside of the tunnel and outside of the fog, the crown prince of Violet and Cyan's hand was shredded into ash, and large amounts of god blood sprayed everywhere. His expression was profoundly serious. Turning his head, he looked in the direction of the continent of South Phoenix. So, there's still a god-extinguishing thorn left in the world. Chapter 966, The First Emperor of Revered Ancient. Very few people in modern times in Revered Ancient had ever heard about the god-extinguishing thorns. It was even hard to find mention of them in ancient records. Information could only be found in fragments of classic works that had been passed down from person to person over the years. And of course, there were certain people from ancient times who knew of them. They were a weapon invented by the summer immortals back when they came from deep earth and fought the brilliant heaven godfolk who ruled Revered Ancient. They weren't necessarily very dangerous to cultivators, but when used on gods, they could extinguish Godsource. Even then, considering the rare materials and mysterious methods that went into creating them, back when they were used, only 24 had ever been created. Each and every one was stained with vast quantities of brilliant heaven godfolk blood, and as a result, if a god even got a whiff of the presence of one, they would be shocked. During the final battle between the summer immortals and the brilliant heaven gods, most of the god-exterminating thorns were destroyed. Those that survived were left stabbed into the body of the brilliant heaven god emperor. They served as sealing devices and were left behind in the abyss that contained the revered ancient of that time. There were some people who had come to call that location the abyss of gods. In later generations, there were no god-exterminating thorns in the world, and because the summer immortals left, the creation method was lost. Until today. Just now, Patriarch Golden Vajra Warrior had unleashed the might of a god-exterminating thorn. That was the reason for Bai Qing's shock. Sadly, that wasn't the full might of a god-exterminating thorn, he said coolly as he looked in the direction of South Phoenix. Well done, Master Seventh. Lil Bro destroyed his soul, something which is beyond my mastery of time, in the hopes of severing karma. And you used yourself as the measuring stick to call out to my last breath of energy that I exhaled when I died. By tapping into the most profound ancientness, you attempted to sever karma. Unfortunately. The karma between my Lil Bro and I can't be severed that way. The crown prince of Violet and Cyan lifted his left hand and reached toward the black fog that resulted from Xu Qing's self-detonation. That action caused the fog to rumble as the power of time appeared. Apparently, he was planning to pull aside the fog and delve into time itself. When Xu Qing's soul detonated, something very dramatic happened in the lands of the Fire Moon Darkheaven people, which provoked shock amongst many of the cultivators there. The dramatic event occurred as Sir Firedark was giving a Tao lecture to fellow members of his species. Seemingly out of nowhere, he exploded. Blood sprayed everywhere. Sir Firedark wasn't even able to finish his sentence. Flesh and blood erupted everywhere, his soul shattered. It was life substitution. The only thing that remained was a discarnate soul that he had ensconced in the god temple there. As a result, he survived the life substitution, and it was possible that he could be resurrected in the future. 1. Something similarly shocking was happening in South Phoenix. On the spot where Peerless City once stood, in the formation made by hundreds of thousands of Seven Blood Eyes cultivators, Master Seventh's right hand pressed down onto the forehead of the silver giant. Intense rumbling broke out. Because of imperceptible connections of fate, as well as the guidance of reincarnation, it ensured that the fluctuations caused by Xu Qing's self-detonation didn't just cause Sir Firedark to explode. Evidence of time interference became visible on the silver person. Horrifying cracks spread across the surface of the person, which grew deeper by the moment. The silver person seemed to be on the verge of collapsing. At the most critical moment, the hundreds of thousands of Seven Blood Eyes cultivators went into a Tao chant. O boundless, exalted celestial, provide comfort to the physical form, the apprentice's spiritual and physical souls, along with the 5 yin organs, are in the dark underworld. Azure dragon and white tiger join hands to fight. Vermilion bird and black turtle provide defense of the true and real. As their voices drifted out, wild colors flashed in heaven and earth. Winds screamed. At the same time, Flame Phoenix let loose a piercing cry, which shattered the clouds and caused nourishing rain to fall. Master Seventh was also chanting something as he pushed his hand down onto the silver person's forehead. At the same time, he bit the tip of his tongue and spat out some of his own Tao blood. It landed on the silver person, isolating it from outside forces. Rumbling sounds echoed out as the cracks on the silver person stopped worsening. Although it didn't seem like the existing damage could be fixed, it was no longer about to collapse. Master Seventh looked up and spoke in a voice full of ghastly killing intent. Years ago, I made a deal with the Summer Immortal Palace. Afterward, I walked through time, sitting by and watching people live and die, allowing fate to run its course. When Master Sixth died, I felt pain, but could only sigh. When humankind experienced ups and downs, I could only watch indifferently. It was the same even when the Empress achieved godly ascension and Swordsage perished. There was no karma between myself and them. Zai Qing, when you sought to restore your kingdom, using the Empress's ceremony to shirk your tribulation and present a sacrifice to the broken face with no harm to yourself, I had no reason to interfere. And that is because I have no karmic connection to any of it. But you shouldn't have plotted against my apprentice. My apprentices are my karma. They kowtowed to me. I accepted their 3 cups of tea, the teas of gratitude, the past, and faith. I promised to keep them safe. And therefore, as long as I'm around, no one is allowed to touch them. Zai Qing, because you plotted against my apprentice and are not willing to sever that karma, then I had no choice but to conspire against your imperial authority. You don't want to sever the karma? Fine, let's end this. Master Seventh looked very awe-inspiring as he performed an incantation gesture with his left hand. Then, only a few breaths of time turned into tens of thousands of them as he pointed up into the dome of heaven. Then he spoke in a voice like heavenly thunder. In the half-60-year cycle past lived he named Su Zai. He died on this spot and meditated before death. His last energy is now commanded by the summer. Immortal guides the energy to this spot. Hasten as if by laws amended. 2. As he summoned the last energy of the person named Su Zai, the world went wild, and a boundless energy sprang up, eventually converging in Master Seventh's left hand. It was a densely packed conglomeration of violet energy. As soon as he had it, he pushed it into the chest of the silver person. Then he spoke something like a chant of law. Execute. That one word caused the mountains in revered ancient to tremble. In all regions, dazzling light rose up from various mountains and rivers as an enormous spell formation chart was revealed. The chart filled all of revered ancient as it began to move. Then, in the canopy of heaven over the imperial capital of humankind, a saber formed, and it slashed down toward the crown prince of Violet and Cyan. Xu Qing shivered as he looked up at the descending blade. No one but a true god could stop that saber. The reason was that the saber wasn't aiming to sever life or the soul. Rather, it was severing the destiny, aura, and imperial authority of the sovereign kingdom of Violet and Cyan. The slash of the saber caused all living beings in the Heavenly region to be shaken to the core. The destiny aura of the sovereign kingdom of Violet and Cyan, which coiled in the air above the region in the form of a violet dragon, let loose a howl of agony. It was cut completely in two, and something else split in half. It was the throne that represented the emperor of Violet and Cyan in the imperial palace there. Half of the destiny aura and imperial authority was severed, and it was pulled through the void in the direction of the continent of South Phoenix. In the air above the imperial capital of humankind, the crown prince of Violet and Cyan's face was ashen as he slowly looked up. A few breaths of time passed, and Xu Qing's complexion returned to normal. Just what I would expect of the first ancient emperor of revered ancient, he said coolly. Falling prey to your scheme has been an honor. However, this action of yours has revealed how weak you are. You are really just an old man. The heaven of revered ancient wasn't yours in the past, and it's not yours now. As for you, Lil Bro, you can have half of the imperial authority. But take care of it. Next time we meet, I'm going to take it back. With that, he looked away from the continent of South Phoenix and back at the dissipating cloud of black fog. Then he took a step and disappeared over the horizon. Shortly after, he reappeared in the Heavenly region, within the violet dragon of destiny aura that had recently been cut in half. Using the destiny aura, he remolded his body and formed an imperial robe and crown. As the countless commoners of the sovereign kingdom of Violet and Cyan bowed, as did the government officials, and as the torchlight agents looked on with shining eyes, he walked into the imperial palace and sat on the throne. The moment he did, shouts of praise rang out from everywhere in the sovereign kingdom of Violet and Cyan. Congratulations to our emperor on ascending the throne of our sovereign kingdom. As those voices rang out, the broken face of the god in the sky looked at the Heavenly region and opened his eyes. The entire Heavenly region rumbled as life was reversed, mutagen overflowed, and the aura of a god abounded. Then a statue of the broken face appeared in the public square outside of the imperial palace. It was the only statue like it in all of the revered ancient mainland. At the same time, the fluctuations of a god altar began to roll out of Xu Qing. He was rising directly to altar god. Shortly after, he smiled. Things are going to be very interesting going forward. At the same time, above the formation with hundreds of thousands of seven blood eyes cultivators in South Phoenix, Master Seventh's ancient eyes flickered as he unleashed one last bit of magic. Return. His voice contained a sensation of a very mysterious ceremony, something that could shake life and death and tap into fate. An instant later, the mounds of flesh in the formation rose up and flew toward the silver person. That flesh pulsed with a terrifying aura that went beyond anything in the world and didn't exist within the timescape. It was eminent desolation's flesh, As it entered the silver person trembled, then slowly shrank down. Silver light turned into skin until finally it became a fleshly body. It looked exactly like Xu Qing. However, it was more complete and thorough. "Awaken, my apprentice," Master Seventh said, his voice hoarse and full of exhaustion. A few breaths of time passed. Xu Qing opened his eyes. "The Tao is void. Without scriptures, one cannot grasp the Tao. The Tao exists in scripture. Without a teacher, one cannot understand its truths. Ancient Emperor Dark Serenity is the great founder. All humans owe him a single bow of respect. Heaven, earth, celestial, terrestrial, they bear the weight of all. All humans owe them 3 bows of respect. However amazing the ancient emperor was, he did not show you favor. Heaven and earth, and all other living beings in this sea of suffering, have done nothing to save you. Only Master will ascend to heaven and descend to hell for you. Only he will show you favor. Only he will save you. Only he will expend all effort so that you can walk a great Tao. Therefore, you owe him 9 bows of respect. 3. 1. In chapter 911, it was explained that when Sir Firedark and Xu Qing fought, the loser would have to give a drop of soul blood that could be used as a life-saving item in a moment of crisis. Firedark outright stated the same in chapter 913. 2. This version of the chant is the same as before, except the name is changed. In this case, the Xu is the same surname as Xu Qing's surname. The Zai is the surname from Zai Qing, which is also the character for violet. It's unclear what this means, although I thought of a few possibilities. In the Chinese comments, I saw all of the exact same possibilities that I thought of, with none backed by enough evidence or logic to seemingly take the cake as the prevailing possibility. Does it mean that Zai Qing's real name is Su Zai? Is it supposed to be a combination of the names Zai Qing and Xu Qing? Is it referring to Xu Qing? Remember, based on what has been revealed in the past couple chapters, he also died in Peerless City, just as Zai Qing did in his previous life. Or does it mean something else? There is no explanation about this at the moment. 3. The apprenticeship ceremony was in chapter 263, chapter 967. After waking up, part 1. 5 months later, in the north of South Phoenix, the sun burned hot in the sky. Golden streams of light fell like sharp swords, stabbing mercilessly into the depths of the forbidden sea. The sea sizzled and angry waves surged out, its wild fury suffocating. A strong wind blew, seemingly intent on shoving the entire forbidden sea over the horizon. The sound of the waves and the cries of the sea beasts was outright shocking to any who could hear it. It was as if the sound itself wanted to bury any listeners at the bottom of the sea. Mutagens surged along with the waves, bending the light waves and turning everything hazy. Compared to it, everything else on the forbidden sea seemed as insignificant as dust. At the moment, a lone ship was visible on the horizon, where the sky met the sea. Huang Yan lay in the boat amidst the haze and the mutagen and the waves. Patting his belly, he let loose a long sigh and looked down toward the bottom of the sea. "You can really make a big commotion," he said, sounding somewhat emotional. As the waves crashed, a 3-meter-thick vine splashed out from the water, pulsing with fluctuations of excitement. A moment later, it sank back down into the water and dropped down toward the bottom. Far under the sea, it was as dark as ink, with no light. Everything was pitch black and freezing cold. However, the vine emanated faint starlight that formed the only source of brightness in the depths. As it raced down, the water seemed to part for the vine, and it sucked up the mutagen like nourishing food. Ordinary sea beasts could sense what was happening and quickly raced away. Nothing posed an obstacle for the vine as it shot to the sea floor, illuminating everything around it with the starlight. Thanks to the starlight, it was soon possible to see a massive trench amidst all the black sand. It was so dark and mysterious that the starlight couldn't penetrate it, and it emanated an unusual pressure. A person floated cross-legged above the trench. He wore a violet gown covered in complex designs and had long, violet hair. Apparently, the forbidden sea didn't affect him at all, as he floated there in a very natural manner. His facial features were astoundingly beautiful, and he had skin so fair it sparkled in the starlight. His eyes were like deep lakes, and his gaze was so sharp and penetrating that few people would dare to look into it. There was something heroic and wise about his bearing, and his sharply angled eyebrows would provoke reverence in any who saw him. His entire person glittered like a heavenly body. He was none other than Xu Qing. He looked profoundly calm as he floated cross-legged above the trench. In his right hand, he held the vine. One end of the vine floated to and fro in the sea, sending out amiable fluctuations. The other end was inside the trench, struggling. A short time later, Xu Qing yanked on the vine, whereupon a howl of agony could be heard from within the trench. Something terrifying was tied to the end of the vine. It was an old woman wearing a gown of fish bones, whose body was covered in tentacles. Her face was extremely wrinkled and largely rotting. However, her golden eyes were terrifying, and when she breathed, she exhaled mutagen full of strong godliness. Emerging from the woman's back, jutting out of the fish skeleton robe, was a massive scarlet tongue covered with innumerable deceased souls. All of them howled in anguish. The tentacles covering her had eyes that were also golden, and all of them were open and looking at Xu Qing. That said, many of the tentacles were severed, and the old woman was even missing much of her body. She was not mighty like she had been in the past, and in fact, in Xu Qing's presence, she trembled. She was Join. She was one of the gods worshipped in the Merfolk Isles in the past. Although she was called a god, the truth was that she was just a godly entity. She had no godfire and not much godly authority, one. At the moment, Xu Qing was using her as bait, and astonishingly, Xu Qing was using the Sageheaven god vine as a fishing line. "You're not letting off enough godliness," he said coolly. He flicked the vine forcefully, provoking a shriek from Join as he tossed her back down into the trench. Join unleashed stronger fluctuations this time, and much more intense godliness. It led to a much better effect than before. After enough time passed for an incense stick to burn, the sound of heavy breathing emanated from the trench. It was like heavenly thunder that sent the water flowing away in all directions. Then another howl erupted, whereupon Xu Qing yanked back on the vine again. The vine went taut, then started quivering as if something had bitten onto it. Xu Qing pulled on it with great force. Xu Qing's eyes glittered coldly as veins bulged on his right arm. As a result, his arm gleamed like mercury, and terrifying fleshly body power pulsed out. The vine emerged from the trench, pulling with it a rotting creature that resembled a lizard. It was a god river dragon. It resembled a lizard, except far more fierce and vicious, and it emanated the rot of death, too. Godly entities like this weren't very common in the Forbidden Sea and were extremely rare in shallow waters. They generally stayed very deep down. It was only when they looked for food that they would venture into the open, where they would eat just about anything alive. Whenever a god river dragon appeared, they brought catastrophe and death to whatever islands they targeted. In fact, many species that inhabited the Forbidden Sea called them lizards from the underworld river. This specimen was extraordinary even among god river dragons. It was fully 30,000 meters long, with scales that radiated the light of the netherworld. Deceased souls were visible all over it, which were its victims, and it radiated a terrifying aura as it kept its jaws clamped onto Join. Join howled in anguish as the god river dragon ripped off a section of her body. However, the vine and its razor-sharp teeth had latched onto the dragon, making it impossible for it to free itself. Having been dragged out into the open, it unleashed its aura, causing the Forbidden Sea to seethe. The waves on the surface grew larger, and the sky dimmed, all while massive winds swept back and forth. Smoldering god fluctuations rolled off it. They were comparable to a three-world smoldering god. As it howled furiously at Xu Qing, the power of its three dead worlds bolstered it, making its overall aura even more terrifying. It lunged in Xu Qing's direction, and though it could hardly open its mouth, compared to a human, it was massive. In fact, the opening of its mouth created a huge whirlpool. All sea beasts in the area who could sense what was happening trembled in fear. Xu Qing calmly rose to a standing position. He looked like a towering pine tree, emanating dignity and might. He strode forth like a dragon or tiger as he reached toward the snarling God River dragon. As the dragon roared and opened its mouth wide, Xu Qing's left hand clenched into a fist, and his entire person pulsed with the will of an emperor. Undying Emperor's fist. He launched a fist strike. The sea shattered as a destructive pulse spread out in all directions. Then the fist slammed into the God River dragon's head. A muffled thump pulsed across the sea floor, which was followed by a shriek of pain from the dragon as its skull was cracked and many of its teeth shattered. In fact, its head couldn't stand up to the blow, and it was sent spinning backward, blood spilling out everywhere. That said, this was an extraordinary God River dragon, and despite being injured, it still managed to lash its tail out in a devastating attack. Its tail was covered with bone spurs that the seawater did nothing to hinder. As the tail swept toward Xu Qing, he gripped the vine and stared forward unflinchingly. The tail bore down on him with mountain-toppling, sea-draining force. Then something unimaginable happened. Fr Ya E Omega EB and Retroflex OVEL, calm. Xu Qing remained in place, unmoving. But the incoming God River dragon shivered as if it had slammed into an immovable mountain. Much of it shattered. The spurs covering it crumbled. Intense pain spread through it thanks to Xu Qing's terrifying fleshly body. The dragon emanated a sense of intense terror, then spun in place to flee. Unfortunately, the Sage Heaven God vine was still embedded into the flesh in its mouth. As long as Xu Qing held the other end of the vine, there was no way it could escape. Xu Qing stepped forward, alighting onto the head of the God River dragon. Then he pulled hard on the vine. A howl of anguish echoed out. The 30,000-meter-long dragon had no choice but to lift its head and shoot toward the surface of the water. Shortly after, it burst madly out into the open. The sea caved as water sprayed everywhere. As the dragon filled the sky, it cast a huge shadow down on the boat in which Huang Yan sat. Water sprayed all over Huang Yan. Huang Yan was not very happy about that. Up in the sky, Xu Qing stood on the dragon's head, where he reached out with his left hand toward the sun. Even with the naked eye, it was possible to see the sun rippling as a result. Xu Qing's fleshly body then seemed to seize some of the radiance of the sun, so that he himself became like a sun, shining with dazzling light. Boundless light and heat radiated off him as he then pressed his hand onto the dragon's head. Intense rumbling sounds echoed out as the God River dragon trembled and howled. An instant later, its corpse dropped down into the water, where it lay floating, completely still. A massive tsunami rolled out in all directions. As Xu Qing stood on the head of the corpse, dazzling motes of godliness spread out from the dragon and merged into him. From a distance, it looked like a 7-colored halo of stars and moons was floating around him. He truly looked like a god. "This profound sun, immortal light magic is anything but simple," he said as he stepped off the corpse of the dragon and onto the boat with Huang Yan. He relaxed his grip on the vine, which threw Join onto the ship and then circled exultingly around the area. Join, who was still missing half her body, trembled. Also trembling was Little Shadow. It had been resting, but seeing that Xu Qing was back, it cast a very specific sound out into the surrounding water. "CC crunch, CC crunch," a moment passed. "M'lord, no reaction, I'm obedient, continuing now." 3. 1. Join was mentioned in too many chapters to list them all as references. Here are some highlights. The island named after her was first mentioned in chapter 111. She awoke and was described physically in chapter 121, and the captain got some of her flesh in chapter 125. And don't forget that Xu Qing's spirit cruiser resembled Join, as described in chapter 551.1. 2. The God River dragon is also a dinosaur name, specifically Styxosaurus. I'm continuing to abide by my previous decision to not use the Latin-based dinosaur names. Given the author's proclivity for wordplay, I'd like to accurately render the Chinese characters in these dragons as much as possible. 3. The CC crunch. CC crunch is a reference to how the shadow used that specific sound earlier in the story, specifically in chapters 171 and 174. Chapter 967, After Waking Up, Part 2. Huang Yan wiped the water from his face and looked at the trembling Join. Poor Join. Ever since you caught her, you've spent months using her as bait. Every time her body grows back, she loses it again. Then he looked at Little Shadow as it made its crunching sounds. And poor Little Shadow. It's been CC crunching for months now too. Sadly, it's just not working. The giant and the bronze chariot you're looking for are nowhere to be found. But poorest of all is me, Huang Yan glared at Xu Qing. Your master is having a great time in seclusion and tasked me with following you around. I miss elder sister. I haven't left her like this in a long time. She definitely misses having me around. 1. Xu Qing was apparently used to Huang Yan complaining like this. Inspecting his fleshly body, he said, I'm just following master's orders, second brother-in-law. Huang Yan sighed and hung his head dejectedly. Taking out a jade slip that he had been using to record the conversation, he sent the recording to a certain someone. Then he just sat there looking gloomy. About a dozen breaths of time passed, whereupon Huang Yan blinked a few times and suddenly looked very enthusiastic. Chuckling, he said, All right, we're good now. I sent the message. I really have no choice in this. Your second elder sister is just too petty sometimes. After all, her status in the family isn't very high, and she's sort of insecure. That's why I have to care for her in this way. Oh, said Xu Qing. Over the past few months, Huang Yan had cared for her in this way every few days. As you've seen, Xu Qing, Huang Yan said proudly, my status in the family is the highest in all of South Phoenix. Believe me, I'm just too charming. Your second elder sister is constantly being clingy. It's like she's scared I won't pay enough attention to her. Whether she goes out on errands or to do missions for your master, she's always begging me to come with her. It's really been getting on my nerves over the past few years. Luckily, Master Seventh realized what was happening. We're all men, right? He understands me. And that's why he gave me this little bit of freedom. Huang Yan looked very pleased with himself. However, though he made it seem like he had a very high position in the family, the reality was he seemed more like one of the prisoners Xu Qing had dealt with in the 7 Blood Eyes cell blocks years ago. So, where are we going next? If you don't have somewhere specific in mind, I have a suggestion. Believe me, the place I have in mind is incomparably spectacular. Just thinking about it makes my blood start pumping faster. Huang Yan looked furtively left and right to make sure they were alone. Xu Qing shook his head. I'm planning to go to the border of the Outer Sea region to take a look around. The Forbidden Sea was divided into the Inner Sea and the Outer Sea. The Inner Sea was huge and was where most of the intelligent species lived. It could be dangerous, but as long as you were cautious, it was safe to explore. But the Outer Sea was a desolate place full of mysteries. Legend had it that there were many gods sleeping out there. Oh, that'll work. Huang Yan seemed a bit disappointed, but then he thought of something and said, Oh, right. When you were down there tempering your fleshly body, some news about humankind came in. You got promoted, you little punk. Xu Qing looked at Huang Yan. The Empress issued a decree naming Ningyan as the crown prince, Huang Yan continued. That lucky little bastard. He went asleep, and when he woke up, the emperor had turned into an empress, and he became the crown prince. From what I heard, he's still confused by it all. F-Artep E Macron EWEB N Sigma V E letter 2113. Com. Anyway, you're now the tutor of the crown prince, and you're the region lord of the Holotide region and the Night Spirit region. If that brat Ningyan eventually ascends the throne, you'll be the grand imperial preceptor. 2. Xu Qing wasn't surprised to hear that Ningyan had been made the crown prince. After all, the empress only had 2 children. One was Ningyan, and the other was 11th prince. 11th prince obviously wasn't a suitable choice. Everything that happened during the ancestral sacrifices had been done for the sake of his mother. But he had done some things that the government officials would never be able to forget. Selecting Ningyan was much more reasonable. As for why it happened so quickly, there were clues to be had. Of course, Crown Prince incense, that had been merely paving the way for what was to come. Given the Empress talents, I bet she saw then what was going to happen. As the ship cut through the water, Xu Qing thought back to the events of 5 months ago. After what happened in the imperial capital of humankind, a boundless mist of mutagen covered the sovereign kingdom of Violet and Cyan that had appeared in the Heaveneater region, making it impossible to know what was happening inside. However, based on information available, humankind knew that there was a terrifying aura inside the Heaveneater region. Apparently, the citizens of the sovereign kingdom of Violet and Cyan who had returned were all mutating. Eminent Desolation was pleased and provided it as a gift, the Empress had said. It was easy to imagine what would happen when the mist cleared from the Heaveneater region. Whatever came out of the sovereign kingdom of Violet and Cyan was going to be terrifying. Xu Qing's face was grim, and his heart was uneasy. Because he had half of the imperial authority of the sovereign kingdom of Violet and Cyan, he could sense what was happening. And he could sense something calling out to him. It was the sovereign kingdom of Violet and Cyan calling him. Meanwhile, Chen Erniu had left the imperial capital. A few months ago, he sent word that he was on his way back. However, he hadn't arrived yet, as he chose to visit an old friend in Garment Folk lands on the way. Presumably, he was still having fun with the Garment Folk girl and his old right hand. Plumdark had arrived in South Phoenix some months earlier. After seeing that Xu Qing was in good health, she spent about half a month with him. Then, feeling quite worn out, she sighed and left. She was taking her lamp to Dark Serenity's Palace of Operations beneath Xianxia County. There, at the Phoenix Palace, she would accept her legacy from her past life. In addition to all that, now that the Empress had become a god, humankind had risen to prominence in the east of revered ancient. Minor species everywhere trembled in fear, and the vast majority chose to become subsidiary species. That was especially true of the regions that had previously contained lone counties belonging to humankind. There were no major obstacles and no unforeseen circumstances. No blood was shed as humans once again took control of those regions. As a result, if you included the regions of Holotide and Night Spirit, humans controlled 10 regions. Sometimes, just being strong was a big enough threat to get things done. Of course, there was little need to mention what happened between humans and the Firemoons. They became official allies and jointly controlled the entire eastern section of revered ancient. Together, they would defend against any covetous enemies. At the same time, humans who had been isolated and oppressed in foreign lands for countless years were found by King Firecrusher and the other military forces, and were brought back to human lands. As for Xu Qing, when he woke up 5 months earlier, he used his secret key to open his special dimensional space that he had created when he first became a sword sage. Before self-detonating, he had put Patriarch Golden Vajra Warrior and some other important items, such as the violet crystal, into that dimensional space. The technique for creating the secret key and the dimensional space had been taught to Xu Qing in Xianxia County by the sword sage known as Ailing Ghost, and was specifically designed for sword sages to use to store things. Normally speaking, there were actually 2 keys that could open such spaces. One key belonged to the sword sage, while the other was in the possession of the palace lord. Other than those 2 people, no one could open the dimensional space. 3. As for Patriarch Golden Vajra Warrior, he handed him over to Plumdark to keep her safe while she worked on her legacy. As Huang Yan had said, Master Seventh chose to go into seclusion. Before doing so, he had a discussion with Xu Qing. He explained many things regarding this new body of Xu Qing. It was created using a heaven-defying summer immortal magic, with the materials being the flesh of the broken face combined with immortal mercury. It had nearly limitless potential. How much of that potential was unlocked would depend on Xu Qing. He would need to use it in endless battles, constantly seek enlightenment, and gain experience in deadly situations. Because the body's personhood was so terrifyingly high, it was going to be difficult for Xu Qing's soul to fuse perfectly with it. Master Seventh thus left 2 sealing marks in it. He also gave Xu Qing a special technique. It was the profound sun, immortal light magic. By cultivating that magic, it was possible to produce streams of profound sun immortal light, which would be very helpful to the process of fusing his soul with the body. According to Master Seventh, The technique had once belonged to one of the 9 summer immortals who came from deep earth to brilliant heaven and ended up dying when fighting the god emperor. Before perishing, he passed on that technique. Cultivating it to completion would lead to terrifying results. Therefore, Xu Qing had 2 purposes for his sea journey. The first was to hunt and kill godly entities as a way to become familiar with the defensive capabilities of his fleshly body, to get used to the combination of this body and his godly authority, and to improve his battle prowess by using the profound sun immortal light. Through all of that, he would become more familiar with the body. His second purpose was to try to find the giant and the chariot from which he acquired his golden crow technique. His reason for looking for the chariot and the giant was that things weren't going very well with the profound sun immortal light. After a while, it caused Xu Qing to think about the golden crow. After all, the fundamental basis of the profound sun immortal light magic was to steal the glory of the sun and turn it into immortal light. By doing so, he would convert his body into a profound sun, like a furnace that burned himself and burned heaven and earth. It was actually similar to the golden crow. Therefore, Xu Qing wanted to find the chariot, sit in it, and command the giant. He wanted to follow the same journey as the golden crow when it became a sun and flew through the sky looking down on revered ancient. Hopefully, that would provide some enlightenment about the profound sun aspect. Thus, he roved the forbidden sea. That was why Little Shadow was constantly making the crunching sounds. Xu Qing hadn't forgotten that Little Shadow had once drawn out the giant and chariot with that same sound. Sadly, even after trying the same thing for months, he hadn't experienced any success. I suppose the giant is sleeping at the bottom of the forbidden sea. I need to check more locations. After glancing at the shadow, Xu Qing took out a sea chart and made a notation. That was when Huang Yan, who had been sitting there looking very relaxed, looked at his jade slip. It was vibrating. He took it out and checked it, then gasped. Xu Qing, something big happened. I have to leave for a bit. This is major. I'm talking heaven-shaking and earth-shattering. Huang Yan suddenly looked very nervous. I have to take the lead in this matter. If I don't act quickly, a tempest is going to rock the continent of South Phoenix. Just a reminder that Huang Yan always called her elder sister. I know I probably don't need to explain this, and in fact, I think I said the same thing hundreds of chapters ago, but in Chinese, sister does not necessarily have the familial connotations that English does. For instance, as I mentioned in a footnote a long time ago, my brother-in-law has dated women who are older than him, and both he and Madame Deathblade and my mother-in-law will call those women older sisters or perhaps big sisters. So for Huang Yan to refer to her in this way isn't unusual at all. 2. The title here is slightly different from what I previously translated as Imperial Preceptor, but it means essentially the same thing. To make things simple, I'm simply going to use Imperial Preceptor plus the word grand, so that it sounds a bit more impressive. 3. Xu Qing created the secret key and the special dimensional space in Chapter 400, Chapter 968, The Flame of Love, Part 1. Heaven-shaking and earth-shattering was certainly a description. Of course, different people had different concepts of what heaven was. For example, to the Empress, heaven was humankind. Everything she did was for her people, and in a time period in which humans were not flourishing. She was fighting an uphill battle. To Xu Qing, heaven consisted of all the people he had come to care about on his journey. There was Sergeant Thunder, Grandmaster Bai, his master, Erniu, Plumdark, Linger, and others. That heaven also contained things connected to those people. For example, Sealing County, Seven Blood Eyes, or the Holotide region. Those things brought meaning to his life and were a foundational element of his personal human nature. They were like an anchor that enabled him to stay connected to his human nature, even when using godly nature. That was even more the case considering that his new fleshly body was made from the flesh of the broken face. He was now more like a god than ever, and therefore, the brightness of human nature was incredibly important. It was no surprise that Huang Yan had his own, heaven in his heart. Years ago, he had been soaring proudly through the sky when he casually looked down and caught sight of something stunning. He saw a figure on the forbidden sea brandishing a huge sword. That became his heaven and earth. It became his world, his everything. Because of that, he joined Seven Blood Eyes as a clone, not concerning himself at all with status or identity as he pursued the object of his desire. He experienced setbacks, but always kept moving forward. He was proud, but for the sake of that person, he could be humble. He was strong, but for that person, he could be weak. For his entire life, he had refused to offer sacrifices to the broken face. He didn't concern himself with the lives or deaths of other living beings. As the South Phoenix, and in fact, one of the only members of the phoenix species, he had always held his head high. But there was one person that could cause him to bow his head. That was because his heart had been touched. It was the only time it happened in his entire life. Therefore, after Huang Yan said what he said moments ago, Xu Qing had already guessed what was going on. Second elder sister was angry. "No," Huang Yan said forcefully. "No, we have to get moving right now." Taking a deep breath, he transformed into Flame Phoenix, causing the forbidden sea to turn dark. His massive form could only be described as sky-obscuring and sun-blocking. Where he went, wild colors flashed in heaven and earth. When his feathers rippled, winds screamed. The majestic ruler of South Phoenix raced across the forbidden sea. Xu Qing had been around to watch as love developed between Huang Yan and second elder sister, and therefore, he quickly flew up into the sky to follow. Moving with the speed of lightning bolts, the two of them disappeared over the horizon. Their target destination was an island some distance away. "As you know," Huang Yan projected to Xu Qing, "every few decades Seven Blood Eyes holds the grand competition. Last time it was in the Merfolk Isles, and you and I both participated. Well, the grand competition is happening again, and this time, elder sister is officiating. This time, the training is being held in Lobsterfolk territory. Just now, elder sister sent me a voice message indicating that the Lobsterfolk summoned their god, which is really just a godly entity." 1-2. To truly powerful experts, godly entities weren't a very big deal. Over the past few months, Xu Qing had killed 7 or 8 of them, and if Huang Yan took action, he could wipe one out with a single breath. But the fact that elder sister was angry changed everything. Xu Qing nodded and kept a very serious expression on his face. "We'd better speed up." "That's my bro," shouted Huang Yan as he accelerated in Flame Phoenix form. As they sped along, Xu Qing's god source surged, filling his body and making him shine with golden light. When it combined with the silver color within him, it made him seem like a godly devil. That, of course, was what happened because of the fact that his body was made from the flesh of the broken face. The body had actually been created first with immortal mercury, and then combined with the flesh. With the profound sun immortal light magic, he was accelerating the fusion process with his soul, which involved slowly assimilating all of the immortal mercury. When it was all gone, and he had no immortal mercury within him, then his soul would be fully fused. As for the fleshly body made from the broken face's flesh, this brought some astonishing transformations that weren't limited to a flesh and blood upgrade. His void soil was now completely golden. What was more, the golden void soil now had 4 shimmering god talismans on it. One was a life essence talisman, the others were godly authority talismans. The life essence talisman was made from his Tao of Mages, Tao of Emperors, and all of the cultivator techniques he had learned. The most dominant of all of them were his Xeno-Immortal school techniques. Surrounding his void soil was an astonishing ring, which formed the border. It was a Xeno-Immortal lineament. As for his 3 god authority talismans, they represented the violet moon, the misfortune, and the god curse. They weren't very different from before. The biggest difference to his void soil was to the godly authority lineaments that he had yet to gain enlightenment of and use. Before, there had been 100 of them, but right now, that number had increased to over 1,000. In the past, Xu Qing had sensed that if he could ever gain full enlightenment of all 100 of them, he would be at the peak of void returning. But now, if Xu Qing's life essence lineament had formed the limit of his void soil, then the 1,000 lineaments brought by the broken face just raised the upper limit of his cultivation base. Now he sensed that if he could cause all 1,000 of them to shine brightly, he would break through from void returning and into smoldering God. And he would be an unrivaled and unequaled smoldering God. That said, it was also going to make his cultivation a lot more difficult. Thankfully, there were other transformations to Xu Qing. As of now, there was no such thing as spirit power to him. In terms of levels, spirit power was so weak to his new body that it essentially didn't exist. Instead, what flowed through Xu Qing was pure God source power. As a result, it wasn't just his void soil that was golden. His sea of consciousness had become a golden God sea. All of those things raised his potential. In terms of his defenses, they were terrifying. Frio Mageb novel, CM. Because his body and soul weren't fused, if his fleshly body got too strong, it could put negative pressure on his soul. Therefore, Master Seventh had left 2 sealing marks on him. One was an imperial sovereign sealing mark, the other was a quasi-immortal sealing mark. As Xu Qing cultivated the profound sun immortal light magic and continued to fuse his body and soul, the 2 sealing marks would naturally unseal. In the end, when they completely unraveled, his fleshly body power would be equivalent to a true god. That was equivalent to a summer immortal. Before going into seclusion, Master Seventh had explained to Xu Qing that the broken face of eminent desolation had failed to break into the living god level, and was stuck at what was essentially the peak of God Paragon. If one of Hai's arms became an independent entity, it would be as mighty as an ordinary God Paragon, and even a mere finger would be as strong as a God Lord. Compared to the boundlessness of the broken face, the body Xu Qing had was barely more than a scrap of flesh. As a result, it could only unleash the power of a true god or summer immortal. With those 2 sealing marks in place, Xu Qing's soul wouldn't be influenced by the broken face's flesh. And even with the seals in place, his fleshly body power was at an astounding level. Nothing beneath an imperial sovereign could even harm him. After having fought several godly entities, Xu Qing had verified that. His fleshly body defenses were beyond comparison. For example, when that God River dragon lashed its tail at him, Xu Qing remained as unshakable as a mountain. And when the tail hit, it shattered. Unfortunately, that only related to his fleshly body, meaning that his cultivation base didn't receive any benefits. That said, his fleshly body was now so strong that the difference between his battle prowess was vastly beyond what it had been before. The past several months of training had enabled Xu Qing to confirm the exact level of his battle prowess. He could kill 4 worlds smoldering gods. As for those with 5 worlds or more, it would be difficult for him to cause trouble for them. That said, they wouldn't be able to harm him. Therefore, Xu Qing knew that his most important task right now was to assimilate godly authority to make himself more deadly. At the same time, he had to cultivate the profound sun immortal light magic and work on removing the sealing marks. I need to fight. I need to gain enlightenment. And I need experience in deadly situations. After enough time passed for half an incense stick to burn, Xu Qing and Huang Yan were just about to arrive at Lobster Island. Huang Yan cast his senses about, and after confirming that elder sister was safe, he transformed back into the form of a human fatty. By the way, this spot was picked for the training because of its connection to Torchlight. It's one of Torchlight's secret bases on the Forbidden Sea. After 7 Blood Eyes found out about it, they picked it for the event. Xu Qing didn't react in any way to Huang Yan's words. After detonating his soul and being resurrected, he had reached the point where talk of Torchlight and Zai Qing didn't elicit an emotional reaction from him. It wasn't just his facial expression. He felt that way deep in his heart. He was like a deep sea with no waves on it, but if such feelings did erupt, they would do so with killing intent. That was how Xu Qing had always been since he was young. The situation with Zai Qing had been the only exception, but that exception had been resolved. Xu Qing's calm mental state was back. It was with complete calm that he looked at Flame Phoenix in Huang Yan form. Huang Yan cleared his throat. Elder sister doesn't like it when I look like a big bird. She prefers this handsome and dashing look. Huang Yan patted his belly, causing his flesh to jiggle a few times. Xu Qing chuckled, and then looked off into the distance. 1. The Chinese characters for lobster folk does not include the most common characters for lobster, and in fact, it's a more general term that can refer to a variety of clawed crustaceans. For the sake of simplicity, I'm just going to go with the lobster interpretation. 2. Huang Yan actually gave Xu Qing all of the background information about the grand competition in Chapter 111. The actual event started some chapters after that. Chapter 968, The Flame of Love, Part 2. The sea seemed endless, but of course, that was only relatively speaking. At the moment, Xu Qing and Huang Yan were close enough to the island that they could sense everything happening there. Lobster Island was shaped like a starfish, and it was possible to hear someone playing a flute there. At the same time, numerous Seven Blood Eyes disciples were in the midst of their training. Some fought and killed. Some looted treasure. It just depended on their personalities. Regardless, the majority conformed to the style of the Seventh Peak, which meant that they kept their true strength hidden in the hopes of encountering good fortune. All of this was very similar to the time Xu Qing participated in the training at the Merfolk Isles. Looking down at the action caused him to reminisce about the past. Meanwhile, some distance away in the Forbidden Sea, apparently in response to the call of the flute, a huge wave was rushing like a tsunami toward the island. Within that wave was some enormous entity. As it neared, a terrifying aura built up, covering the island, influencing the dome of heaven, and causing a huge vortex to pick up overhead. All of the Seven Blood Eyes disciples on the island suddenly felt uneasy. Located directly in the path of the wave was something huge that was very similar to Master Seventh's dreadnought. It was shaped like a gigantic sword. That, of course, conformed perfectly to Second Elder Sister's sense of style. Second Elder Sister stood on the dreadnought clad in a suit of armor, looking very valiant and formidable. Eyes cold, she glared at the incoming wave. "Screw off," she growled. 1,000 red sparks lit up within the wave. They looked like numerous pairs of eyes. Around that time, a high-pitched sound rang out that could penetrate the soul. The island trembled, the sea churned, and the entity in the wave became visible. It was a tattered cloth spread across the surface of the water. It covered an area of dozens of kilometers and was pitch black, like the Forbidden Sea itself. In fact, if you looked at it casually, you would probably assume it was part of the sea. Of course, the well over 1,000 sparks burning on it made it stand out from the sea. Astonishingly, the sparks were actually a host of scarlet lamps. They floated above the tattered cloth, casting light in all directions and adding a red hue to the cloth. They also revealed that there were some faint striations on the cloth. The striations looked like the veins of a leaf, and even more gruish was that there was the faint hint of starlight within the crimson. A terrifying aura spread out from it in all directions, giving rise to a dense mist. The mist looked like a host of innumerable tentacles, some of which stretched toward Lobster Island, and some of which shot in Second Elder Sister's direction. However, as the mist tentacles closed in on Second Elder Sister, terrifying flames suddenly erupted off her. The flames turned into a projection of Flame Phoenix, whose wings flapped. As a result, everything, including the sky and the sea, burst into flames. That was a defensive measure that Huang Yan had put on Second Elder Sister. Because of the flames, the mist was driven away, and the tattered cloth stopped in place. Second Elder Sister's eyes glowed with cold light as she leaped off of the huge sword and toward the tattered cloth. Before she could get far, a rotund figure appeared right in front of her and hugged her. Looking at her tenderly, he cautiously said, "Elder Sister, calm down. You might disturb the baby. I'll handle this." When he finished, he snapped his fingers. A tiny spark flew out from his fingers. It was like a beating heart, full of boundless agility as it flew through the darkness toward the tattered cloth. Along the way, it emanated a sound like faint whispering. It was as if the spark itself were telling the world about itself. And as the voices proliferated, an intangible power began to gather in the spark. An instant later, it emanated a level of heat that could shock the world. The sounds got more intense as well, as if building to a crescendo. Angry howls turned into a sound like a furnace that could burn all of heaven and earth. It landed on the tattered cloth. An anguished scream echoed out as the cloth burst into flame. The red lamps were also flames, but you can use the word flame to describe very different things. In the blink of an eye, all of the red lamps melted into slag. The tattered cloth burned. The sky burned. The forbidden sea burned. Even the air itself burned. Everything burned. In fact, the fire was so terrifying that even the mutagen ignited. Xu Qing was treated to a very rare sight. This part of the forbidden sea was no longer black. Everything was melted away, revealing what this area had looked like countless years in the past. It was blue. It was like a purification. Thanks to that baptism of fire, the impurities and filth were incinerated, leaving behind the pure substructure. It was Xu Qing's first time seeing Flame Phoenix in action. It really helped him to understand why Flame Phoenix could exist in a world of gods, and why he could occupy the continent of South Phoenix and be called the Southern Emperor in revered ancient. He did not show respect to gods. He did not sacrifice to them. He was the Emperor of South Phoenix. And now that Emperor was tenderly hugging Second Elder Sister. To him, that spark was like a mere exhalation. In fact, he wasn't even paying attention to the things around him. All of his attention was focused solely on Second Elder Sister. Meanwhile, Second Elder Sister was glaring at Huang Yan as if she were considering berating him. But then she noticed that Xu Qing was with him, and she held back. Huang Yan breathed a sigh of relief and was about to say something when all of a sudden his eyes hardened and he looked down at the forbidden sea. Xu Qing had been about to bow in greeting to Second Elder Sister when he sensed the same thing. He looked over at the spot where the ashes of the tattered cloth were drifting down into the water. The fire was already out. However, beneath the surface of the water, there was a piece of cloth roughly the size of a palm. Even after the terrifying flame of purity that Huang Yan had unleashed, it was still around. And it was sinking rapidly down toward the sea floor. It was still burning, but the fact that it had survived up to this point indicated that it was extraordinary. "Well, isn't that interesting?" Huang Yan said thoughtfully. Xu Qing's eyes shone, partly with surprise and partly with suspicion. "I only glanced at that thing before. Now I realize that there's something familiar about it. Second Elder Sister, Second Brother-in-law, hold on while I go take a closer look." With that, Xu Qing dropped into the forbidden sea and raced down toward that scrap of cloth. At the same time, he threw out the Sage Heaven God Vine, which rapidly grew larger and shot down excitedly like an arrow loosed from a bow. Xu Qing's eyes narrowed. His sense of surprise from moments ago was because of the clear fluctuations he had felt from the Sage Heaven God Vine. What looked familiar to him were the striations on the tattered cloth. It looks very similar to the surface of the Sage Heaven God Vine. With such thoughts in mind, Xu Qing sped downward after the God Vine and the cloth. After enough time passed for an incense stick to burn, Xu Qing caught up. However, the piece of cloth had reached the limit of how long it could last after being set on fire by Huang Yan. Even as Xu Qing watched, it burned out of existence. The only thing left behind were a few glimmering bits of starlight. That's definitely the aura of the Sage Heaven God Vine. Does that mean that this type of vine was in revered ancient even before Feng Lintao came? He looked at the Sage Heaven God Vine next to him. It was zipping around begrudgingly as if looking for something. Then, it suddenly shifted into one specific direction and shot off. Xu Qing followed. He pursued it for several hours before arriving in a very mysterious location that was full of densely packed marine trenches. They almost looked like scars. The God Vine emanated fluctuations of excitement as it shot into one particular trench. Upon reaching the bottom, it started burrowing through the sludge there. Xu Qing didn't proceed immediately. He stopped at the edge of the trench, relying on his connection to the vine to get a sense of what it was doing. Eventually, the God Vine reached an open area on the other side of the sludge. There, it found an object. It was a pagoda, a towering but dilapidated pagoda, and around it was wrapped a withered sage heaven god vine. It looked like it had been buried in this spot for many years, as it emanated an extremely ancient aura. 1. Around the time that Xu Qing found the pagoda and Huang Yan was in the middle of comforting second elder sister, there were 5 locations in revered ancient, where the power of a homing signal shot out into the area beyond the heavens. Those 5 homing signals all came from different locations in revered ancient, but in each of those spots, there was a group of 3 or 4 cultivators clad in silver robes and seated cross-legged. They were all from different species, but their clothing was the same, and they had similar auras. They all resembled the group of 3 led by Feng Lintao. They were from the Holy Lands. The areas where they sat featured complicated spell formations. As they performed incantation gestures, the spell formations silently rotated and emitted mysterious threads that somehow connected to the starry sky beyond the revered ancient mainland. Out in the starry sky, starlight rippled and distorted as numerous celestial objects flew along. Some looked like planets, some looked like land masses, and some looked like mountains. From the look of it, there were well over 100 of them. They were holy lands. If there were a pair of eyes that could look down on the starry sky, they would see that these holy lands were all heading toward revered ancient. They formed a line, and they maintained distance between each other. They seemed to be organized into groups. In the lead position, there were 5 holy lands. 2 were terrifyingly huge mountains. 1 was a boundless landmass, and 2 were Gruish statues. Immense pressure radiated out of them and into the surrounding starry sky, which caused countless asteroids to shatter into dust. They were getting closer and closer to revered ancient. In one of the huge holy lands was a mountain, atop which stood an old man in a golden Taoist robe. He looked very similar to a human, except that he had bright red skin. As he looked at revered ancient off in the distance, he muttered in a raspy voice, "I never thought I would live to come back here." 1. At this point in the story, the author uses a single Chinese character to describe the pagoda, and that character could be interpreted in different ways, including tower. In my original translation pass, I interpreted it in that way, tower. Later, the author adds another character to create the word that more specifically means pagoda, although usually it's used to describe very tall, tower-like pagodas, such as the ones in these images. Chapter 969, Heavenly Portents. The Forbidden Sea was boundless, and so was the seafloor. Before the broken face of eminent desolation came to revered ancient, there wasn't a single powerful expert who would dare to say they controlled the seafloor. At the very most, they might control a certain portion of it. One reason was that the seafloor just covered too much area. Another reason was that there were simply too many layers of sedimentary rock, and that became more the case the deeper you got into the sea. What was more, you never knew what was underneath those layers. There could be stunning underwater caves, or there could be even more of the sea. The truth was that the true depths of the sea contained countless mysteries, and some of the most ancient varieties actually surpassed the brilliant heaven godfolk from back in the day. There were even areas where grand emperors wouldn't tread. Therefore, whether it was the summer immortals of yesteryear or the ancient emperors after them, they all dreamed of controlling the seafloor, but never made that dream into a reality. Thankfully, even though the seafloor was mysterious and had a history that stretched back countless years, there had never been an instance in which anything from the seafloor posed a threat to the mainland. Gradually, the ancient peoples had just come to accept that it was a very mysterious place. Eventually, imminent desolation came, and the Sea of Endlessness turned into the Forbidden Sea. When the powerful mutagen reached the seafloor, it went from being simply mysterious to being terrifyingly mysterious. That was especially true of the outer sea, where it was certain that unknown gods existed. Xu Qing had long suspected that the giant and the bronze chariot were capable of going to the outer sea. The marine trench he had just reached wasn't anywhere near the outer sea, and compared to the seafloor as a whole, it was as minuscule as a single grain of sand on a beach. If the sage heaven god vine hadn't followed its senses here, Xu Qing would never have encountered it randomly, and definitely wouldn't have noticed the pagoda hidden in its silty depths. This place could be called the perfect hiding spot. By means of his connection to the god vine, Xu Qing spent some time studying the area to check for threats. It was dark there, but not silent. The cries of unknown beings echoed out from the depths of the sea, low-pitched and lingering. After confirming that there was no immediate danger, Xu Qing followed the god vine into the trench. It was even darker inside, as if it was a gaping maw ready to mercilessly devour any living thing that came along. Thanks to his connection to the vine and the speed Xu Qing was capable of, it only took about 15 minutes before he reached a tunnel that the god vine had created when burrowing into the trench. The tunnel was slowly filing in. Without any hesitation, Xu Qing shot into the tunnel. Upon reaching the end, he found the god vine. If one could look to the bottom of the sea, they would quickly realize that within the sludge at the bottom of this trench was something like a gigantic bubble some 30,000 meters across. There was no sea water in the bubble, nor any sludge. There was just the pagoda with the withered vine wrapped around it. Xu Qing and his god vine were currently just at the edge of the bubble, still inside the sludge. When looking at the bubble and the pagoda, Xu Qing didn't feel any pressure. It was almost as if they were things from the mortal world. But what was very gruish was that though he could look upon them with his physical eyes, he couldn't see them at all with divine sense. You can see them, but not sense them. Upon realizing how profound this place was, he looked at the god vine next to him. The god vine was pulsing with emotional fluctuations. Clearly, it wanted to rush to the pagoda but didn't dare to actually do so. It seemed to be filled with a sense of admiration, as if for a family member. Eventually, it made a decision. It approached Xu Qing, nuzzled him a few times, and then decisively shot toward the bubble. Xu Qing didn't stop it. The bubble rippled as the vine burrowed into it and headed toward the pagoda. Compared to the bubble, Xu Qing's god vine, which was some 3 meters thick, was still tiny. That said, it was quite long. Upon reaching the pagoda, it wrapped around it a few times like a snake. Then it made contact with the withered vine. From the god vine's emotional fluctuations, Xu Qing could sense that it was receiving a legacy. The sensation only lasted for a brief moment before vanishing. Xu Qing looked on with rapt attention for a moment. Upon noticing no further developments, he stepped forward to enter the bubble. However, that was when a shocking force of resistance surged in the bubble, making it impossible for Xu Qing to enter it. His eyes flashed as his energy and blood surged. Fleshly body power erupted, which he used to forcefully take a step forward. He completed his step, and the touch of his foot caused the bubble to tremble violently. The force of resistance grew stronger, becoming a mountain-toppling, sea-draining power that battered him in the opposite direction. Xu Qing frowned and took another step forward, then a third, fourth, and fifth. The bubble didn't shatter. Instead, as Xu Qing proceeded, it sank inward. As it did, the force of resistance grew disturbingly powerful. After Xu Qing took a sixth step, the force of resistance surged further, creating a crushing backlash attack that caused Xu Qing to shiver. At this point, he had no choice but to back up. Back in his original position, he looked up at the bubble. Blood oozed out of the corners of his mouth. It was the first time Xu Qing had been hurt in 5 months. It has imperial sovereign might. Surprise gleamed in Xu Qing's eyes. Xu Qing's journey in the Forbidden Sea was for the purpose of tempering his body. Unfortunately, his body's defenses were so powerful that things had gone too smoothly, which was not what he wanted. After finding this bubble, however, Xu Qing experienced a flicker of excitement for the first time in 5 months. He studied his god vine briefly to confirm that his actions weren't affecting it negatively. It was absorbing its legacy and seemed like it needed more time. Therefore, determination flared in Xu Qing as he took out a flame phoenix feather and used divine will to send a message to Huang Yan explaining that he was working on cultivation at the seafloor and would be coming back later. Although Huang Yan had been tasked by Master Seventh with being Xu Qing's Tao protector, the inner sea wasn't a very dangerous place, and given Xu Qing's battle prowess, he would be fine on his own. What was more, Huang Yan had just reunited with his elder sister. Therefore, he quickly agreed, which would give him more time with his elder sister. And thus, 3 months passed by relatively quickly. During that time, Xu Qing stayed in the marine trench. He would spend time every day training with the immortal light. Occasionally, he would go out to hunt sea beasts to warm himself up, whereupon he would return to the mysterious bubble to temper his fleshly body. Every time the bubble injured him, he recovered quickly. It was a tempering that turned out to be shockingly effective. Xu Qing could sense that he was gaining much more control over his body compared to before. What was especially noteworthy was that he was slowly getting used to the force of rejection from the bubble. He was able to take additional steps, slowly but surely. And the backlash attack changed as well. As it turned out, Xu Qing had found the perfect whetstone to hone himself. The 7 Blood Eyes training event soon ended. Huang Yan returned to South Phoenix with his elder sister and would occasionally check in with Xu Qing using the feather. He was increasingly relieved to realize that Xu Qing really was doing fine. After 3 months, the God Vine was close to finishing with its legacy. On one particular day, Xu Qing was in front of the mysterious bubble, tempering his fleshly body. After taking several steps forward, he was about to proceed when he suddenly sensed something from the dilapidated pagoda. The withered vine there was crumbling into ashes, which were being sucked into Xu Qing's infant god vine. Then it unwrapped from the pagoda as if waking up. After shaking itself out, it turned, shot away from the pagoda, and exited the bubble. It circled around him a few times, nuzzled him gently, and sent forth fluctuations of sadness. It almost seemed like it had just lost a loved one. Xu Qing reached out and stroked the vine. He had experienced emotions like that in the past. After the god vine's emotions had stabilized a bit, Xu Qing projected a message with divine will. "Can you take me in there?" The vine immediately gave an affirmative response. Xu Qing nodded and sent out Little Shadow. "You stand guard outside. Keep an eye out for anything unusual." Little Shadow looked slightly indignant. Ever since the damned vine showed up, the shadow had clearly slipped in the standings. After working so hard to try to outdo Patriarch Golden Vajra Warrior, it suddenly found that a new favorite had surpassed it. Considering that it had long recovered all of its mental faculties, it now wondered if this was the same feeling Patriarch Golden Vajra Warrior had experienced years ago. Xu Qing didn't pick up on what Little Shadow was feeling, as he was paying attention to the god vine. The god vine quickly wrapped around Xu Qing, then carried him toward the bubble. It was different than when Xu Qing tried to enter the bubble alone. This time, there was no force of rejection. With the vine escorting him, he was able to enter with ease. Once inside, Xu Qing was visibly moved. "There's no mutagen here, and this aura." The inside of the mysterious bubble was clearly different than what was on the outside. There's no spirit power. Instead, it feels like the starry sky. As Xu Qing sensed those things, he stepped forward until he was right in front of the door leading into the pagoda. He reached out and pushed. The door opened quietly, and an ancient sensation emerged, like the mottled light of the setting sun coming out of the ancient past. Freeweb novel, calm. There were 3 crystal coffins in the pagoda. The skeletons inside weren't human. They had tails, as well as horns on their heads. It wasn't possible to see what their bodies had looked like in life, as all that remained were bones. It was clear evidence that no matter how strong someone was, time could make them slowly fade away. In addition to the coffins and skeletons, there was an altar, atop which rested a chunk of black jade the size of a head. It was covered with cracks. Meanwhile, the walls inside the pagoda were decorated with a map of a starry sky. It was a star chart. There was nothing else. Xu Qing took it all in, thought back to the withered god vine, and then came to the conclusion that this pagoda was a magical flight device used to traverse the starry sky. Some accident must have resulted in it falling into the forbidden sea in revered ancient. Considering how old it was, and based on the lingering scraps of time Xu Qing could sense, he could only assume that the event occurred in the time before ancient Emperor Dark Serenity. In other words, it arrived before the broken face came. There must have been a survivor. Xu Qing's eyes narrowed. If there wasn't, how could the place be so clean? What was more, although it was technically possible that the coffins had been set up before the deaths occurred, It looked more like the result of meticulous work after the fact. If I'm right, then countless years ago this pagoda fell here, and the survivor buried his or her companions before leaving the Forbidden Sea. There weren't enough details to pinpoint the exact time period involved, which meant that it would be that much harder to track down where that survivor ended up in Revered Ancient. What was more, cultivators could easily alter physical evidence, which would make it even more difficult to ascertain the historical details. But Xu Qing didn't care about that. After looking around the interior of the pagoda, he felt a bit disappointed. Finally, he took a closer look at the star chart. He didn't recognize it, but he committed it to memory anyway. Finally, he turned to leave. Just before taking his first step, though, his expression flickered, and he turned to look at the altar, which he had previously inspected, only to find nothing of note. His gaze came to rest on the chunk of cracked black jade. He sent some soul threads into the jade, whereupon his expression flickered again, and his eyes shone with incredulity. Is that, heart rate increasing, he prepared to examine the jade further. But then, out of nowhere, Little Shadow sent some very urgent emotional fluctuations to him via their connection. They were fluctuations of terror and confusion. Along with them came an image. Within that image, it was possible to see the seawater outside the bubble sinking in on itself. It wasn't just sinking down in this location. The effects were far-reaching. Pressure began to build up on the seafloor, and deafening rumbling sounds rose up. Sea beasts everywhere trembled. Xu Qing's face fell as he burst into motion. After shooting out of the bubble and sensing what was happening, he rocketed upward until he broke past the surface of the water. Looking around, he could see that there was a formless power descending from the sky, which was causing the surface of the Forbidden Sea to sink down. Up above, the dome of heaven dimmed. Countless lightning bolts raced back and forth, engulfing the Forbidden Sea, the mainland, and all of Revered Ancient. The entire cosmos seemed to be shaking. In all parts of Revered Ancient, people could look up and see the same supernatural phenomena. And then, at the highest point in the dome of heaven, 5 shooting stars appeared. They started out as mere pinpricks, but grew brighter and larger with every moment that passed. Eventually, everyone could see 2 huge mountains, 2 statues, and a planet. They brought boundless power, like a tempest from the starry sky, as well as something profoundly ancient, like something from the ancient past that had seen countless vicissitudes of time. Each of these objects went in a different direction. Specifically, they split up to go to the east, south, west, north, and center. All of Revered Ancient was shaking. Terrifying pressure weighed down on all species, and living individuals everywhere began to tremble uncontrollably. Heavenly portents. In the north of Revered Ancient were endless ice plains that were controlled by the North Fate Kings. There, the eye of a god peered upward. In the west of Revered Ancient, a cold snort echoed out from the Redland noble plexuses. In the south were the netherworld chasm corpses, where a boundless mist of death rose up. And in the east, the 3 gods of the Fire Moon Darkheaven people looked up. In the imperial capital of humankind, the Empress, clad in an imperial robe and crown, stood outside the imperial palace, looking up with cold eyes. In addition, there were many other gods, some active, some in hiding. All looked up into the canopy of heaven. In the east of Revered Ancient were some lonely mountains, where Yu Liuchen sat in a bamboo grove sipping tea. He yawned. What's with the racket? Aren't you worried about waking the Father God? Some gods were indifferent, some gods were happy, some gods were envious, some gods were apathetic, some gods were hungry. And then there was the Heavenly region, which had been covered with a mist of mutagen for months now. In the imperial capital of the sovereign kingdom of Violet and Cyan, Zai Qing sat on the throne, a smile on his face. Chapter 970, 5th Godly Authority. The Holy Lands were coming. As of this moment, species throughout Revered Ancient reacted. Some trembled, some got excited, some seemed confused. Regardless, at this point in time in Revered Ancient, the Holy Lands arrived and took center stage. Ever since the departure of ancient Emperor Dark Serenity, Stories about the Holy Lands had circulated among the species of revered ancient. The emperors of the species that had left, as well as the chosen they took with them, established numerous holy lands. And in the tens of thousands of years that had passed since then, those holy lands had been vilified by some, but looked to with anticipation by others. Some people believed them to be cowards who had betrayed and abandoned revered ancient at a critical moment. Some people thought they embodied hope, and that when they returned, the suffering of revered ancient would be turned into the dawn of a new era. Regardless of the reality, they were coming. Why were they here? It wasn't clear. Were they friend or foe? It wasn't clear. Out over the forbidden sea, Xu Qing looked up into the canopy of heaven. Revered ancient is like a cage that's easy to enter but hard to leave. Ever since running into Feng Lintao and his companions, and thus learning that the Holy Lands were coming, Xu Qing had been wondering why the Holy Lands were returning. I wonder if they have a way to leave. As Xu Qing contemplated the situation, he got a voice message from Huang Yan via the feather. Are you seeing this, Xu Qing? It's not just Holy Lands cultivators who are coming. These are the actual Holy Lands themselves. It's not a good sign. My guess is that they've figured out a way to leave. Based on information I've gained from you humans, plus things I know, I can tell you that there are over 100 Holy Lands. They organize themselves into 4 categories, from highest to lowest. They're heavenly, earthly, celestial, and terrestrial. Given the aura of the 5 that just arrived, I'm fairly certain they're terrestrial-level Holy Lands, in other words, the weakest variety. Holy Lands like that make up something like 50 or more of the total number. In terms of the celestial, earthly, and heavenly categories of Holy Lands, it's hard to say how many there are and which species control them. That said, the Empress can probably confirm that the Dark Serenity Holy Land was once heavenly level. But now, who knows if it's still that strong? Looks to me like, going forward, more and more of the Holy Lands are going to be coming down. Starting now, revered ancient is going to be a chaotic place. For the time being, I'm going to stay here in South Phoenix to watch over things. You keep working on your cultivation in the Forbidden Sea. Just be careful. Xu Qing sent a quick response, then looked in the direction of Sea-Sealing County. By means of a unique magic, he could stay in touch with Sea-Sealing County even at great distances, and now he was being asked for instructions about how to treat the Holy Lands. Xu Qing thought about it briefly, then replied, "Stay on guard, observe only." After that, he sighed, but only a moment later, his eyes glittered. Given that he had no idea what the Holy Lands were doing here, Xu Qing knew that there wasn't much he could do about the situation. All he could do was keep getting stronger and react to whatever developments occurred. Therefore, he dropped back down into the water and once again went to the dilapidated pagoda in the marine trench. Before long, he was back in front of the bubble. With the help of the god Vine, he returned to the pagoda, where he unhesitatingly sent some soul threads into the cracks in the black jade. A moment later, he retracted the soul threads. My senses were accurate. That thing has a vestige of godly authority in it. It's the same type of vestige that exists in my void soil as a faint vestige. Just before leaving earlier, Xu Qing had sensed that faint vestige in his void soil flickering slightly. Now he had confirmed his suspicion from earlier thanks to his soul threads. The big question is who originally controlled that godly authority? Xu Qing's eyes shone, as his heart filled with anticipation. He was well aware that it was going to be extremely difficult to light up all 1,000 of the faint vestiges in his void soil. It would require him to devour a lot more gods, or at least, things connected to gods. That was why it had been so beneficial for him to hunt godly entities and absorb their godliness. Unfortunately, the process had been going very slow. The fact that he could sense this particular godly authority indicated that he had a big destined opportunity at hand. Therefore, he didn't hesitate at all to sit down cross-legged in front of the black jade and use his soul threads to seek enlightenment. Time passed. A few days later, he opened his eyes. It seems to be connected to sound in some way. Xu Qing still wasn't sure of the details, despite the days spent immersed in what had seemed to be successful enlightenment. He felt like he was looking at flowers in fog or the moon reflected in water. He wasn't ready to give up, though. Instead, he took out the bottle of holy Fardark nectar. He swallowed some. All of a sudden, his mind filled with a profound sensation, and he continued to seek enlightenment. A month passed, slowly but surely. Xu Qing was deep in meditation and pulsed with an ethereal sensation. In that mysterious state, he was certain he could hear something. It was like chanting. It seemed far but near, then near but far. Apparently, it was describing something, except he couldn't hear it clearly. The echoing chant stirred the god source within him, causing that faint vestige in his void soil to start flickering more dramatically. A second month passed. Xu Qing had now been seeking enlightenment in a sustained manner for 2 months. During the 2 months that passed, the newly arrived Holy Lands behaved in different ways. The Holy Land that landed in the central part of revered, ancient, exterminated a minor species, but the other 4 didn't do anything like that. They didn't make contact with any outside forces and instead sent out teams to collect resources. They seemed interested in gathering mutagen, especially objects that had been deeply infected with mutagen. Their actions were noted by many. In the West, there was one species that relocated to the spot where the Holy Land had descended. The reason was that the Holy Land was filled with members of their own species who had left back in the day. The most sensational event played out in the central region, after the statue-shaped Holy Land wiped out the minor species. A month after they arrived, the top species of revered ancient, which was extremely mysterious and operated in the central region, took action. 2 gods emerged from their territory and went to the Holy Land. When they left the Holy Land, it was dead silent. All living beings in the Holy Land had been killed. Then the statue crumbled into ashes that vanished into the air. Afterward, a voice echoed through revered ancient. The Holy Lands may not step into the central regions. That incident shook all of revered ancient, and it also shook the other Holy Lands that had arrived. In the blink of an eye, the Holy Lands suddenly weren't as untouchable as they had seemed. In fact, the other Holy Lands started being even more cautious in their actions. The reactions from the various species in revered ancient were mixed. Some weren't sure what to think, while others were relieved. Some seemed confused. Then another event took place that was similar to when the first 5 Holy Lands had arrived. This time, 6 Holy Lands descended like falling stars into different locations. In the days to follow, more events like that occurred. Every so often, a group of Holy Lands would show up and fall down into revered ancient. Whenever the ancient Holy Lands of different shapes and sizes arrived, rumbling sounds filled heaven and earth. Great pressure would weigh down. Eventually, it reached the point where 23 Holy Lands had arrived. The strange thing was that all of the Holy Lands seemed interested in gathering mutagen and mutagen-related objects, and nothing else. It was as if the only purpose of their return was to collect those things. In the pagoda at the bottom of the sea, Xu Qing was reaching a critical point in his enlightenment. The vague chanting got stronger, but at the same time, he still couldn't hear clearly what it was saying. However, he could tell that the same chant was being repeated. There was an ancient power within the chanting, something extremely domineering that was slowly filling him, entering his mind and replacing his perceptions. From the look of it, it was trying to take away his concept of sound. It almost seemed like it was attempting to enslave him, to strip away his sense of self and make him a servant of the chant. It was a very dangerous state to be in. At the same time, there was something very enticing that was taking over his perceptions, subtly attempting to tell him that, as long as he continued, he would gain control over this godly authority. Suddenly, Xu Qing's eyes opened. They were bloodshot. Godly authority erupted within him. Especially noteworthy was the fact that Helfei's eye appeared on his forehead, shining with bizarre light. In an instant, Xu Qing gained complete lucidity. Then, without any hesitation, he ended the session of enlightenment. A sound like a string being snapped echoed within his mind. A tremor passed through him, and he coughed up a massive mouthful of blood. A serious look appeared on his face as he struggled to control his breathing. The same feeling of trying to be enslaved. He scowled. During the 2 months that had passed, he had reached this dangerous state every time he tried to seek enlightenment. Without Helfei's eye and his extensive experience with altered perceptions, it was highly likely that he wouldn't have survived the first time it happened. But why? He murmured. He had considered that this godly authority might contain some sort of life force of its own, and that it was trying to possess him. But after numerous experiments, he noticed that the chanting never changed. It always proceeded in exactly the same way. That certainly didn't seem like the behavior of a living thing. Don't tell me that I'm seeking enlightenment in the wrong way. When all was said and done, this was technically his first time trying to seek enlightenment of godly authority. All of his current understanding of godly authority was based on pure instinct. He acquired both the violet moon and the misfortune by devouring them, not by seeking enlightenment. As for the godly curse, he had gained it more in the manner of learning a technique. For the moment, he decided to stop seeking enlightenment and take a few days to review what he had experienced over the past few months. At a certain point, a tremor passed through him. Perhaps my method of seeking enlightenment isn't at the right level. That could explain why I keep dealing with the enslavement attempts. I'm being influenced by the godly authority, except that what I really want is to seize control of it. But how to seize control? After some more thought, his eyes glittered. Maybe I shouldn't be listening. Maybe listening is what's allowing me to be influenced. With a determined expression, he rose and left the mysterious bubble. This time, instead of getting help from the god vine, he tried to force his way back inside. After taking a few steps, the mountain-toppling, sea-draining force of resistance slammed into him. Xu Qing ignored it, braced himself, and took another step forward. When the backlash attack hit him, he redirected the force to his ears. All of a sudden, his head thrummed, and intense pain filled him. His ears started to bleed, his eardrums shattered, and his ear bones crumbled. Xu Qing tumbled backward, the world spinning around him. He could no longer hear. That said, his expression was calm. Enduring the pain, he called on the confused god vine, then hurried back into the pagoda. The moment he was inside, he sat down cross-legged and sent soul threads into the black jade to seek enlightenment. This time, he wasn't listening. Instead, he was sensing with his mind. Gradually, he could hear the chanting again. The chanting came from the black jade, but it was also coming from the faint lineament within him, as well as the God Source sea within him. A flash of understanding appeared. All of a sudden, he realized that things were different compared to before. God Source raged, stimulating his senses. It was as if some sort of shackle had been broken, allowing him to reach a new level. He understood. As long as he didn't listen, but sensed instead, then he could still hear. And when he used his senses and stepped into the realm of godliness, he could activate power that came from that state. It was something boundless and primeval that originated in primal chaos itself. Or perhaps it was a very ancient power that existed in the world. Cultivators couldn't control or acquire that power. The only way to do so was to use God Source. The reason was that the source of the power was too profound. By seizing it, one acquired the qualifications to use it, and it would form a sealing mark. That was godly authority. However, that was only related to using it. To delve into its substructure was something that ordinary gods couldn't do. The faint lineament that had flickered months ago was calling out to the black jade from Xu Qing's void soil. And now, it started glowing brightly as it turned into a god talisman. It was Xu Qing's 5th god talisman. A god talisman of sound. Control of all sound in the world was an essential element of omniscience. Chapter 971, Clean and Simple. Omniscience was a concept unique to gods, who were, of course, mysterious and unfathomable. Many cultivators thought of the word omniscience to be extremely terrifying. Once one was laid bare to omniscience, everything about them, from past to future, and even their fate could be controlled. There was no way to escape it or change it. To some extent, it was a word that described scope and limitation. Before gaining enlightenment of the godly authority of sound, Xu Qing knew more about enlightenment than most cultivators. But compared to gods, he was like a young child who had only just started to learn things. As of this moment, though, when he truly gained enlightenment and could control that godly authority, things completely changed. The godly authority of sound was an essential component of omniscience, control of all sound. It was one of the keys to opening the great door of omniscience. In addition to gaining control of the godly authority, the process imparted valuable experience to him. He had experienced a revelation unlike anything from the past. This was what godly authority was about. Godly authority possessed life force. At the same time, it did not possess life force. It was something free and extraordinary. When he was seeking enlightenment, it possessed life force and the ability to fight back. It even tried to possess him. But when he didn't seek enlightenment, yet gained it, it didn't possess life force. It was a paradox. Those who understood would understand. Those who didn't understand would never understand. Along with the godly authority came drifting bits of information from within the freed God perception. 1. The bits of information were deeply ancient. They all had different usages. Some were chaotic and paradoxical, and yet all of them plainly informed him of their usage upon entering him. Any person qualified to use this godly authority would also qualify to use the bits of information. The bits of information weren't things that occurred naturally. They were like chaotic wills left behind in the godly authority by anyone who had previously qualified to use it. They came out automatically. Understanding the bits of information and being able to use them involved a long process. Anyone who did so and could control their substructure would become the sole individual qualified to use that godly authority. All other gods would be stripped of their qualifications. That was what happened when gods improved their godly authority, and in some respects was the most important pillar of the god system. Godly entities are in the process of stockpiling God Source. When the God Source reaches the right level, God Fire can be ignited, and the godly entity will become an actual god. At that point, they use all of their previous stockpiles and enlightenment, along with God perception, to seek enlightenment of a godly authority. They seek the qualifications to use it. Controlling and understanding the substructure of a godly authority is a standard in the God-fear level. It's also a very dangerous process, but if you succeed, you become an altar god. The 3 gods of the fire moons used a god domain to achieve their breakthrough to flawless god. Now I can see that the key to the point of that breakthrough was to allow them to control and understand godly authority substructure. Their path to altar god is now open, which means that, in reality, they have already succeeded to a certain extent. For the most part, they have already gained understanding and control of their personal godly authorities. Then there's the Empress. When at the peak of being a half-imperial sovereign, she used the destiny aura of humankind to become a first-stage altar god. That means that she skipped the level of usage and went right to control. Becoming a first-stage altar god isn't an easy thing. Only someone with spectacular talent and an imperial sovereign cultivation base would be able to solidify the first step. Now I can see that the Empress must have been studying godly authority from very early on. And maybe that's what led to the dawning suns. That's why she was able to become a first-stage altar god. After altar god is the level equivalent to the summer immortals. True god. That involves gaining complete control over a godly authority. That's why the character True is in the name. This enlightenment came to Xu Qing from the bits of information in his god perception. However, there was also a possibility that he was wrong about some things. He would have to wait until later on to verify the truth. But there was one thing that was now much more clear to him than before. Godly entities are like smoldering god cultivators, and the different levels within Godfair are like the different stages of imperial sovereign cultivators. An altar god could fight a quasi-immortal grand emperor, and a true god would be a match for a summer immortal. Both true god and summer immortal pursue what comes next in their respective systems. Unfortunately, what comes next on the path after true god is called God Lord, but nobody knows what comes after summer immortal. People search blindly, and based on different essences, they pursue different paths. Years ago, the summer immortals disappeared, and I bet it's because they sought their own paths to ascension. That's why the starry sky belongs to the gods. Xu Qing took a deep breath, opened his eyes, and looked at the black jade. It was now so cracked that it finally just quietly crumbled into ashes. What a pity. The godly authority of sound in my god perception is actually possessed by many gods. Too many. It's a very widespread type of godly authority. Because so many individuals can use it, its mightiness is actually scattered. That said, because it's so widespread. If someone came along who could wrest complete control of it, that type of god power would be completely terrifying. Xu Qing closed his eyes again and focused fully on the fifth type of godly authority in his void soil. The god source within him became like a mallet to strike the void soil. A sound like a bell rang in Xu Qing's mind. In fact, the sound actually seeped out of him. There, it made something like imperceptible ripples. Xu Qing was in the middle of them as they spread out, leaving the dilapidated pagoda, entering the marine trench, and eventually spreading through the Forbidden Sea. In the blink of an eye, they reached a distance of 50 kilometers. All sound within that 50-kilometer area was instantly within Xu Qing's god perception. He could hear the sound of water flowing, animals roaring, fish swishing their tails, sand rubbing against sand. He even heard a sound like breathing from the Forbidden Sea itself. It was gruish and lingering. All of that appeared within Xu Qing's god perception, and he got the sense that, with a thought on his part, he could use all of that sound. Everything in that 50-kilometer area suddenly went quiet. Xu Qing had taken away all sound with a single thought and pushed it beyond the 50-kilometer area. By borrowing their sound, he sent the ripple farther. 250 kilometers, 500 kilometers. It was an endless cycle. Xu Qing was like a child who had just acquired a new toy and wanted to play around with it to see how it worked and what it was capable of. In that manner, time passed. It was hard to say exactly how much went by from the moment Xu Qing started sending out the ripples. The range had long since surpassed anything Xu Qing was previously capable of sensing. He could now sense countless sea beasts, numerous godly entities hidden in the seafloor, and all sorts of ships on the surface of the water. Yet none of them could sense him. Xu Qing didn't do anything to them. The process continued. Xu Qing perceived numerous scenes with his god perception. A great distance away from Xu Qing's location, in a spot near Forbidden by the Zombie, there was something like a vast plain on the seafloor. In the middle of it, a huge spell formation had been set up, and at the center of the spell formation, two figures sat cross-legged. They wore silver robes and had dark skin reminiscent of an octopus. They had no hair, but facial features that resembled humans. Even seated, they were both more than 30 meters tall. Based on their cultivation base fluctuations, they were both at the peak of the two-world smoldering god level. Because of their special clothing and the nature of the spell formation, it was clear that these two were from one of the Holy Lands. As it turned out, they were from the same larger group that Feng Lintao and the others had come with. On that occasion, a host of teams had come from the Holy Lands, which had then scattered into different parts of revered ancient. These two had come to the Forbidden Sea. During that time, they gathered information and resources from throughout the Forbidden Sea before setting up the spell formation to send the homing signal to beyond the heavens. Right now, they had unleashed their cultivation base fluctuations to strengthen the spell formation and call out to the holy land they called home. They had been lucky in their time in revered ancient, as everything had gone smoothly for them. They hadn't encountered any resistance, and though they had run into some powerful godly entities, by identifying them in advance, they were able to avoid them. Now that their mission was wrapping up, both were feeling very relieved. But then a cracking sound rang out from one of them. Specifically, it came from a jade slip he had placed down in front of him. It was a dark jade slip covered with complicated magical symbols that had been painted on with a special ink. Its function was to vibrate in advance if something dangerous was nearby. At the moment, the jade slip had started vibrating so intensely, and so suddenly that it shattered. The two Holy Lands cultivators opened their eyes and looked around suspiciously. The sound of the cracking jade slip hadn't disappeared, and in fact, was like a tempest sweeping the area. As everything trembled, the two cultivators' expressions flickered. They quickly backed up a good distance and checked the surroundings. Then one of them performed a right-handed incantation gesture and pointed out. Instantly, a swirling current appeared in the surrounding sea water, which he controlled, causing a lot of sand to float up, shaking many hidden rocks. He was looking for the source of the danger. No such efforts amounted to anything. As their suspicions mounted, something incredibly shocking happened. All of the sound created by their actions suddenly went away. That included the echoing of the cracking of the jade slip. All of that sound turned into a gruish and dangerous power that slammed into them. Rumbling filled the area. As the two cultivators' hearts pounded, one of them projected a message to the other. 2. A god must have noticed us. Even though it was only a projected message, at the same moment that the cultivator's teammate heard the message, it turned into a gruish attack that caused their heads to vibrate, their faces to drain of blood, and their hearts to race painfully. Terror filled them. At the same moment, both of them realized that the sound in the area was being taken away by force. Neither of them dared to speak again. After exchanging a glance and realizing how terrified the other was, they unhesitatingly fled toward the surface. However, the faster they fled, the more noise they made, and the more of a disturbance they caused. That sound then turned into an attack power that hit them again. The resulting rumbling booms only added to the deadly power. Meanwhile, fish and sea beasts in the area, and even the sand and water itself, were all making various noises. Some were audible, others were not. But that didn't change the fact that they all existed. It was like a terrifying orchestra in the Forbidden Sea was playing a shocking song. Freewebenville, calm. The deadly attack power rolled with mountain-toppling, sea-draining force directly toward the two fleeing cultivators. The rumbling grew more intense. The two Holy Lands cultivators were trembling. They looked scared and were coughing up blood. Both had already unleashed their major worlds. They used both illusory and corporeal means to fight against the gruish attack. They even used magical treasures in an attempt to get rid of the sound in the area. The danger mounted to unprecedented levels as they sustained numerous attacks, causing their clothing to be ripped and torn and lacerating their flesh. Finally, they burst out of the water and into the open, and yet they couldn't breathe sighs of relief. There was even more noise above the surface. Sea birds cried out as they flew overhead. The waves crashed. There was sound everywhere. Sound roared in all directions. And the two cultivators who had just burst up through the surface of the water found themselves right in the middle of it. From a distance, it was like there was a huge sphere of sound, rippling endlessly, filled with terrifying might. A voice then rang out. "What were you doing on the seafloor?" Along with the voice came a figure in violet, almost like a god. The figure was outside of the sphere of sound, looking calmly at the two terrified cultivators. His question obviously required an answer, and that was because the rumbling inside the sphere of sound was growing more intense. The ears of the two Holy Lands cultivators could hardly hear what Xu Qing was saying. All they heard was a vague chanting. The chanting grew more intense, repeating itself over and over, like something from ancient times. A sensation of madness and greed filled them, inundating their minds and taking over their perceptions. It was taking away their concept of sound. Their bodies, souls, and even their sense of self was being taken. The answer was naturally there. Xu Qing dropped down to the seafloor. On the surface, a pop could be heard, and then blood flowed. The two Holy Lands cultivators had been killed in body and soul. The sound sphere vanished, and all the sound therein returned to heaven and earth. Clean and simple. Xu Qing reached the spell formation on the seafloor. After studying it, he lifted his hand. One strike destroyed it. Xu Qing shook his head. Sadly, the signal already went out. After some thought, he took out a jade slip and sent messages to Sealing County, Huangyan, and others, letting them know to get ready. Shortly after, he disappeared into the Forbidden Sea to continue seeking enlightenment of the Sound Authority and to look for the bronze chariot. A week later, 7 shooting stars appeared in the sky over revered ancient. Dazzlingly bright. One of them started falling toward the spot in the Forbidden Sea between Emperor Receiving Prefecture and the continent of South Phoenix. 1. Incidentally, here's a quick reminder of what I mentioned in a footnote a few hundred chapters ago, that the information mentioned here has a meaning beyond the mundane definition of the word. Here's a link to the post from that real-life practitioner of Chinese magic that goes into a brief explanation. Same image I included in the footnote back then. 2. It's noteworthy that the term I generally convey as project or transmit literally means to transmit sound. Though the author usually uses it when cultivators mentally communicate with each other, he occasionally uses it when just meaning to talk. The point is that it contains the character for sound in it. Deathblade's thoughts. This chapter is about 1,000 characters longer than average. Chapter 972, Vivified Holy Land. A shooting star fell from the sky, descending toward the Forbidden Sea. As its resplendent light shimmered out, people throughout the continent of South Phoenix and Emperor Receiving Prefecture looked up in shock. In recent days, holy lands had been arriving one after another, but this was the first time that one had appeared in this area. It caused widespread nervousness, especially since no one had any idea what was to come in regard to this holy land. Sects and organizations everywhere were on high alert. That was especially true given that the arrival of this holy land was accompanied by terrifying pressure and winds that could shake the starry sky. Deafening rumbling sounds echoed out that shook the mind and heart of all. The maritime space near Forbidden by the Zombie was affected the most dramatically. From afar, it was possible to see an area of the sea many thousands of kilometers wide, sinking down as a vortex formed. Waves surged into a tsunami that spread out. Soon, the water level sank so much it was possible to make out the seafloor. As for the tsunami, it was so huge that, as it spread out, it swept over many islands. Thankfully, it didn't last for long. What was more, the islands had been given advance notice to make preparations. Were it not for that, the event would have been a major catastrophe. Regardless, it just went to show the terrifying force unleashed by this newly arrived holy land. Countless sea beasts shivered instinctively and tried to flee the area. Eventually, as wild colors flashed in heaven and earth, the Holy Land began to slow down as it descended. Astonishingly, the Holy Land floating above the Forbidden Sea was a massive blue ice mountain. It was so tall it seemed to vie with the dome of heaven for glory. And it was so wide at the bottom that it was almost as big as Emperor Receiving Prefecture. It didn't come to rest on the water itself. Instead, it floated in the air about 3,000 meters above it, making it look like a huge floating island. Directly beneath it was the spell formation with the homing signal, created by the 2 smoldering god cultivators Xu Qing had just killed. In other words, it was above Forbidden by the Zombie. Forbidden by the Zombie was a forbidden ground located in between Emperor Receiving Prefecture and South Phoenix. It was normally hidden on the seafloor. Over the countless years that had passed, the Lord of Forbidden by the Zombie had awoken on a few occasions, which caused a huge stir. But ordinarily speaking, the place was relatively peaceful and quiet. One exception was several years previously, when that huge, ancient door was revealed. On that occasion, the Lord of Forbidden by the Zombie perished. As a result, the forbidden ground essentially lost its life force, and ever since had been very quiet. Few people were aware of any of the behind-the-scenes details. Obviously, there was some deep significance to the fact that this holy ground had come to this specific spot. Numerous streams of divine will had already arrived from Emperor Receiving Prefecture and South Phoenix, as well as from locations in the Forbidden Sea. As they focused on the enormous blue ice mountain, the mountain vibrated. Cracking sounds rang out like heavenly thunder. Crevices opened up all over the surface of the mountain, spreading so rapidly that, after only an incense stick's worth of time, they had covered the entire thing. Then the ice started collapsing everywhere, revealing an interior mountain that was the color white. The blue ice landed in the ocean and quickly melted. However, it caused the temperature to drop so much that chunks of ice formed in the sea beneath the Holy Land. As for the White Mountain, it pulsed with intense life force. In fact, it was even possible to see swaying grass starting to grow on its surface, and even trees. Spirit energy pulsed out of it, and auspicious beasts began to wake up and fly around. Immortal clouds even appeared in the area. It didn't take long for the Holy Land to reveal that it looked very much like an immortal mountain. Then a figure some 300 meters tall strode out from the immortal mountain. Other than some specifics about the facial features and a few other details, he looked very similar to the two smoldering god cultivators Xu Qing had killed. It seemed likely that he was from the same species. He had human-like facial features, but no hair. His skin glistened like white jade, making him seem very holy. It was hard to determine his age, but there was something about him that seemed profoundly ancient. Freewibben Sigmavel, see Cyrillic letter 473M. Most terrifying were his cultivation base fluctuations. His cultivation base fluctuations surpassed the ability of most cultivators to even perceive. He was more terrifying than anything they had ever encountered. In fact, it was something that only the divine will of the most powerful experts could detect. He was an imperial sovereign. His presence caused huge waves to roll out over the sea and provoked a joyful response from the natural and magical laws in the area. Even the heavenly Taos were silent. The reason was that he was at the peak of imperial sovereign. He did not need any blessing of destiny aura. He did not need any external power. He was fully at the peak of the immortal cultivator system of cultivation. He was truly a peak imperial sovereign, making him equivalent to a flawless god. After stepping out of the immortal mountain, he entered the Forbidden Sea and went to Forbidden by the Zombie. All of Forbidden by the Zombie was trembling. Countless cries of grief echoed out from within, and then black blood flowed out of it, becoming part of the surrounding sea water. That blood flowed for 7 days. The howls of grief echoed for the same amount of time. Everyone was still watching on the 8th day when the imperial sovereign, who looked like a cultivator made of white jade, emerged from Forbidden by the Zombie. Astonishingly, he was shouldering an ancient bronze door. It was the very same door that had been opened inside Forbidden by the Zombie years ago. A mangled hand had reached out of the door, which resulted in Emperor Zombie perishing. As of now, this cultivator who looked like white jade was carrying the door back to the immortal mountain. 1. After he returned, the cultivators of the Holy Land emerged cheering. This was a very strange Holy Land. The various members of the species who had made it didn't all look the same. Some looked like the two Xu Qing had killed, but some had bodies that were stitched together like puzzles, and the puzzle pieces included humanoid body parts, animal body parts, and other fantastical parts. All of them proceeded into Forbidden by the Zombie. This strange development caused numerous individuals in Emperor Receiving Prefecture and South Phoenix to observe with even more rapt attention, and at the same time, confusion. All of them stayed on high alert. Armies were mustered in Sea-Sealing County, and Emperor Receiving Prefecture activated military spell formations. What was even stranger, though, was that in the month that followed, the Immortal Mountain didn't do anything else. Apparently, the cultivators from there were only interested in going to Forbidden by the Zombie. Inside, they searched for all sorts of resources. Seawater, mutagen, plants from Forbidden by the Zombie, strange grooves, and godly entities. All such things were among the items they targeted. Xu Qing, who was still roving the Forbidden Sea working on his godly authority of sound, and also searching for the Golden Crow's dragon chariot, heard about the developments via messages sent to him from various parties. A lot of the information came from Huang Yan, who was in close contact with human forces. What was more, he had access to ancient knowledge that provided a lot of insight. Xu Qing nodded. Humankind was in an era of decline. However, though they were far from their glory days, they had many ancient records. Maybe their histories couldn't compare to those kept by the Summer Immortal Palace, but they were still superior to most other species. As Xu Qing sped through the Forbidden Sea, Huang Yan's voice echoed in his mind via divine will, sent through the feather. Xu Qing, you humans have already dug through various ancient documents and found information about the Holy Land that dropped down at my front door. I have to say, you humans are very adept at keeping historical records. The species has a name. They're Vivifiends. Back in the time of ancient Emperor Dark Serenity, they weren't exactly a major player. But partly because of their unusual and fiendish nature, and partly because their emperor acknowledged allegiance to ancient Emperor Dark Serenity very early on, and performed some meritorious services, they went on to achieve a lot of glory. The fiendish nature of the species has to do with their innate ability. They're born extremely weak, and as they grow up, they have to steal the organs and even bodies of other species to replace their own. They're almost like hermit crabs, constantly shedding their shells to get new ones. That's why members of this species usually look different from each other. Before acknowledging allegiance to ancient Emperor Dark Serenity, they went around buying and selling bodies and organs all over revered ancient. If it weren't for the fact that they eventually got enough power and influence, they would have been wiped out a long time ago. In terms of the category of their holy land, it's terrestrial level. Normally speaking, holy lands like that will have at least 1 or 2 cultivators in the imperial sovereign level. The one who went into Forbidden by the zombie earlier is probably one of the lords of the place. Based on the information your Empress was able to dig up, as well as news about various species who have made contact with other holy lands, plus some of my own back-channel information, I think I have an idea what's going on. These holy lands from beyond the heavens, when the holy lands left, they didn't have such a strict system of categorization. Basically, the Dark Serenity Holy Land was in charge, and everyone else was lower. But later on, unforeseen circumstances resulted in the different holy lands being categorized as either heavenly, earthly, celestial, or terrestrial. Terrestrial-level holy lands have either 1 or 2 imperial sovereigns. Above them are the celestial-level holy lands, none of which have arrived yet. Most likely, they will have quasi-immortal grand emperors. Then there are the earthly-level holy lands. There's no way they could have summer immortals, which leaves only one possibility. They must have multiple quasi-immortals. That's how they can achieve the earthly level. Finally are the heavenly-level holy lands. Well, holy land. There's only one. I suspect there's an 80 to 90% chance it has a summer immortal. Based on the Empress analysis, the Dark Serenity Holy Land isn't heavenly level. And that means that the summer immortal from the only heavenly level Holy Land is most likely not Dark Serenity. It must be someone else. Xu Qing stopped in place in the middle of the Forbidden Sea. Summer immortal. His eyes shone brightly. Huang Yan wasn't done yet. From the moment they arrived until now, all of the Holy Lands have been focused on one thing, and that's to collect resources. In any case, the fact remains that the Holy Lands are here. Xu Qing, don't stay out in the Forbidden Sea for too long. Get back as soon as you can. At that point, Huang Yan's message was completed. Xu Qing looked down toward the seafloor. The sea was calm, though there was a light breeze that caused some waves to roll over the surface of the water. The sky was getting dark. A storm was coming. I'll search for 2 more months. If I haven't found the Golden Crow's dragon chariot by then, I'll leave the Forbidden Sea and go back to Sealing County. With that, Xu Qing continued on his way. A month went by. 3 more holy lands arrived in the revered ancient mainland. As of now, a total of 33 holy lands had arrived. Apparently, the forces of the Vivifiend Holy Land were nearing the completion of their excavation of Forbidden by the zombie. Thus, they sent their people out to the surrounding islands. They didn't perpetrate any wicked acts. The cultivators they sent out all seemed kind and amiable. They politely asked for news about revered ancient, and even offered treatment to people suffering from severe mutagen invasions. Upon leaving, they would hand out medicinal pills from their holy land as gifts. Those pills worked wonders in purging mutagen. Although the local species were initially nervous, they soon sensed that this holy land seemed to have good intentions. After getting all the information they sought, the Holy Land sent out 3 messages. The first message went into Forbidden by the Phoenix in South Phoenix, to be delivered to Flame Phoenix. The second went to 7 Blood Eyes, to be delivered to Master Seventh. The third went to Emperor Receiving Prefecture, to be delivered to the Region Lord of the Holotide region. The letters were worded differently, but all contained the same general message. They politely informed the 3 parties in question that the Vivifiend Holy Land did not come with any malicious intentions. They only wanted to collect resources and didn't want to make any enemies. They hoped that they could get along well with the other 3 local powers. Xianxia County, South Phoenix, and 7 Blood Eyes conferred and chose to do the same as everyone else in Revered Ancient. They would just continue to keep an eye on this holy land. They wouldn't do anything rash and would stay on guard. The Vivifiend Holy Land behaved just as they said they would in their messages. They seemed interested in maintaining peace. In the month that followed, there were no unexpected misunderstandings. They continued to widen the range in which they explored and made contact with more islands. The entire time, they behaved politely, treated those who needed help, and gave out medicinal pills. 7 Blood Eyes got some of the pills and studied them closely, as did Huang Yan. They didn't seem to contain any potential calamities. From the look of it, it was going to be possible to get along with this holy land. However, it also seemed like a storm was building on the Forbidden Sea. Xu Qing had been gone for the better part of a year. Using his godly authority of sound, he had explored much of the sea region between Emperor Receiving Prefecture and South Phoenix. Though he had encountered some dangers, he didn't go too deep into the sea. The entire time, he kept looking for the Golden Crow's dragon chariot. His search bore no fruit. It seems to me the dragon chariot and the giant must have gone to the outer sea. At the moment, Xu Qing stood on the corpse of a 3,000-meter-long giant fang shark, which was riddled with wounds, too. The wind blew, stirring his violet hair. His expression was tranquil, and he was surrounded by motes of scintillating light, which were the bits of godliness emanating from the beast beneath his feet. As he absorbed them, he looked off into the distance toward the outer sea. After a moment, he shook his head. Now was not a suitable time to go to the outer sea. Just as he was about to give up on his search of the Forbidden Sea and go back to Xianxia County, his transmission jade slip vibrated. After scanning it with divine will, he heard Second Elder Sister's voice echoing in his mind. "Little junior brother, there's a matter that needs your attention. Grandmaster Bloodsmelter is at East Nether Isle. The venerable old man sent a message asking for help. He asked for you specifically." 3. Second Elder Sister sounded a bit exasperated. For a patriarch to ask a grand apprentice to go save him was definitely somewhat comical. However, it made sense. He's getting old and has been pretty quiet recently. For him to suddenly ask for you to go over there, well, it seems to me he wants to show off to Guru Eastnether. Why don't you just go for a quick visit? 4. Xu Qing was initially stunned. However, a moment later he somberly replied, "I'll head over there right now, Second Elder Sister." 1. The door opened in chapter 385. 2. Interestingly, Xu Qing first saw a giant fang shark when he originally encountered the dragon chariot in chapter 80. Later in chapter 140, he was pursuing the same kind of shark, only to have it stolen by none other than Wu Jianwu, although we didn't learn Wu Jianwu's name until a few chapters later. 3. Sir Bloodsmelter appeared on-screen for the first time in chapter 116, and most recently in chapter 731. East Nether Isle was first mentioned in chapter 119. 4. Guru Eastnether's last speaking role was in chapter 542.2. Though she was mentioned a couple times after that, and even appeared on screen, though without any lines of dialogue. Chapter 973, Musician of the Sun. East Nether Isle had long been in an alliance with 7 Blood Eyes. Nowadays, that alliance was stronger than ever. After 7 Blood Eyes rose to prominence in Xianxia County, and of course after everything that happened in the Holotide and Night Spirit regions, East Nether Isle became an even more domineering force on the Forbidden Sea. Guru Eastnether, who was Yanyan's grandmother, was a good friend of Sir Bloodsmelter. In fact, In years past, there were some 7 Blood Eyes disciples who audaciously claimed that their relationship went beyond the level of being fellow Taoists. In recent years, Sir Bloodsmelter had been taking a lot of trips to East Nether Isle, usually every few months, which only fueled such speculations. 1. At the moment, all of the cultivators on East Nether Isle were on guard and had very serious expressions on their faces. Seated cross-legged on a high altar in the middle of the island was a young woman. Just looking at her, it was possible to see evidence of the passage of time. But that evidence was simply the fact that she had grown into a bewitchingly beautiful woman. She had pale skin and looked frail, but was very attractive. She wore a long black dress and was surrounded by numerous collections of beloved bladed weapons. She was, of course, Yanyan. Her eyes were closed as if she were sleeping, but her eyelashes fluttered occasionally as her expression alternated between ferocity, terror, and pain. It was a very unusual sight. Most unusual of all was her body. When Xu Qing first met her, he had noticed that she was different from other people. She had no mutagen in her. In reality, mutagen was a godly aura that existed everywhere in revered ancient. Only very high-level cultivators could completely purge themselves of it, but it was virtually impossible for low-level cultivators to be free of mutagen. Xu Qing could do it with his violet crystal. As for Yanyan, she had a very unique constitution. But now, her previously mutagen-free body had a black energy building up in it. It was mutagen. Thankfully, even as the mutagen appeared, the spell formation around her lit up. Rumbling sounds could be heard as a majestic, cleansing power drove away all mutagen within the spell formation. It also drove away the sizzling black energy from within Yanyan. After the mutagen was gone, the pained expression disappeared from her face. Her breathing steadied, and she seemed to truly go to sleep. Off to the side, controlling the formation, were Sir Bloodsmelter and Guru Eastnether. Both of them breathed sighs of relief. After confirming that Yanyan was doing well, Sir Bloodsmelter cleared his throat and looked at Guru Eastnether. "Well, what do you think? All it took was a single message, and I had this spell formation sent over from Sealing County. It really is an extraordinary formation. In the Imperial capital, only heavenly marquises can get them. Don't worry, my clever Grand Apprentice will be here soon. With his help, we can finish the job. It's no big deal, right?" She got hit by the gaze of a godly entity, that's all. It won't be hard to deal with. Sir Bloodsmelter was clearly trying to sound very nonchalant. Guru Eastnether glanced at him and seemed about to say something snappy. Instead, she just nodded. "How long until he gets here?" Seeing that Guru Eastnether was going along with his plan caused Sir Bloodsmelter's heart to race. "Don't worry. I already called for him, which means the hard work is already half over. As you know, my status nowadays is different from before. My apprentice is basically a summer immortal. I'm essentially the master of a summer immortal. Get it?" Sir Bloodsmelter proudly stroked his beard. Guru Eastnether, who had spent nearly half her life bickering with Sir Bloodsmelter, finally couldn't take it anymore. "You're quite the expert in tooting your own horn." Sir Bloodsmelter chuckled. "Horn? What horn? There's no horn. Look, I'm still all Seventh's father-in-law. What, you want to be his mother-in-law? You have to admit you have a rare opportunity on your hands." Guru Eastnether was apparently struck speechless. Sir Bloodsmelter looked more pleased than ever. "Even if you don't want to admit that I'm the master of a summer immortal, you can't deny the truth about my 2 grand apprentices. One of them is King Skycrusher, the region lord of 2 regions, the tutor of the crown prince, and the future tutor of the emperor. The other is the Taoist partner of Flame Phoenix." Guru Eastnether tartly responded, "Don't you have 2 other grand apprentices?" Sir Bloodsmelter waved his hand dismissively. "I can't really remember." Guru Eastnether snorted coldly. "Wow, you're really the picture of an amazing Grand Master." Sir Bloodsmelter's eyebrows shot up, but before he could say anything else, the 2 of them turned to look toward the horizon. There they saw a mass of dramatic lightning. In the blink of an eye, the lightning was right over Eastnether Isle. However, there was no dramatic crack of thunder as would be expected. The bizarre scene caused looks of astonishment to appear on the cultivators of Eastnether Isle. Even Sir Bloodsmelter and Guru Eastnether were shocked. A figure stepped out of the noiseless lightning, and with one step, arrived at the formation altar. As soon as Xu Qing appeared, he clasped hands and bowed with sincere respect to Sir Bloodsmelter and Guru Eastnether. "Greetings, Grand Master. Well met, Senior Eastnether." As soon as Xu Qing got second elder sister's message, he raced to Eastnether Isle, using his godly authority of sound to ensure that the lightning didn't make any noise. In that way, he was able to make it across the Forbidden Sea in an instant. Sir Bloodsmelter quickly suppressed his shock. Stroking his beard, he laughed heartily and said, "Well done, my grand apprentice. It's been such a long time. Not bad at all. Your temperament reminds me a lot of myself back in the day." Xu Qing's respectful behavior really pleased Sir Bloodsmelter. He couldn't help but think about the first time he'd laid eyes on Xu Qing. In the time since then, the young man had become true nobility. Guru Eastnether was shocked to the core, but she took a deep breath and nodded to Xu Qing. At that point, Xu Qing looked over at Yanyan on the altar. It wasn't difficult to guess what was going on. "Grand Master, did you call me here because of Yanyan?" "Yes," Sir Bloodsmelter said in a much more serious tone now that he was discussing an important matter. "A few months ago, in the middle of the night, some unknown godly entity fixed its gaze on Yanyan. Because of that, it created a strange connection between the two, and it keeps trying to summon her to it. Just before you arrived, I used this mutagen-expelling formation to purify her. Now that you're here, you can handle the rest." Of course, Xu Qing knew that Yanyan was Guru Eastnether's only blood relative, so he looked very serious as he replied, "Let me take a look." He walked over to Yanyan on the altar. Inside, his god talismans glittered, giving him a much different view of her. There was a black energy surrounding her that looked like a host of netherworld souls and evil ghosts. Their howls were constantly assailing Yanyan's mind. There were so many of them that they seemed almost like a dense fog. Visible to Xu Qing via his god perception was a hand inside the fog. It was the severed hand of a woman. In the palm was an eye, closed as if sleeping. Xu Qing's eyes turned cold as he reached out with his right index finger to touch Yanyan's forehead. At that moment, apparently because of being so familiar with Xu Qing's aura, Yanyan opened her eyes and looked at him. "Big bro Xu Qing," she whispered. All of a sudden, her facial expression changed, becoming a mix of joy, infatuation, attachment, and charm. What was even stranger to Guru Eastnether and Sir Bloodsmelter was that Yanyan's eyes filled with anticipation, and as Xu Qing's finger neared, she opened her little mouth. Xu Qing's finger stopped moving. Upon noticing that Xu Qing wasn't saying anything, Yanyan's face fell slightly, almost like a flower that was about to start wilting and lose its will to live. The black energy surrounding her suddenly seemed much more ferocious. Xu Qing sighed and put his finger in front of her mouth. Yanyan instantly lit up. Leaning toward him slightly, she put her lips around his finger and licked it gently. The infatuated look on her face grew stronger. Guru Eastnether stood there silently. Sir Bloodsmelter blinked a few times, looked at Guru Eastnether, and then similarly stood there silently. Xu Qing let Yanyan do as she wished, while he simultaneously sent his god perception over her. Because of their physical connection, combined with his senses, he could now see that the black energy connected to Yanyan's fate actually stretched out into the Forbidden Sea. It went very, very deep. He followed it for a long time to the inky seafloor, which was when he started hearing sounds of weeping and wailing. They came from evil ghosts, not just one, many. His god perception was eventually able to make out a dilapidated palace in the sludge at the bottom of the sea. It looked like one small palace that had once been part of a larger palace complex. Now it was just a crumbling ruin, fading away in time. There was a host of innumerable ghosts occupying the ruins. They looked vicious and sinister. Yet they didn't notice him. They just let loose ear-piercing screams as they roved about. It almost seemed like they were singing. Xu Qing's heart skipped a beat. This was all very familiar. Years ago, he had encountered a host of evil ghosts on the Forbidden Sea. That phenomenon was called countless ghosts haunting the night. There is a fantastic symphony in the endless sea. Mortals are unable to hear it. It accompanies Crimson Yang the Golden Crow. Countless movements become a song. It is called Natural Sounds Welcome the Moon. The god loved it. The god's eyes gazed upon it. The endless sea became forbidden. Countless movements became sinister. Xu Qing still remembered reading about the song in the sea annals in Seven Blood Eyes. 2. FREYAWEBNO, Cyrillic letter 475EL, com. Especially noteworthy was that, by means of his god perception, he could see that among the evil's ghosts in the ruins was the godly entity that was causing trouble for Yanyan. It was the severed hand of a woman. It was huge, being some 300 meters from end to end. The eye in the middle of the hand was closed, but the fingers were moving. And those fingers were moving in time with the howling of the ghosts. It was as if the sound coming out of the ghosts was the music that she was playing. Don't tell me this is the origin of the countless ghosts haunting the night. All of a sudden, Xu Qing got the feeling that the Golden Crow's dragon chariot that he had been looking for to no avail wasn't so out of reach after all. After mulling the matter over, he kept his god perception locked onto the severed hand, but spoke with his physical mouth back on the altar formation. Grand Master, I'm not very familiar with all the legends surrounding the Forbidden Sea. You know a lot more than me, sir. Is there any chance you've heard a story about a hand? Something connected to the countless ghosts haunting the night. Maybe something about a hand that can control the sound emitted by the countless ghosts. Sir Bloodsmelter looked surprised and thoughtful, but it was Guru Eastnether who responded. I know even more than him about Forbidden Sea legends, she said. What you're describing actually conforms perfectly to one particular story. Supposedly, the phenomenon of countless ghosts haunting the night originates with the Golden Crow sun. As the story goes, before perishing, the Golden Crow would ride a dragon chariot through the canopy of heaven, turning into a sun that shone down on revered ancient. When it was night again, the musicians in the sun's palace would play a song called Natural Sounds Welcome the Moon, which would call out to the moon to rise. When the broken face came, the Golden Crow perished. The endless sea became the Forbidden Sea, and the countless movements in the symphony became sinister. The musicians who played that most beautiful of music also died. All that survived of those musicians was a hand that fell into the Forbidden Sea. Xu Qing, did you actually find the hand from that legend? 1. Yanyan was last mentioned in chapter 816, and last appeared on-screen in chapter 726. 2. Xu Qing recalled the description from the Sea Annals in chapter 82 and 173. Chapter 974, Natural Sounds Welcome the Moon 1. Guru Eastnether's words drifted out over the formation. To Xu Qing, the raspy sound of her voice seemed to carry with it the passage of ancient time. Her explanation of countless ghosts haunting the night was definitely more detailed than what he'd learned before. Combined with what he could observe with his god perception, Xu Qing was certain that the delicate but rotting hand was most likely the hand of the musician who had played Natural Sounds Welcome the Moon in the Golden Crow's palace. It was also critical to finding the dragon chariot. But why is Yanyan tangled up with it? Xu Qing looked at Yanyan. Her special constitution ensured that her body was free from mutagen. However, Xu Qing couldn't quite figure out what about her constitution produced that result. I bet Master could. After he's out of seclusion, I'll ask him. Maybe he already knows why Yanyan's constitution is special. After some thought, a look of determination settled on his face. Regardless of the reason, dealing with the hand would resolve the karma that had come to exist with it and Yanyan. That was the most important thing to deal with right now. Therefore, he didn't hesitate about what to do next. All of a sudden, the ruins in that dark section of the sea floor with innumerable evil ghosts suddenly went silent. It wasn't that the ghosts had ceased their howling. Instead, Xu Qing had taken away all the sound from that area. It became his power, his killing intent, and his weapon. It turned into a gruish attack that he sent with crushing force toward the delicate hand. The noiseless seafloor went wild, as if it had been struck by a tempest. Terrifying mightiness surged from the seafloor to the surface, causing huge waves to break out. And yet, there was no noise. There was a new master controlling all the sound in the area. The godly authority of sound was fully unleashed. But as the strange scene developed, the eye on the hand snapped open. The pupil was crimson and radiated endless ferocity. At the same time, the fingers started moving even more frantically, as if to pluck the strings of a musical instrument. Something similar to the godly authority of sound erupted from the hand. This was different from any of the godly entities Xu Qing had encountered before. Normally speaking, godly entities had godliness and God source, but no godly authority. In fact, of all the godly entities Xu Qing had killed recently in the Forbidden Sea, he hadn't seen any godly authority at all. But contrary to expectation, this severed hand did have godly authority. An instant later, the evil ghosts whose sound Xu Qing had taken all shivered. Then, they recovered from their previous state, and the quiet seafloor suddenly exploded with the sound of piercing, ghostly shrieks. And that turned into a power that slammed into the attack Xu Qing had just unleashed. Explosive sound swept out across the seafloor, but then, only a moment later, everything went silent again. The sound went back and forth in that manner. Everything got loud, then everything went completely silent, as the hand and Xu Qing struggled back and forth. It was the same with the evil ghosts. Their screaming came and went in jerks and fits. This was a battle over godly authority. Godly battles like this were rare, and when they did occur among gods, they usually ended only with the death of one party. When two gods encountered each other who had the same type of godly authority, then the result would be a struggle over that authority. And in this case, that struggle was over the sound of the evil ghosts. As the fighting went back and forth, many of the evil ghosts couldn't sustain the force and exploded. Overall, the power of the sound seized by Xu Qing was increasing. His godly authority had been acquired in an orthodox way, partly by enlightenment and partly because of the vestige in his fleshly body's void soil. In terms of personhood, it was at the peak. As a result, he had the advantage in this struggle. However, though Xu Qing had the upper hand, the delicate hand's eye, seeing that it was in a deadly situation, grew more vicious. Then veins snaked out from the blood-red pupil, filling the area around it until a blood-red tear formed. When the tear appeared, the surrounding evil ghosts shivered, turned, and focused on Xu Qing. Then, without any pause and without any concern that some of them instantly self-detonated as a result, they howled madly. But just like that, the sound was taken away. Free Omega Abnovel, calm. Yet again, noiselessness turned into noise, and a sound wave erupted from the blood-red tear. It turned into a blood-colored meteor that shot from the seafloor through the water, out of the surface, and toward Xu Qing in East Nether Isle. The entire island started shaking as a result. After having done that, the vicious eye seemed to weaken. Spinning, it swept up the thousands and thousands of surrounding ghosts and prepared to flee into the depths of the sea. The cultivators on East Nether Isle saw the blood-colored meteor rocketing toward them and were rocked down to the level of their souls. Sir Bloodsmelter and Guru East Nether had it a bit better off, but they were still shaken internally. Xu Qing looked up at the meteor. This counterattack was by no means unexpected. Given what he knew about this severed hand, he had been prepared all along to deal with the authority of sound. After all, this hand once belonged to a musician of the sun. He had no idea why the hand of this musician survived the arrival of the broken face, nor who was controlling its will. Was it the will of the original musician, or was it some other discarnate will that had taken over? Regardless, he had been waiting for the counterattack. He stepped up into the air, and an instant later was in front of the blood-colored meteor. There, he extended his right hand toward the night sky. There was no sun in that sky. But that didn't mean there was no sun in existence. It just meant that the sun that covered this area wasn't around. In revered ancient, there was always a sun shining somewhere. The profound sun, immortal light magic, was capable of taking the light of more than just the sun above the head of the person using the technique. An instant later, drifting bits of dawn light floated through the night to gather around Xu Qing. The night turned bright. Xu Qing was like an early morning sun, hovering between heaven and earth, casting light out into the cosmos. Extending his hand, he pushed toward the blood-colored meteor. Blinding light ripped apart the night and the meteor. They were erased. Xu Qing devoured the darkness. He devoured the blood-colored light. Then, scintillating light surrounded him as he shot down into the forbidden sea. The cultivators on East Nether Isle who saw this happen were shaken to the core of their being. To them, it looked as if an actual sun had dropped into the sea. It was like a legend playing out in real life. The golden crow perished, Guru East Nether said quietly, and the countless movements became sinister. You and I both know that the legend is probably true. Given what we just saw, I'd say it's absolutely certain it did. And this Xu Qing, I just have to wonder how strong he'll get eventually. Sir Bloodsmelter cleared his throat. I'm not sure how strong he'll get, but what won't change throughout all the eons is that he's my grand apprentice. Guru East Nether looked quietly at Yanyan, whose infatuated eyes were fixed on the spot where Xu Qing had just disappeared. Then she said, You haven't visited with your grand apprentice very often. Next time you're here, why not invite him back? The sky over East Nether Isle was once again dark, with only a bit of flickering moonlight illuminating the scene below. There was also a bit of shimmering light coming from the water below, although it soon faded away. Xu Qing was in the form of a sun as he sped along the seafloor, casting light in all directions. He was pursuing the severed hand. Along the way, he converted all sound into speed. There was a moon just barely visible in the sky, and perhaps because of his influence, it was violet, causing violet moonlight to shine down into the water. Numerous vicious sea beasts who were too slow to get out of the way exploded. Their blood also boosted his speed. Sadly, it was a day of misfortune for those beasts. It was also a day of misfortune for the hand and the ghosts that Xu Qing pursued. However, what was misfortune for them was good fortune for Xu Qing. He continued to accelerate. Enough time passed for an incense stick to burn. Then, in a location on the seafloor covered by black, encompassing seaweed, the fleeing hand experienced doomsday. Dazzling brightness filled the area. Rumbling sounds could be heard as immortal light spread everywhere, filled with good fortune and the effects of the blood. Then Xu Qing stepped onto the scene, right into the path of the hand and the ghosts. The undying emperor's fist gave rise to a tempest on the seafloor, bolstered by the same gruish attack as before. At the same time, the violet moonlight that reached the seafloor became like a sealing power. However, the severed hand was extraordinary. In that moment of incredible danger, its eye turned ruthless and cold, and the fingers began to pluck invisible musical strings. Around it, the countless ghosts went mad and began devouring each other. In an instant, the thousands of evil ghosts ravenously reduced their own number down to exactly 100. The appearance of the 100 ghosts also changed. They became more vicious as they arrayed themselves in an orderly fashion and began to howl in a way that was unlike what Xu Qing had heard before. It was the same sound from countless ghosts haunting the night, but it was more complete. The moment the sound spread out, the ocean turned cold and sinister. Xu Qing's violet moon godly authority shivered and began to move in that direction, as if the song had an indescribable power over the moon. Then, gradually, an image appeared within the ghostly sound. A rotting moon began to rise up from the seafloor, upon which was visible a face. When the countless ghosts haunt the night appeared about 900 chapters ago, this chapter was not written, and thus we have another wordplay that I was unaware of. Literally, the Chinese is 100 ghosts haunt the night. However, because the descriptions earlier in the story specifically said there were countless ghosts, I interpreted the 100 character in that way. That character can indeed be interpreted to mean a large, unknown number. Even in the last chapter and this one, it uses the specific term for innumerable, uncountable to describe how many ghosts there are. It also uses the more specific term thousands. Now we have this part, in which there is a play on words with 100. If I had known about this back in the beginning of the story, I'm not sure what I would have done. That said, I'm going to keep it as is. Just know that there is some wordplay here between the 100 and countless. Chapter 975. Play the music. Dawn would soon come to the Forbidden Sea, but right now it was still night. Darkness covered everything, like a hidden god sending godly power out. The water was black, as was the sky. In the end, it was hard to tell if that god was overhead or under the surface of the water. Was the color of the sea invading the sky, or was the sky crushing down into the sea? In the end, it didn't matter to the various species that inhabited the Forbidden Sea. Day and night were the same to them. On the surface of the black water, boats could be seen bobbing up and down. In the sky, birds soared through the darkness hunting for food. And on the seafloor, the severed hand was moving at top speed. Occasionally, it was clearly visible, and occasionally it would become a blur. Whenever that transition occurred, it was when the hand was teleporting a great distance. Any sea beasts it encountered would wither in an instant as their godliness and life force was absorbed like nutrients by the hand, lending it additional speed. Additionally, everywhere it went, everything went silent. All sound was suppressed by its godly authority. It knew that though sound was its own weapon, it was also the weapon of its pursuer. Unfortunately, no matter how much it accelerated, that Gruish pursuer who could take away sound was always there. No efforts to shake him amounted to anything, and the distance between the two of them was decreasing. That was because Xu Qing wasn't just using the godly authority of sound to boost his speed. Misfortune could aid him as well, plus the violet moon. In fact, the mutagen in the Forbidden Sea itself was an aid to Xu Qing, at least to a certain extent. His fleshly body was terrifyingly shocking. Therefore, after another incense stick's worth of time passed, the sea water around the severed hand suddenly filled with vines made of water. The vines swept out noiselessly to block the hand's path forward and its path of retreat. The hand turned to flee in a different direction, but the water vines shifted to block that route as well. In the blink of an eye, every path was obstructed. Endless vines made of water appeared, encircling the severed hand and fusing with each other. The hand tried to break free, but there was no end to the vines, and eventually it had to stop moving. As a result, it was quickly surrounded by so many vines of water that it became like a cocoon on the seafloor. A ceiling that only lasted for a few breaths of time before the hand finally managed to break free. The vine cocoon collapsed, and a rumbling sound echoed out for the first time during the chase. The boom only lasted for a moment before the hand took the sound away. Unfortunately, it was too late. Almost as soon as the rumbling occurred, Xu Qing stepped out of the sound in bizarre fashion to stand right in front of the severed hand. The Sage Heaven God vine emerged from the vines of water, sending out emotional fluctuations to indicate that it had succeeded. Then it became another host of water vines that sealed the hand. Little Shadow wasn't willing to fall behind, so it spread out to cover the seafloor in all directions. The poison of Xu Qing's god curse then emerged, making the seawater even blacker than before. Having accomplished these things, Xu Qing looked at the hand with gleaming eyes. This hand was critical to his goal of calling to the dragon chariot. Stepping forward, he stomped his foot onto the hand. As he did, the hand's eye flashed with red light and ghostly figures flew out into the open. Once again, the howl of evil ghosts echoed out. At any moment, deadly music would erupt. "I'm the only one allowed to make any sound here," Xu Qing said calmly. The moment he spoke the words, the howling of the ghosts stopped. The sound had been taken away and crushed. The severed hand shivered. Then its eye became even redder than before, and a teardrop of blood emerged from it. Terrifying might pulsed off it as it shot toward Xu Qing like an arrow. The teardrop caused the water to boil around it as it bore down on him with venom, madness, and boundless hatred. Xu Qing shimmered with light and prepared to unleash immortal light. But then his eyes glittered. Dispelling the light, he advanced, allowing the red teardrop to slam into him. It made no sound. Xu Qing shivered as a stabbing sensation filled him. But nothing else happened. Nothing short of an imperial sovereign could do anything to shake his fleshly body, or make him feel like his soul and body were being separated. He lifted his foot and again stomped down onto the severed hand. He let the red light surge and allowed the evil ghosts to appear around him. He even let the hand perform an incantation gesture with its fingers. Clenching his right hand into a fist, he launched a fist strike. The fist seemed undying, but the reality was that Xu Qing had altered it. By adding within the 9 springs, which Master Seventh had taught him, it made the blow even more of a combination of illusory and corporeal. As before, there was no sound. 1. The hand tumbled backward. The reality was that its battle prowess wasn't on the same level as its sound manipulation powers. Using natural sounds, welcome the moon to summon the rotting moon, was the most formidable thing it could do. Maybe if Xu Qing didn't have the godly authority of sound, then facing this gruish severed hand would have been very challenging, and would have required much more brute force. But right now, the hand was like a toothless snake. It was being forced to use methods it wasn't skilled at to engage in combat. It was easy to predict who would win and who would lose. After enough time passed for an incense stick to burn, Xu Qing's powerful fleshly body and sound-seizing abilities overwhelmed anything the severed hand could produce. He just kept advancing and launching blows. The severed hand was being knocked back over and over again. Its evil ghosts were constantly being dispersed, its tears were being shattered, and everything it did failed. As it fell back, it got dimmer and dimmer, and the eye on the palm continuously seemed like it would collapse. Its aura was getting weak. Eventually, Xu Qing's hand stopped only a few inches from the eye itself. He didn't complete the blow. He didn't want to wipe the severed hand out of existence. He wanted to control it. After damaging it severely enough, he sent his god perception out, surrounded it, and then suppressed it fully, from god source to god perception to godly authority to personhood. The hand shivered. Clearly, it had been fully suppressed. However, the blood-red eye in the palm was glaring at him madly. All of a sudden, fluctuations of self-detonation began to rise up in it. That was not the result Xu Qing wanted. The moment the hand revealed that it planned to self-detonate, Xu Qing sent out the sound of the golden crow. It was a crisp, clear sound that echoed in all directions. A black sea of flames sprang up with Xu Qing at the center. Within that sea of fire was the golden crow, which circled about over Xu Qing's head. It had a black body surrounded by black fire, as well as countless feathers that were like fiery snowflakes. The black color it emanated was starkly beautiful. The severed hand trembled. The golden crow circled one more time, then flew to Xu Qing and fused into him, becoming an imperial robe and crown. As of this moment, Xu Qing stood there looking very much like the young man who was the golden crow. He even had the same aura. The severed hand's eye saw all of this and shook even harder. It was even possible to hear a piercing chant coming from it. This time, Xu Qing permitted the sound to come out. Xu Qing didn't care exactly what it was trying to say. He just looked at the hand and calmly said, "Play the music." He backed up the command with a blast of god perception. This time, the addition of the golden crow resulted in the hand's struggles growing weaker. Next, Xu Qing completely enveloped the hand with god perception. The eye in the palm closed. Blood oozed out of the severed part of the hand, swirling around until it formed a shadowy figure. It was a woman. She wore a white robe and had her head bowed so that her facial features weren't possible to make out. In her arms, she held a zither with its strings severed. The only part that was crystal clear was the right hand, the fingers of which were moving rapidly over the formless zither. Music drifted out. Natural sounds welcome the moon. It was the real version of the song. Back when Xu Qing changed the howling into the real natural sounds welcome the moon, it was like this. But this version was different substructurally. On the surface, dawn was coming, and the darkness of night was disappearing. Normally speaking, sunlight should have been spreading, but strangely it was late. Deep down on the seafloor, as the musician played her music, waves kicked up on the surface of the forbidden sea. It was almost as if something was about to emerge from the water. Eventually, an illusory rotting moon appeared. She rose from the seafloor, broke the surface of the water, and in the moment that the sun should have risen, replaced the sun to shine down on all living things. It looked as if the face of the young woman would soon open her eyes. Unfortunately, the moon that would normally have ascended into revered ancients' canopy of heaven upon the playing of natural sounds, welcome the moon had long since perished. That moon only existed in times past, and the version here was just a projection. She could not truly rise into the sky. This moon would eventually disappear as surely as a popped bubble. The eyes that opened would eventually close. Before it disappeared, though, a soft voice echoed out, speaking to the sun that was about to rise. "Brother, too." The voice echoed out of time and into the forbidden sea, and was carried by the sea breeze to the outer sea. In the inky waters of the outer sea, where the seafloor was much more terrifying than the inner sea, there was a giant slowly walking forward. Its footsteps thumped loudly through the water. It had a corroded chain draped over its shoulder, on the other end of which was a rundown bronze chariot. The chariot suddenly trembled and stopped moving, and no matter how the giant pulled it, it wouldn't budge. Inside the chariot was carved the golden crow's magic, which currently glittered with shining light. The magical symbols rippled and flowed, eventually turning into a golden crow. The crow's eyes opened and shifted to look toward the inner sea. Eventually, the crow faded away. As for the giant, it shifted directions. Instead of continuing into the depths of the outer sea to find a sleeping spot, it started dragging the bronze dragon chariot toward the inner sea. As it moved, huge waves rolled out over the surface of the sea, carrying with them the sound of breathing. The breathing echoed into the inner sea. Xu Qing sat cross-legged on the seafloor, meditating. In front of him was the severed hand embodied as the musician, still playing natural sounds welcome the moon. The music was elegant and soul-stirring. As Xu Qing listened, he could sense that his godly authority of sound was more dazzling than ever. At the same time, he felt a sensation of regret within the music as the rotting moon faded away. Time passed. In the blink of an eye, more than half a month went by. During those 20 days, Xu Qing remained in place on the seafloor. Natural sounds welcome the moon didn't play continuously. Instead, the music drifted out every day when the sun set. It happened over and over again. Eventually, Xu Qing could sense that the water was changing. It was colder than before, and the currents were stronger. It seemed like some colossal entity was approaching. When that happened, he knew that he had succeeded. The bronze dragon chariot was approaching from some unknown direction. Xu Qing kept waiting patiently. In contrast, Little Shadow was getting very anxious. When the god vine showed up, it sensed danger. When the broken hand showed up, that sensation grew more intense. Therefore, it took the initiative to emit some crunching sounds during the daytime whenever natural sounds welcome the moon wasn't playing. 7 more days passed. As the temperature dropped and the waves grew bigger, organizations that operated in the area could sense that something was happening. For safety's sake, most of them refrained from going out onto the open sea. And yet, there are some types of danger that will come whether or not you try to avoid them. There was a species called the sea sprits who lived on a specific island in the Forbidden Sea. They had a population of only a few thousand, which meant that they had no other option than to be a subsidiary species to one of the larger species on one of the larger islands. At the moment, the fire of catastrophe was burning on their island. The fire was red. Blood stained the ancestral land of their species. Corpses of their species were piled everywhere. They included men and women, old and young. There were even newborn infants among them. All were dead. The son of Floating Fiend from the Vivifiend Holy Land sat on a stone hut, enjoying the scent of blood in the air. "Smells lovely," he said. His 9 Dao protectors were currently extracting the hearts from all the corpses. Sea sprit hearts came in the form of a type of crystal. The Vivifiends had marked that crystal as an excellent material, and a few thousand would be worth quite a hefty sum. Before long, the crystals had all been collected. Fire raged, and the entire area crumbled into ash. No evidence was left behind. Floating Fiend's son stood, took out a map to check where the next set of materials could be obtained. That was when his palm suddenly flickered. He looked at it, and his eyes flashed aggressively, all while a smile broke out on his face. That fast, I already found the killer. Well, let's go take a look. I'm curious what he looks like. Floating Fiend's son smiled, stood, and headed over the horizon. His 9 Dao protectors followed wordlessly. The wind grew stronger. 1. Xu Qing got within the 9 springs in chapter 217. It was previously mentioned in chapter 809, but before then, it hadn't been used since chapter 417. 2. The word spoken here is an imperial form of address, indicating that both the speaker and the person being spoken to, the brother, are members of the imperial family. He could be a prince or an actual emperor. That much is not clear just from the form of address. In the imperial capital arc, the imperial family members would often address each other in this manner. Chapter 976, I changed my mind. The wind blew from the outer sea. The current came from the same direction, causing waves to roll to the inner sea. A giant strode expressionlessly across the seafloor. Every step caused massive ripples to spread out in all directions. Even huge undersea mountains posed no obstacle. Wherever it went, everything was crushed. Behind it, the bronze dragon chariot was similarly unstoppable. The giant was getting closer and closer to Xu Qing. It emanated terrifying pressure and a shocking aura, except it wasn't detectable by just anyone. Only someone connected to it by karma would be able to. Little Shadow trembled, but the god vine didn't look any different compared to usual. Xu Qing opened his eyes and turned to look off into the distance. He had sensed the aura of the dragon chariot. He already had some ideas of how to get onto the chariot and have it fly along the same route that the golden crow had once taken through the sky. He had analyzed each possibility thoroughly and was ready to adjust his actions in an instant to improve his chances of success. At this point, he felt that his chances of success were at about 70% or higher. However, this was the golden crow's dragon chariot, plus the giant pulling it was extremely terrifying, as he had personally experienced. Granted, his fleshly body was very powerful now, but he still wasn't going to take the giant lightly. For the better part of the month that had passed, he had been making preparations on the seafloor. Now all he needed to do was wait for the giant to appear. That said, to ensure everything goes smoothly, I should get rid of any prying eyes before the chariot arrives. Looking away from the direction of the chariot, he lifted his right hand and pointed out with his finger. The water about 3,000 meters away suddenly exploded with sound. At the same time, a powerful backlash attack built up in the same area. A tempest erupted, causing huge waves to break out on the surface. A domineering aura rose up, filled with disdain as it rushed toward Xu Qing. Water raged everywhere, along with a deafening roar as a furious sea dragon appeared. In the blink of an eye, it was about to slam into Xu Qing. Xu Qing's expression was the same as ever, and in fact, he didn't even look at the sea dragon. He just flicked his finger. "Screw off," he said. A majestic might filled the area for 3,000 meters around him. It became a mountain-toppling, sea-draining force, accompanied by countless evil ghosts, all of them releasing ear-piercing howls. An explosion of sound swept out in all directions. The sea dragon was hit first, and it exploded, revealing 4 individuals within. A few hundred meters behind Xu Qing, the water seethed as an additional 3 figures were forced out into the open. To his left, about 1,500 meters away, the water shattered, and 2 attackers were revealed. A total of 9 figures were now out in the open, all of them glaring at Xu Qing as they pulsed with smoldering god cultivation base power. Their eyes were cold, but after their gazes locked onto him, odd expressions overtook their faces. Then they exchanged glances as they apparently realized who Xu Qing was. That was when the sound of clapping could be heard from off in the distance. "Excellent, so you really were able to kill our scouts. Your setup here is very interesting, as is that severed hand. Could it be that you're on a fishing expedition? You know, you look somewhat familiar. I feel like I've seen you in the Jade Slips back home." Another person appeared some 3,000 meters away. He was none other than the son of Floating Fiend. Instead of personally approaching, he had sent his Dao protectors to get close. Now, he was looking at Xu Qing with a curious look in his eyes. Xu Qing took it all in without the tiniest change to his facial expression. He actually wasn't surprised at all. He just looked coldly at the young man off in the distance. He knew immediately that these were cultivators from the Vivifiend Holy Land. He didn't have a good impression of their holy land, but given that there was tenuous peace with them, he simply said, "You have 3 breaths of time to leave this place." 3 breaths of time? Floating Fiend's son looked at him with glittering eyes. He really did recognize Xu Qing. If he was dealing with any other human, he wouldn't have hesitated. He would have killed them immediately. But because of who Xu Qing was, he did hesitate. It was the same with the 9 Dao protectors. They all had read reports with descriptions of Xu Qing, and thus they didn't make any moves. If they did make a move, it would be a big deal, and it would be a violation of the orders governing their species. The young man studied Xu Qing for a moment, then turned to leave. He was a silk prince, but he also knew that there were some things that even he would be punished for doing. However, just before leaving, he seemed to notice something. His gaze shifted from Xu Qing's face to his fleshly body. Then his nose twitched and his eyes widened. He even started breathing a bit more heavily. "Smells lovely. That body of yours." The young man looked visibly moved. It wasn't just him. The cultivators Xu Qing had forced out into the open were also looking at him with surprised facial expressions. Some of them even licked their lips greedily. "That's the aroma of immortal mercury. And it's mixed with the flesh of a god." "What level of god, though?" "Hold on, there are also cultivator lineaments in addition to the godly aura." The young man's heart was racing. As a Vivifiend, he had been stealing the organs and fleshly bodies from other species to graft onto himself since he was very young. That practice affected the Vivifiend life force, substructure, and cultivation base. That was the foundation of their entire species. And Xu Qing's body was something he had never seen the likes of before. In fact, their entire species had never seen anything like it, whether in the Holy Lands or revered ancient, not even in historical records. It surpassed anything imaginable. At the same time, the young man felt an instinct from his innate ability, filling him with intense longing. That longing was like an unstoppable hunger that overtook his mind and told him that he absolutely had to have that body. The 9 Dao protectors were experiencing a similar reaction. They literally couldn't stop from breathing heavily and staring fixedly at Xu Qing as if they wanted to eat him alive. But then Floating Fiend's son narrowed his eyes and managed to suppress his greed. He smiled. "I didn't realize it was you here, Region Lord Xu. Sorry to bother you, we'll leave now." Licking his lips, he shot a glance at his Dao protectors, then backed away. Their real plan was to search the surroundings to confirm that Xu Qing was actually alone, then send a message back to their holy land to ask for further instructions. Unfortunately for them, Xu Qing was no fool and could tell what was on their mind. Today was going to involve some killing. Eyes turning cold, he said, "I changed my mind." And then sound exploded. Chapter 977, 500 kilometers of hell. Xu Qing's voice swept out across the seafloor. The noise of the sea current echoed in all directions. There was also the sound of fish swimming nearby and the cry of the sea beasts in the depths. The heartbeats of Floating Fiend's son and his 9 Dao protectors, as well as the sound of the blood pumping through their veins, all mixed together. Combined with natural sounds, welcome the moon being played by the severed hand. It created an astonishing tune that surged everywhere. Where it went, it killed in Gruish fashion. Terrifying power caused the water to seethe violently. Mountain toppling, sea-draining force crushed down on everything. Floating Fiend's son and his Dao protectors were astonished, and immediately tapped into their divine abilities. In an instant, their flesh expanded, and they grew larger. That was their innate ability, in which they could take the flesh and blood of all the other species they had stolen in their lives and unleash it at the same time. It was like something that a freakish monster would do, and indeed, they looked like freakish monsters. That was how they attempted to fight back against the tempest, created by Xu Qing's godly authority of sound. Intense rumbling could be heard as the power of sound crushed everything in its path. The Vivifiends were sent tumbling as a huge vortex formed. It was a 500-kilometer vortex that sealed and cut off the outside. From a distance, it was like a gigantic orb of sound. The sound outside of that area was being sucked in, causing the tempest inside to grow more intense. When Xu Qing chose to kill, it happened, no matter what. As the astonished Vivifiend cultivators fought back, Xu Qing stood, his face completely expressionless. His eyes were cold, though. Within that 500-kilometer area, the Vivifiend cultivators were being assailed by the sound tempest, and they were completely visible to Xu Qing via his god perception. This was his battleground. He had prepared this to use on the giant, but the giant had not yet arrived, so the Vivifiends got to experience it first. Xu Qing hadn't planned to do any killing, but the Vivifiends clearly had malicious intentions, and therefore, according to the principles Xu Qing lived by, they had to die. As the sound authority raged, Xu Qing walked forward. He stepped into the sound, disappeared, and then reappeared within the sound, right in front of one of the Dao protectors. This individual didn't look like a human at all. He was several dozen meters tall, with 4 arms. He was extremely skinny with a very small head. What was really bizarre was that the skin on his chest was wriggling. He looked very monstrous. As he performed an incantation gesture, he pulsed with intense energy and blood, which caused his chest to wriggle even more violently. Unexpectedly, as he backed up, he sucked in the sound around him. This Vivifiend was extraordinary. Although, to be more precise, it was his heart that was extraordinary, as it could devour sound. The moment Xu Qing appeared in front of him, he realized it. Looking up, he lunged at Xu Qing with all 4 of his arms. The only thing waiting for him was a cold snort. The sound of it exploded in all directions, becoming the power of sound authority. It surrounded the cultivator, making a smaller sound orb within the huge 500-kilometer sound orb. Within it, wild fluctuations erupted as sounds clashed with each other, creating a resonance that caused the Vivifiend's face to fall. When the critical moment arrived, he didn't say a word. 3 major worlds appeared around him. At the same time, his chest split open to reveal a pure white heart. The heart was covered with ancient symbols, and as soon as it was in the open, it turned into a vortex that violently sucked in all of the nearby sound. At the same time, a devilish will swept out. It was an extraordinary heart called the 9 Wills Devil Heart, which came from a very mysterious species that lived out in the starry sky. Members of the species were born as nascent soul cultivators, and when they grew up, they reached the peak of smoldering God. Years ago, this Vivifiend cultivator expended immense effort to get this heart. As a result, he was able to quickly rise to prominence in the Vivifiend Holy Land. He had started out as a commoner, but now here he was, Dao protector to Floating Fiend's son. Knowing it was a life-or-death moment, he wasn't holding anything back and was tapping into the power of the heart to try to turn things around. However, despite the heart being extraordinary, he was facing Xu Qing, who was even more extraordinary. That was especially true considering that this battlefield had been specially prepared by Xu Qing to deal with the giant and the dragon chariot. He had hidden a lot of sound in the area, and now he was using it to terrifying and deadly effect, and more sound was being added into the mix every moment. The extraordinary heart only lasted an instant before it couldn't sustain so much sound. After trembling in resonance with the sound orb, it shattered. A scream rang out, the sound of which became a sound that slashed through the Vivifiend cultivator. Blood sprayed as he was killed in body and soul. Xu Qing, in the form of the golden crow, flew out of the crumbling sound orb. The golden crow shimmered and turned into a black spear, which then shot toward the next Vivifiend cultivator. It was a movement that couldn't truly be described in terms of speed. Wherever sound was, he could appear. Something like that was perfectly suited to slaughter. The spear pierced through the air to appear in front of the second Vivifiend and stab viciously toward him. Strength of cultivation base was only a foundational requirement to be a Dao protector of the son of Floating Fiend. More importantly was potential. These so-called Tao protectors were expected to do more than just keep floating fiends' son safe. Their mission was to grow along with him. According to the ranking system in their species, after Floating Fiend became an imperial sovereign, his son would become a junior chief. The Tao protectors were supposed to accompany him on his path to becoming the actual chief. In other words, he was to eventually be the leader of the whole species. That was why, though the first Tao protector only had 3 worlds, to Xu Qing, he felt more like someone at the peak of 4 worlds. In many respects, their status and position was vastly higher than the 2 scouts from their species that Xu Qing had killed earlier. The scouts sent to revered ancient by the Holy Lands could vary greatly in strength, depending on the Holy Land they came from. This Tao protector was clearly no simpleton. As the spear approached, his eyes shone brightly. Ignoring the injuries being inflicted to him by the deadly sound around him, he performed a double-handed incantation gesture. In the blink of an eye, he vanished. He had merged with the surrounding water. The fleshly body he was using came from a species in the starry sky that lived mostly in the water. He hadn't merged with the water before because he wanted to keep that ability as a trump card to use in a critical moment. Seeing that Xu Qing was trying to kill him, he didn't hesitate to use that ability. The sea around him suddenly surged with a tide flow power that knocked the spear down. Then, what remained of the power formed restraints that bound it in place. Next, he cast his senses out to notify the other Tao protectors via divine will. Lord of a region, so what? At the same time, the other Vivifiend cultivators were taking actions to fight back against the sound and hopefully free themselves. Though their attempts were extraordinary, they were all injured in various ways. However, the son of Floating Fiend was the child of a quasi-imperial sovereign, and thus, his methods were different from all the others. At a critical moment, he unleashed the Grand Emperor treasure in his right palm that could stitch karma. It turned into a blood-red streak that zipped around him. It could stitch karma, amend fate, and determine the movement of the sound authority. It could cause magical laws to appear and bring natural laws. At the same time, combined with the signal being sent out by the Tao protector who had merged with the sea, it could point right toward Xu Qing. If sound were likened to ice, then this needle was like lava. Where it went, the sound authority had to retreat. Follow the needle to Xu Qing and kill him. As his orders echoed out, the needle glowed red and shot toward Xu Qing's location. The Vivifiends who had previously scattered all sensed it, and followed the path of the needle to also get close to Xu Qing. However, even as they were following that track, the Tao protector who had merged with the water was stunned to find that, although his tide flow power had locked down the black spear, that spear disappeared. Then Xu Qing appeared as if nothing had ever happened. The tide flow seemed like nothing more than a gentle breeze that stirred his hair a bit. It didn't do anything to his fleshly body. He was unable to do anything to stop Xu Qing from walking right up to where he was merged with the water. And before he could retreat, Xu Qing's sound authority erupted. A boom echoed out as the water in that spot was wiped out of existence. He had fused and would never unfuse. He was dead, interred in the water, and to some extent, that was like a return. A boom echoed out as Xu Qing moved on. At that same moment, misfortune spread into the 500-kilometer area, combining with the sound authority to produce gruish results. When the other Tao protectors sensed what had happened, they were shocked. The slaughter continued. The death of the second Tao protector bolstered the sound authority. A few dozen kilometers away was the third Tao protector. Even as he heard what happened, a host of innumerable soul threads appeared to him. They formed into a major world that rumbled right toward him. Though astonished, he didn't hesitate to act. A host of bumps appeared all over him, and then started exploding, releasing numerous black beetles. Astonishingly, his body was made of them. All of them scattered and headed in different directions. Seeing that, Xu Qing's eyes gleamed quizzically. He was really learning a lot about Vivifiend cultivators thanks to this encounter. They were really a strange species. Xu Qing's major world trembled, then collapsed, turning into 50 million soul threads that spread rapidly. Sound authority was the guide. Misfortune was the lock, and the soul threads gave chase to deliver the mortal blow. The result was foreordained, and thus Xu Qing turned to look in a different direction. For the most part, the surviving Dao protectors had met up with their lord. There was only one who was alone, and Xu Qing was looking in his direction. It seemed like he was on his own intentionally. Eyes narrowing, Xu Qing took a step forward and vanished. When he reappeared, he could see the lone Dao protector. The Dao protector apparently noticed and turned to face him. As he did so, he transformed. In an instant, he came to look exactly like Xu Qing. It wasn't just his physical appearance. His aura, his karma, his fate, and everything else about him changed. "I've been waiting for you for a long time now," the Dao protector said coldly. "Your fate and your karma are now connected to me. Going forward, whatever injuries I sustain, you sustain. If I die, you die." Xu Qing didn't say a word in response. He just shook his head. He stepped forward and launched a fist strike that combined the undying emperor's fist and within the 9 springs. A boom rang out. The Dao protector didn't try to avoid the blow. He let it hit him, and then stumbled backward with blood spraying out of his mouth. His expression was cold as he looked at Xu Qing. This move of his had never failed in all the many years he used it. And yet Xu Qing launched a second blow. The water raged. More blood sprayed dramatically out of the Dao protector's mouth, and he tumbled backward completely out of control. And Xu Qing was striding toward him like a war god, seemingly unfazed in any way. Finally, his face fell. He now realized that this terrifying enemy's blows were indeed hitting both of them. And yet, although his organs were in great pain, his opponent hardly seemed affected at all. Nothing like this had ever happened. The previously supremely confident Dao protector now backed up in shock. Sadly for him, it was too late. Xu Qing appeared in front of him and launched another punch, then another and another. In a very short period of time, he launched 9 fist strikes. Being struck by the 9 blows caused the Dao protector's body to simply explode. With a boom, he was destroyed in body and soul. An instant later, his body formed anew, a result of the years of unleashing karmic links. But then the golden crow ate him, very neat and tidy. Xu Qing stood there. "You can't handle my karma," he said coolly. Meanwhile, shrill screams echoed out in the sound orb. The screams came from the countless beetles from the 3rd Dao protector. They had been unable to evade the innumerable soul threads. The soul threads devoured them, very neat and tidy. "Only a few more," Xu Qing murmured, his eyes cold as he took a step forward. The violet moon rose within the 500-kilometer sound orb. Violet moonlight carried killing intent as it shone down. Everything started to get colder. Taboo poison spread, forming something like a huge eye. The eye opened. It was Hellfei's eye, and it was looking out at the hell that was the 500-kilometer area on the seafloor. Chapter 978. Like a god descending into mortal dust. Xu Qing had led a life in which he was no stranger to slaughter. In fact, it had been an instinct from childhood on. He lived in a world in which the weak were the prey of the strong, and he had encountered many, many instances of evil and brutality, if he wanted to keep on living. Then he had to resort to slaughter, wipe out the evildoer, and the result was safety for oneself. The slums, the scavenger base camp, 7 Blood Eyes, Emperor Receiving Prefecture, Sea Sealing County, Moonright Region, the imperial capital of humankind, Fire Moon Territory, that was the path he had walked. He wasn't even sure of how many people he had killed, and he had long since stopped using that bamboo slip. Perhaps it was only the cold wind formed by the bodies of the dead that remembered how many had fallen to him. And that wind was now blowing across the sea where Xu Qing was. The wind was a dark current moving along the seafloor. It contained no sound, only death. For example, as the violet moon rose, its moonlight became a host of sharp blades that, by the time anyone noticed them, would have their weaknesses exposed to them. And then that person would die. The 6 surviving Dao protectors clustered around the son of Floating Fiend were yet again shaken to the core. Moonlight shimmered around them, shattering the sea water, slicing the void and bringing raging coldness. At the same time, taboo poison swelled, filling the water with mutagen and turning into an ambassador of death that could wipe out all life. All living beings were cursed as 500 kilometers of seafloor turned into hell itself. And thus, the moon sought, the poison invaded. All of the Tao protectors could sense the moonlight rumbling within them, like sharp blades. It was a tempest to assail the soul, something that could strip away their memories and raze their life away. One of the Tao protectors, a tall, burly man, suddenly screamed in agony as secrets he would never tell to anyone were illuminated by the moonlight and became his greatest weakness. His world became violet. And then the poison answered the call of the moon and exploded within him. In the blink of an eye, the screaming, burly man's body melted into a bloody sludge. The other vivified cultivators' faces fell as intense sensations of deadly crisis filled them. What was especially noteworthy was that the entire region had been sealed, cutting them off from the outside and making any calls for help useless. Add in the fact that 4 of them were already dead, and it was no surprise the survivors were in a daze. When they first spotted Xu Qing earlier, they had believed that they could definitely kill him. But now, things had changed. However, they were all chosen cultivators, so despite the danger, their shock was only temporary and was not very severe. That was especially true of Floating Fiend's son. He was a silkprince, but he always behaved in a way that was befitting of his status. Despite facing death and having already lost 4 Tao protectors, the killing intent still boiled within him, and he was still thinking perfectly clearly. "This part of the sea is obviously home turf for him," he said, speaking out loud and not via projection. "Let's get out of here. Once we're free, we can report the matter to the Holy Land. At that point, it wouldn't matter if he had an even higher status than he does. He made the first move, so killing him won't count as our Holy Land violating the agreement." He knew that Xu Qing could hear him speak, and in fact wanted him to hear. Along with his Tao protectors, he began falling back at top speed. As he fled, he sent his Grand Emperor's needle out, not off into the distance, but rather to stitch the local karma together in a way to shatter the moonlight and destroy the taboo poison. What was more, if Xu Qing showed up, he would know immediately. The 5 Tao protectors also unleashed various trump cards, activating precious organs and body parts, which they sent to converge around the needle. They were preparing a very comprehensive attack. In that manner, time passed. After the time it takes an incense stick to burn, they had fled a few hundred kilometers. That was when the needle suddenly vibrated, then rotated to the right and shot off through the sea water. "Attack!" shouted Floating Fiend's son. He performed an incantation gesture and pointed out, whereupon the third eye in his forehead opened. A red beam of light shot out, piercing through the water to follow the needle. Meanwhile, the 5 Tao protectors all unhesitatingly unleashed attacks. Taking in the scene as a whole, the 5 Tao protectors' energy surged, creating a destructive tempest around them. Within that tempest, it was possible to see a huge salamander as well as a gigantic hand shaped like a body. Another was even more gruish, as it was a bloody spear made of flesh. They all looked different, but all were terrifyingly deadly. 1. The combined attack made the target area explode, destroying the water and leaving behind nothing but a void. Penetrating fluctuations rolled out in all directions. The shock waves created by the divine abilities obscured the area, making it impossible to see what happened. But the Grand Emperor's needle was returning. On its tip was a drop of blood. When Floating Fiend's son saw the blood, his eyes glittered. After scanning it to make sure it was safe, he tossed it to one of his Tao protectors. "Use that blood for the curse." The Tao protector didn't hesitate to take the blood and perform a one-handed incantation gesture. Several major worlds then appeared behind him, within which all of the living beings responded to the will of the world's lord. Dropping to their knees, they kowtowed, sending out their wills to form a curse. "I curse your body, severing life force. I curse your soul, shattering your spirit. I curse your essence, destroying you in body and soul." Countless voices echoed back and forth, whereupon the drop of blood started vibrating. It turned black, as if it was being cursed, and at the same time was affecting the flesh and blood that was its origin. But then the Tao protector casting the curse suddenly twitched. His face distorted, and his eyes went wide with unprecedented terror and astonishment. His eyes exploded. A shrill scream echoed out, and then he shouted out in a trembling voice full of abject terror. "This blood's origin, it's..." Before he could finish speaking, his shivering body turned pitch black as if he was being invaded by mutagen, or perhaps had observed something he shouldn't have seen, or perhaps had cursed the origin of his own curse. His body went limp, and he exploded. His life force had been severed. His soul had shattered. He had been destroyed in body and soul. It was clearly a backlash, and it struck fear into the hearts of the others. Even the most unshakable will was now trembling. The things that had happened one after another left the survivors with the gruish sensation that they were facing a god. All of that raged out of control after the cultivator who had been cursing Xu Qing suddenly died. Simultaneously, 7 lamps lit up in the dark water. It was the 7 lamps' underworld fire curse. They were like the eyes of underworld deities glaring at the Vivifiends. The 7 lamps flickered, then went out one by one. The 4 Tao protectors had it better off. Their minds reeled, nothing more. But Floating Fiend's son reacted with visible surprise. A sensation of impending death swept through him like a furious wave. In that critical moment, he didn't hesitate at all to spit up a huge mouthful of blood and then unleash the Grand Emperor's needle. In doing so, he linked his karma and fate with the Tao protector next to him. Instantly, the sensation of impending death vanished from within him. As for the Tao protector, he lunged to the side as the curse of the 7 lamps exploded within him. His major world was forced open, and moonlight entered his heart, searching for the weaknesses in his soul. Then taboo poison went wild. He died in agony. His death caused the bell of terror to toll. As a result, Floating Fiend's son and the remaining 3 Tao protectors lost their will to fight. They were afraid. They had faced many powerful enemies throughout their lives, whether it was in other holy lands or among the species to be found in the starry sky. They were no strangers to slaughter. But this was their first time encountering the gruish type of slaughter they were seeing play out in front of them. Killing with sound was inherently terrifying. Then came killing with moonlight, killing with taboo poison, killing with a curse backlash, and then killing with underworld fire. From beginning to end, they had only seen Xu Qing in their initial encounter. After that, they hadn't laid eyes on him even once. Just like that, 6 of their number perished. In the blink of an eye, they all unleashed every scrap of speed they could muster to flee. But then, the water behind them flickered as the 7 underworld lamps appeared again. The lamps immediately started going out. Floating Fiend's son gritted his teeth, lifted his right hand, and threw out a hand sign. The hand sign had no power. Instead, it was some sort of command. Vivifiend Tao protectors had to swear a will oath that they wouldn't hesitate to substitute their own life to perish instead of the one they protected. The order Floating Fiend's son had just given activated that oath. The 3 Tao protectors grimly halted in place. Eyes flashing with determination, they spun in place and raced backward toward the 7 lamps. Floating Fiend's son felt pain in his heart. Those 9 Tao protectors were from his own bloodline and had accompanied him for many years. But now 6 had been cut down by Xu Qing, and the other 3 seemed to be about to suffer the same fate. "Xu Qing, I'm going to make you pay for this 10,000 times over." Floating Fiend's son felt regret rage, which ultimately caused him to scream inside. Behind him, 7 lamps were extinguished and a Tao protector perished. Next came draconic roaring as Nindons appeared. The antimage body formed, combining with taboo poison and moonlight. Xu Qing burst into motion, and another cultivator fell. Half an incense stick of time passed. Floating Fiend's son was approaching the border of the 500-kilometer hell. His eyes were crimson, and he was completely bedraggled. As he sent his needle out to combat the moonlight and the taboo poison, he frantically fled. The border got closer and closer. His hope grew stronger and stronger. He was confident that once he got past that border, he would be able to use his needle to break through the seal and escape. Once in the outside world, he would send a message to the Holy Land, whereupon his father or the other patriarch would arrive in an instant. He pushed himself to go even faster. However, when he was only about 3,000 meters from the border, a voice echoed into his ears. "You're all that's left now." Along with the voice appeared a figure in a violet robe, with long violet hair. He was as beautiful as an immortal, but cold and grim. He carried a severed head in his hand as he strode into the field of view of Floating Fiend's son. The currents swept up around him, carrying with them the power over death. It made this newcomer seem like an actual god of death. Floating Fiend's son was struck deeply in his heart and mind. He stopped in place. Specifically, this seems to be describing a Chinese giant salamander, although the giant part is not a perfect reflection of the Chinese characters in the name of the species. More properly, they are big salamanders when translated directly, but the author adds the actual Chinese character for giant, and thus this would actually be a gigantic Chinese giant salamander, or something like that. Chapter 979. A sword falls, crushing soul and dispersing body. Xu Qing stood there as if personally demarcating the border between life and death. He was positioned between Floating Fiend's son and death itself, becoming his whole world and blocking him off from any hope. Floating Fiend's son felt his heart pounding in his chest. It was as if a boulder had fallen from heaven into the sea of his heart, sending out massive waves. That was especially true considering that the severed head Xu Qing held had not closed its eyes in death. They pulsed with a deathly aura as they stared out, as if to gaze upon death itself. Even more terrifying was the god vine that swirled around Xu Qing. The vine pulsed with starlight, which combined with the violet glow of Xu Qing to make something even more godly. Then there was the shadow that seemed to merge with the water itself. As it gathered behind Xu Qing, it eventually stood up to form a blurry tree. Upon the tree hung a coffin, which swayed back and forth, and there were also numerous eyes that stared with bloodthirsty gluttony at the son of Floating Fiend. All of that made the seafloor gruish to the extreme. Then there was the godly authority flickering everywhere. Sound was under his control. The moon was his servant. The poison had him as its source, and misfortune affected everything except Xu Qing himself. It made Xu Qing seem like a god descending into mortal dust. Razor-sharp moonlight swept toward Floating Fiend's son from all directions. It was accompanied by the invasive taboo poison, like marrow-filling bones. It was the same with the sound. The god vine behind Xu Qing swirled toward Floating Fiend's son at top speed. Little Shadow, unwilling to be outdone or left behind, spread out dramatically. Everything there on the seafloor converged on the enemy. In front of Xu Qing, the 7 underworld lamps flickered on the verge of going out. Floating Fiend's son felt overwhelmed with bitterness. In the end, he didn't speak, and that was because the sound of his own voice could be used as a weapon by his enemy. Besides, nothing he said at this point would make any difference. Threats weren't going to do anything. Pleas for mercy would be ineffective. All of this had been foreordained the moment this person said that he had changed his mind. Or perhaps it was more accurate to say that all of the karma that was created from the moment he made a mistake in judging his opponent's battle prowess made this result unavoidable. As his heart sank, his eyes filled with intense battle spirit, and his heart burned with the desire to live. Fighting was his only chance to live. Going all out was his only hope. Therefore, rumbling sounds rose up as he unhesitatingly ignited his soul, his cultivation base, and his fleshly body. He even started burning his essence and bloodline. As a member of the Vivifine nobility, his bloodline was far purer than ordinary members of his species. At the same time, he had a very extraordinary fleshly body. His father had paid an enormous price to make sure he had it. Now all that was becoming kindling. Silver fire broke out all over him, incinerating the surrounding water and incinerating his madness. At the same time, his battle prowess spiked. Previously, he was a 2-world smoldering god who could unleash 4-world battle prowess. But this burning process caused his battle prowess to leap to a much higher level, and break past his personal limit. A terrifying aura erupted within him, mixing with the silver-colored fire to create a pressure that instantly weighed down on the heart and mind. It was the power of a 5-world smoldering god. The difference between 4 worlds and 5 might seem like a minor jump in levels, but the reality was that it was massive in terms of substructure. 5 worlds was actually the first major threshold of smoldering gods. Before 5 worlds, what was smoldering was a will of gestation. After reaching 5 worlds, what was smoldering was a will of growth. What gestated and then grew for these gods was not something related to actual gods. Instead, it was one's soul, which was being elevated to become a nascent divinity. When the nascent divinity emerged, it primarily governed natural and magical laws. 1. Within that 500-kilometer area at the seafloor, a terrifying aura was building up on Floating Fiend's son. His fleshly body was withering dramatically, and on top of it was a semi-transparent nascent divinity body. The nascent divinity's eyes were glittering and bright, and its body was magnificent. To a certain degree, it looked even more impressive than Xu Qing. The god vine, which had been wrapping around Floating Fiend's son, had no choice but to back away. Even little Shadow fell back. The needle glittered brightly as it circled in the area, blocking the godly authority. At the same time, Floating Fiend's son extended the arm of his nascent divinity and pointed at Xu Qing. That gesture sucked in numerous natural and magical laws, making them like threads that shot toward Xu Qing to wrap him up, seal him, and lock him down. It was as if the finger could treat all Daos as enemies, all immortals as adversaries, and all cultivators as rebels. In an instant, 5-world smoldering god battle prowess surged with mountain-toppling, sea-draining force toward Xu Qing. What met it head-on was the 7 lamps underworld fire curse. In the blink of an eye, the flames were extinguished. But they didn't bring death. Instead, they just collapsed. They couldn't block the natural and magical laws from that finger. Thus, the laws became a tempest that instantly swept over Xu Qing, covering him. Rumbling sounds echoed out. There was no longer a lack of sound. At last, a cold voice spoke out, like sounds of nature, surpassing all other living things. Backtracing. As the word echoed out, an enormous sundial appeared within the tempest of laws. As it hung in midair, it let the threads of law pass by it and seemed completely unaffected. The gnomon on the sundial was spinning backward. It started out slow, but after only a few breaths of time, it sped up. Astonishingly, time in the area was now moving backward. The water flowed backward. The tempest retreated. Floating Fiend's son shook from head to toe as the natural and magical laws from his nascent divinity faded away, and his nascent divinity body collapsed. In the briefest of moments, it disappeared without a trace. At the same time, the withered flesh of his body started recovering. Everything was going back to the moment before he ignited himself. That was when he was a 4-world smoldering god, not a 5-world one. Floating Fiend's son was flabbergasted by what he was seeing. His face fell, and immediately prepared to ignite himself again. Except then. Xu Qing appeared on the sundial, radiating boundless light. It was as if it had turned into a sun, illuminating everything in the area. And all of that light turned into a binding force. It shot toward Floating Fiend's son. Wherever it went, it destroyed darkness, smashed the air, and devastated everything. It was Xu Qing's profound sun, immortal light. It was as domineering as a sun and brought a tribulation of immortal might. It reached Floating Fiend's son in an instant. He couldn't stop himself from screaming out in terror, despair, and pain. His fleshly body was instantly mangled so badly it was hardly recognizable, and was clearly on the verge of being completely wiped out by the immortal light. At that critical moment, Floating Fiend's son felt a madness that turned into howl that hardly sounded like it came from the mouth of a sentient being. Come to me, immortal skill. Immortal skills were a creation from ancient Emperor Dark Serenity's time, and were also considered forbidden magics. In revered ancient, they were largely lost, and those that did survive were fragmented. But clearly, the Holy Lands had a lot of immortal skills. As Floating Fiend's son howled, the Grand Emperor's needle shone with dazzling light and began spinning around him rapidly, leaving a red thread behind it that created various shadowy forms. They looked like souls. In fact, they were the 9 Tao protectors that Xu Qing had cut down earlier. Specifically, they weren't actually souls, but rather they were karma. The needle was stitching together the karma of the 9 deceased individuals, then linking them together. After it was done, the needle shot into the forehead of Floating Fiend's son. In an instant, the wounds covering Floating Fiend's son ceased to worsen, and yet again, silver flames covered him. He began burning again. He was fighting back against Xu Qing's immortal light. Next, his nascent divinity appeared again, and the immortal light began to dim. Floating Fiend's son had survived a moment of near death and was now powering up again. With a vicious facial expression, he looked at Xu Qing. My smoldering god cultivation base has been permanently weakened to use this magic. I refuse to believe that it won't affect you. The light of his nascent divinity erupted, reaching a height of some 3,000 meters and sending waves out over the forbidden sea that were even more majestic than before. Then, he once again took a hand that could control natural and magical laws and thrust it toward Xu Qing. The dazzling power of that strike surpassed anything from before. Great vibrations filled the seafloor. This time, he wasn't just burning his bloodline. He was adding in the karma of the 9 Tao protectors, as well as their fate. To a certain extent, he was burning their future. In that manner, he was able to temporarily gain power equivalent to a 5-world smoldering god. Thanks to the stability provided by the Grand Emperor's needle, it would be very difficult to reverse time on him now. This was his final move. Howling, he sent the huge hand shooting toward Xu Qing. At the same time, the air around him seemed to fill with sealing power, making it impossible for him to flee. Xu Qing looked as calm as ever as he looked at the forehead of Floating Fiend's son, where the needle had entered. That's a very interesting needle. Then he didn't do anything to dodge or evade, and just let the nascent divinity's hand hit his head. A huge boom rang out, but Xu Qing stood there unmoving. Floating Fiend's son stood agape, his mind spinning, his heart filled with incredulity. That. Yet again, he unleashed the power of his nascent divinity, giving the attack everything he could muster, filling it with natural and magical laws. Rumble. Xu Qing just stood there. Without a word, Floating Fiend shot into motion, trying to circle around Xu Qing and keeping about 3,000 meters of distance between them. He knew that he couldn't keep up his current level of battle prowess. Xu Qing's gruishness surpassed anything imaginable, to the point where he had never even heard of anything similar. At the moment, he didn't even want to think about what could be the reason for it. By now, his mind was overwhelmed with terror, despair, and shock. All he wanted to do was get away. Turning to look at him flee, Xu Qing extended his right hand and pushed it out gently. It created a new boundary within the 500-kilometer area. That boundary was a well. The seawater inside became the well water. It was none other than fishing the moon in the well. Floating Fiend's son lurched to a halt as all of his magical techniques, treasures, and everything else about him were reflected in the water. That included the Grand Emperor's needle. Around that time, his immobility caused the burning of his cultivation base to naturally cease. Xu Qing pulled back his hand as if to fish something up out of the water. A needle flew out. When that was done, the rumble of a sword echoed out from within Xu Qing. Sword light glimmered as a heaven-shaking, earth-shattering stream of sword energy swept through the forbidden sea. Fate shattered as it slashed toward the soul and fleshly body of Floating Fiend's son. The sword shattered his soul and shredded his body. The scream of the sword also became the authority of sound, devastating the battlefield. Floating Fiend's son had been destroyed in body and soul. Having accomplished that, Xu Qing looked back into the depths of the sea. After cleaning up the mess, he would go back to waiting for the giant and the dragon chariot. However, before he could go more than 3,000 meters, he stopped in place and looked over his shoulder. For the first time, a serious expression could be seen on his face, and his heart rate increased. It seemed that great danger was on the verge of arriving. he had just sensed a terrifying gaze locking onto him. It didn't come from the giant and the dragon chariot. Instead, it came from the vivified Holy Land, where Floating Fiend had been in seclusion for the past 100 years. A terrifying figure sat cross-legged in the vivified Holy Land, and his eyes had just opened. As a result, the sky outside of the Holy Land went dark. Endless black clouds churned, and the sea reacted violently, sending huge waves out everywhere. Boundless energy swept through the cosmos, causing natural laws to bow their heads and magical laws to prostrate. Surrounding islands trembled, and countless species on the Forbidden Sea were inexplicably shaken to the core with terror. As for the Vivifiends in the Holy Land, their minds and hearts were spinning. The might of an imperial sovereign rose up, along with a voice that surpassed heavenly thunder. When it spoke, it contained a horrifying killing intent that rolled out over the Forbidden Sea. "You killed my son, I see you." In this case, I'm using the term nascent divinity because it's the same term that often appears in other Gen works. The word divinity here is the same character for God that appears in the God cultivation system. It also appears in Smoldering God, even though that's from the cultivator system and not the God system. It follows the same pattern as nascent soul, and in other Gen works is often a higher-level version of a nascent soul. Up to this point, I've generally been rendering that character as God, as opposed to deity, divine, etc., in an attempt to maintain some continuity as it relates to gods and the God system of cultivation. That character, God, divine, divinity, is common and appears in ordinary words such as mind, nerves, energy, certain types of it, as well as things like divine sense and divine will. Many instances of the usage of this character have nothing to do with the God cultivation system, which is why I've been trying to maintain consistency in that regard. Hopefully all of this makes sense. At this point, Xu Qing is basically on a completely different and unique path of cultivation, so as often happens in Gen works, the more orthodox system of cultivation becomes less relevant the further you go on, and that's the case here. Minor spoilers in that this nascent divinity concept does not seem to be a major factor later in the story, at least as of me translating this chapter. It could theoretically become important in later chapters that have not been written yet. Chapter 980, Imperial Sovereign Authority. It was a gaze that contained a mysterious power. The gaze of the broken face could invade heaven, earth, and the void. The gaze of gods could affect all living beings and entities. The gaze of an imperial sovereign could sever the ancient from the modern. When combined with the individual authority of a specific imperial sovereign, it could unleash strength akin to that of a god. After all, imperial sovereign was like a heavenly mountain in the system of cultivators. It was a sublime pinnacle. In the early part of that level, it was possible to fight with gods. Those at the peak were equivalent to the flawless god level. Although Floating Fiend was only in the early level, his arrival was still like that of a god. And now, Floating Fiend's gaze had its own unique authority, which caused Xu Qing's head to spin and filled his soul with a suffocating sensation. It was a type of suffocation that didn't just relate to his breathing. When it appeared in his soul, it was almost like a will of erasure. It was loneliness, darkness, and despair. Xu Qing shivered from head to toe. All of the types of godly authority in his void soil, even the faint lineaments, began to flicker with bright light, and his fleshly body shone as if with mercury. His every asset fought back against the gaze, all while he fell back at top speed. He sent out his god perception, using sound to achieve speeds similar to teleportation. At the same time, he took out Flame Phoenix's feather. His plan was to send a message. Unfortunately, that was when a cracking sound rang out. It was as if an extremely sharp and incomprehensibly domineering pair of shears had cut off his every connection to the outside world. Mind spinning, Xu Qing put the feather away and accelerated as he fled. In that private chamber in the vivified Holy Land, Floating Fiend himself sat there cross-legged with a dazzling pair of shears floating above his head. The shears seemed ancient, as if they had seen the passage of immense amounts of time. They pulsed with that sensation of age, as well as a terrifying might. Floating Fiend slowly rose to his feet, ultimately standing to his full height of 300 meters. That action caused the cosmos to rumble and great winds to sweep about. 100 years before, he, who possessed royal Vivifiend blood and was at the peak of smoldering god, chose to go into a deadly session of seclusion in an attempt to break through to the level of imperial sovereign. The news quickly spread among all the terrestrial-level Holy Lands, and countless people paid very close attention to the matter. The reason was that imperial sovereigns were lords unto themselves. Those who succeeded in that breakthrough were as rare as phoenix feathers or Killen horns. The Vivifiend Holy Land was no exception. Among the terrestrial-level Holy Lands, the Vivifiend Holy Land had been on the decline for a long time. For years, they had been relying on the fact that their patriarch was a peak imperial sovereign simply to stay afloat. On many occasions, they were backed into a corner and couldn't do anything. There was nothing more important to the Vivifiends than Floating Fiend and his session of secluded meditation. If he succeeded, then the Vivifiend Holy Land would rise to a higher level of prominence. If it weren't for the fact that the decree to come to revered ancient had been impossible for them to defy, they wouldn't have come at this time. Even though they were given no choice, and came, the fact remained that Floating Fiend's session of meditation was still the most important thing to them. That was one reason why they hadn't done anything dramatic and hadn't caused any trouble for outsiders. What was more, Floating Fiend, who had been in meditation for 100 years, had no idea what was going on outside his meditation chamber. In past years, he had only been disturbed once, and that was to tell him that the Holy Lands had received orders to go to Revered Ancient. As for Revered Ancient itself, everything he knew about it was based on old information. As of now, the fluctuations of the death of his only blood-related child caused a reaction both physically and in terms of karma, shaking him out of his slumber. It was hard to say whether that was good or bad. It could be good, because the reality was that it had actually been years since he stepped past the threshold leading into imperial sovereign. Unfortunately, his energy and might had been thrown into a state of primal chaos, as if he had been sent into reincarnation. Because of that continuous cycle, he couldn't wake up. It was something no one could help him with. He had to rely on himself to struggle through successfully. Only if he woke up could he successfully complete the breakthrough. It was something virtually all imperial sovereigns had to deal with. It was also an experience that led to them forming their personal authority. That so-called authority was substructurally different from godly authority. Normally speaking, it was something exclusive to imperial sovereigns, although it was possible, though rare, for certain spectacular chosen to do the same thing as a smoldering god. For some, the process of acquiring authority happened in an instant. In other cases, it took 100 years or sometimes more than 1,000. Thus, when the fluctuations appeared, they tugged on him, provoking killing intent and fury in his blood. That, in turn, resonated with his authority and caused him to wake up. When it came to the bad parts, they were the fact that his son had died, and also that his authority had some flaws thanks to him waking up earlier. Regardless of anything, though, he was now an imperial sovereign. Opening his eyes, he peered through the void, opened karma, and searched the sensations of the heart. As he had said, he saw Xu Qing. He wasn't familiar with the outside location, but based on earlier information, he could tell that they had arrived at Revered Ancient. He didn't know the identity of the person who had killed his son, but he didn't need to. It didn't matter who the culprit was. As of this moment, he was dead set on killing him. That was the only way for him to repair his mental state and fix the flaw in his authority. It was related to his Tao. That was especially true considering that, though he had used the treasured shears that had once belonged to a grand emperor of his species to sever the culprit's connection to the outside, the culprit had already used some Gruish concealment technique to go into hiding. Therefore, Floating Fiend didn't hesitate at all to take a step forward. When his foot landed on the floor of his meditation chamber, ripples spread through heaven and earth, shaking all providence. He vanished. Because of the tug of the bloodline and the coordinates his gaze had locked onto, That single step was all it took to arrive within Xu Qing's 500 kilometers of hell. His presence gave the natural laws a master and made all magical laws servants. The heavenly Taos of revered ancient were influenced by the will of revered ancient, and they resisted the holy lands which had left so long ago. However, an almighty imperial sovereign would be welcomed in any location. After all, years ago, the heavenly Tao had been created to be in subjugation to cultivators. Therefore, when Floating Fiend arrived in the 500 kilometers of hell, the natural and magical laws acknowledged allegiance to him and almost became an embodiment of his mind. His will became the will of heaven. His spirit became the spirit of heaven. If he wanted a location to be sealed, that location would instantly be sealed. If he wanted to exterminate Xu Qing, then killing intent would erupt in Xu Qing's area. The killing intent was a manifestation of the will of heaven, and that was controlled by Floating Fiend's thoughts. It was impossible to perceive. Countless streams of invisible killing intent gathered, but because of Floating Fiend's will, they became corporeal. In front of Xu Qing appeared a bright red skeletal finger with 5 digits. The moment the finger appeared, everything around it seemed to solidify. Even thoughts were weighed down. The sea water no longer rippled. The only thing that could move was the killing intent. In an instant, it weighed down on Xu Qing, whose heart was racing as he fled at top speed, all while fused with the sound in the area. In that location, the sea water exploded, heavenly will exploded, and killing intent exploded. Terrifying pressure and horrifying killing force bore down on Xu Qing with unstoppable, unblockable momentum. Little Shadow wailed, the god vine cracked, moonlight shattered, sound authority dimmed. Nine Dawns, the grand dark heaven armor, everything else was completely useless. The finger was like a foreordained doom as it descended upon Xu Qing. Rumble. Every defense he had ceased to be functional. All divine abilities and magical techniques shattered. It was as if none of his assets were meaningful in any way. Mountain-toppling, sea-draining force raged through his soul and body with the intention of destroying and crushing it. He was to be destroyed in body and soul. Rumbling filled Xu Qing as he was sent tumbling off to the side like a leaf in the wind. Yet he didn't collapse. As a result, Floating Fiend's eyes glittered. Oh, I see. Although Xu Qing's body hadn't collapsed by the attack of an imperial sovereign's finger, he was coughing up mouthful after enormous mouthful of blood. Cracks spread out across his fleshly body, out of which seeped immortal mercury like fresh blood. The cracks weren't because of the imperial sovereign's finger. They had always existed within him, a result of the broken face's flesh, and had been held together by the immortal mercury. They were where the seals within Xu Qing were located. The imperial sovereign's finger wasn't capable of destroying his fleshly body, but it was already showing it might be capable of doing something to the immortal mercury that was holding it together. Xu Qing's body hadn't completely fused into one. That was why Master Seventh had told Xu Qing that his fleshly body could defend against anything under the imperial sovereign level. As his body cracked apart, pain swept through him like a storm, overwhelming his senses and threatening to topple his mind. Xu Qing trembled from head to toe as unimaginable torment filled him. But what really made his eyes go red was the splitting sensation in his soul. A feeling of deadly crisis rose up within him. However, Xu Qing had been in a lot of potentially deadly situations in his life. He wasn't unfamiliar with circumstances like these, and he knew that in a moment like this, he needed to stay clear-headed. Forcing himself to just endure the pain from his body and soul, he gritted his teeth and unleashed the godly authority of sound. Instantly, he merged into the sound and shot off into the distance. I need to get out of here and figure out a way to send a message. Unfortunately, an imperial sovereign had come in person. Even if Xu Qing was stronger than he currently was, he would have limits. Therefore, though he fled within sound, as Floating Fiend's gaze descended. Floating Fiend's cold voice swept out. Erase. It was the power of Floating Fiend's authority. The words he spoke caused all sound within the 500-kilometer area to vanish. Those sounds weren't being taken away. They weren't being controlled. They were being erased. All sounds ceased to exist. Because Xu Qing was within the sound, if he didn't break free, he would also be erased. Therefore, he had no choice but to emerge from the sound. The moment he appeared, a huge bright red hand appeared over his head. The hand had 7 fingers with 5 digits each and looked extremely gruish, like something straight out of the Yellow Springs. It covered the sky over Xu Qing, becoming his world as it dropped down to grab him. Before it even landed, it created an intense pressure that caused more cracks to appear on Xu Qing. Again, immortal mercury flowed like blood, and he felt more than ever like his body might collapse. His soul grew weak from the pressure, and the sensation of potential death became like a tidal wave crashing into him. Blood sprayed out of his mouth, and his eyes became even more bloodshot. At that critical moment, his eyes gleamed with determination. Without any hesitation, he performed a double-handed incantation gesture and then swept his hands out in front of him. The fluctuations of detonation rose up within the 500-kilometer area. Xu Qing had set up this area to deal with the giant and the dragon chariot, and had filled it with a large amount of God Source, which was intended to make his godly authority easier to use. But as the self-detonation fluctuations spread out, the entire 500 kilometers of hell noiselessly erupted. Areas throughout it where Xu Qing had set up God Source began to explode one after another. There were hundreds of those areas, and every one that detonated added to the terrifying effect. After they all exploded, they created a shocking tempest with Xu Qing in the middle. All of it shot toward that huge hand. Because of the authority of erasing, there was no sound in the area. But the tempest still contained violet moonlight and the power of taboo poison, which made the huge tempest even more dominant. It grew larger and larger, until it was like a godly volcano erupting on the seafloor, unleashing heaven-defying force that slammed into the imperial sovereign's hand. The hand faltered in midair. The tempest was resisting it. But imperial sovereigns were like gods, so no matter how grand that tempest was, it could only give it a moment's pause. In the end, the hand kept dropping. It slammed into the seafloor. The seafloor in the 500-kilometer area shattered as a huge crater opened up. However, the clash of the two types of power did a bit to ease the authority of erasure. And because of that, there was now a bit of sound present. It started minutely, but quickly expanded. That was exactly what Xu Qing wanted, sound. The moment the sound came to exist, he ignored his injuries and used the sound to shoot off into the distance. Blood sprayed out into the water. Immortal mercury flowed into the void. Wherever the sound went, it left behind a streak of red and silver. Within the sound, Xu Qing was starting to lose consciousness, but he kept fleeing. The direction he was going led toward where he knew the approaching dragon chariot was. Far off in the Holotide region, in the region controlled by the garment folk, Erniu lay snoring in a pile of colorful clothing. Each item of clothing was a woman's garment, and they were all clustered close to him. Clearly, the garment folk had been very welcoming, and he had made plenty of friends that he was close enough to that he could slumber alongside them. That one particular glove lay on his chest, the fingers all curled up. Suddenly, Erniu shivered and opened his eyes. As he did, the surrounding pieces of clothing also woke up one after another and floated up into the air. That included the glove. All of them were now floating in front of him as if asking if something was wrong. Erniu shook his head. He looked confused. "No, it's nothing. I just had a bad dream. In the dream, little Ah Qing was trying to tell me something. Hun, what a weird dream." Upon hearing that, the articles of clothing flew back and forth in what seemed to be a comforting manner. "You're right," Erniu said. "Maybe I've just been getting too exhausted lately. Are you going to keep massaging me?" He licked his lips. "All right, I guess I'll go back to sleep. You just keep up the massage." With that, Erniu lay back down excitedly. An instant later, he sat back up. No way. I need to take a trip back to South Phoenix. It really feels to me like something big is happening. Are all of you going to miss me, or will you come along?" Chapter 981, Incoming Dragon Chariot. Outside of the continent of South Phoenix, in the depths of the Forbidden Sea, An enormous snake-shaped sea beast was pursuing its prey along the dark seafloor. Moving with astonishing speed, it opened its huge mouth and swallowed its prey whole. Then it let loose a howl of contentment. Its cry echoed out across the seafloor. Xu Qing suddenly appeared out of that very sound. The moment he did, his body swelled up until he couldn't sustain the force, and he exploded. An instant later, the light of the sealing mark within him glittered, and he was back, this time back as his normal size. Only after coughing up 7 or 8 mouthfuls of blood did he manage to stabilize himself. Expression grim, he looked down at his fleshly body. He was covered with cracks that oozed immortal mercury, which made him very horrid to behold. His soul was fractured and looked extremely weak through and through. As a result, Xu Qing's vision was blurred. As he looked around, everything looked twisted and distorted. Given how deep he was at the bottom of the sea, those distortions looked like demonic monsters, grimacing and scowling at him. However, the weakness and dizziness only lasted for a moment before Xu Qing suppressed it. The distortions also vanished. Unfortunately, the danger wasn't gone. Xu Qing knew that time was of the utmost value to him right now, so without any hesitation he tapped into the power of the violet crystal, causing a surge of recovery to sweep through him. At the same time, he took out some of the broken face's blood and drank a mouthful. Instantly, the blood caused intense rumbling sounds to fill him. As a result, the cracks ceased to spread out across him as quickly. Without the slightest hesitation, Xu Qing took out Flame Phoenix's feather to send a message. But yet again, a cracking sound echoed out. His message had been interrupted and couldn't be sent. It's not just a sealing lock. That imperial sovereign also has a precious treasure keeping me isolated from the outside world. Xu Qing's expression was grim. He knew that in his current state, there was no way he could make a complete getaway, and his fleshly body could only sustain a few more blows. I need to think of a way to get out of here, and if I can't, then time is definitely of the utmost importance. He was currently in the inner sea, so the bigger the commotion being made, the greater the likelihood that someone would notice what was happening. As for the sealing marks left in place by his master, they were there to protect his soul. If they were forced open, Xu Qing knew that the power of the broken face would cause his soul to disperse. That thought, coupled with the pain from both his fleshly body and soul, caused Xu Qing to feel colder than he had felt in a long time. Having tasted that coldness, he once again entered sound and followed his senses in the direction of the dragon chariot. Maybe borrowing the strength of the chariot is my ticket to escaping. The moment Xu Qing vanished, he heard Floating Fiend's voice. Erase. The word was like a nightmare. The moment it echoed out, it filled an area that went far beyond Xu Qing's current location. Not only was all sound erased, but countless sea beasts simply ceased to exist. Xu Qing appeared again, blood spraying out of his mouth. Behind him, Floating Fiend strode in his direction. Every step he took caused the seafloor to tremble. Each stride caused natural and magical laws to bend according to his will. It was as if heaven itself were trying to kill Xu Qing. Then Floating Fiend's voice echoed out again. The magical laws here are telling me that when you killed my son, you attacked in this way. Xu Qing heard the words, but before he could take control of the sound, it was gone, thanks to the authority of erasure. At the same time, the cracks started spreading out on his fleshly body again. More than ever, he felt like he was about to explode. At that moment of crisis, blinding light suddenly erupted from Xu Qing as he turned into a sun. The dazzling light spread out, then converged into a beam. Moving with speed far greater than anything than before, he used a light evasion technique to shoot off into the distance. An instant later, there was no sign that it had even been present to begin with. Immortal light? Floating Fiend murmured as he appeared on the spot Xu Qing had just disappeared from. He looked off into the distance and shook his head. He's still within my range, though. That said, this human clearly has a lot of karmic connections. With that much fate stirring in response to him, I can tell that killing him will bring some big negative consequences. The ancient shears once again appeared in front of Floating Fiend, which quickly severed all of the threads coming off Xu Qing. However, there were some that, when the shears made contact with them, provoked a grating sound from the shears. Also, it looked more ancient, and even started showing spots of rust. Apparently, even the terrifying and mysterious shears had to pay a price for cutting those threads. But at the same time, I can sense that if I do erase them, then the might of the authority will replenish me. And his fleshly body, no wonder my son died trying to get it. Karma like this, plus such flesh and blood, it's like a destined opportunity covered with poisoned thorns that need to slowly be peeled away. I can't rush things, especially with the threads. I don't want to destroy my shears in the process. I need to handle this matter with finesse. With such thoughts in mind, Floating Fiend advanced like a hunter, focusing all of his might on the prey. Some tens of thousands of kilometers away, Xu Qing appeared again, the might of an imperial sovereign bearing down on him from behind. Gritting his teeth, he sent light glittering out, then again used light evasion to flee. Light evasion was a divine ability from the profound sun immortal light magic. It was capable of unleashing astonishing speed, but it required 2 streams of light. Xu Qing's immortal light only had 1 stream, which wasn't enough to power the technique. Therefore, he chose to burn soul threads, thus emitting soul light. By adding that to the immortal light, he could just barely manage to pull off the technique. It was a desperate move, and it wouldn't work for long. He did it 5 or 6 times in a row. But whether it was on the surface of the water or on the seafloor, his situation never changed. It was as if there were nets above and snares below, no matter where he went. He couldn't break free, and it didn't seem possible to send messages. Even more bizarre was that Xu Qing felt as though his existence was in the process of being erased. He realized this when he noticed that the sea beasts couldn't detect him. He saw a lot of non-human islands on the surface of the water, plus many boats, as well as plenty of 7 Blood Eyes disciples. And yet no one detected even a trace of him. There was one instance in which he landed on the deck of a 7 Blood Eyes boat, and yet it was almost as if he was in a different dimension. It was as if he was invisible. The realization caused Xu Qing's heart to sink. In fact, as he got deeper into the sea, his complexion became increasingly unhealthy, and he seemed weaker and weaker. Gritting his teeth, he kept moving. He once again tapped into his soul threads, which resulted in him dropping from his previous level of 50 million to about half of that number. Despite that, he was still unable to escape past Floating Fiend's range. The next time he appeared in the open, he felt the might of an imperial sovereign closing in from behind him. However, Xu Qing had reached his target destination. Rumbling sounds could be heard from the seafloor up ahead, along with the sound of footsteps. Those sounds seemed to be completely ignoring the authority of erasure. A terrifying pressure and aura spread madly from the seafloor, prompting Imperial Sovereign Floating Fiend to look down in that direction. "Well, who could have guessed?" Floating Fiend said calmly. "It's the dragon chariot of the crown prince of the brilliant heaven godfolk, plus his corpse of a servant. No wonder I couldn't sense this until I saw it personally. The crown prince of the brilliant heaven godfolk. According to our species records, this particular crown prince from ancient times agreed to be incarnated as a sun, while his sister incarnated as a moon. Together, they took turns illuminating revered ancient. That lasted until imminent desolation came, and both of them perished. The servant also perished, turning into nothing but a corpse. The dragon chariot and the corpse. You think those are your ticket to surviving?" Xu Qing didn't respond. The moment he sensed the chariot, his eyes lit up with a crazy light. Then, black fire appeared around him, turning into a sea of flames. He quickly turned into an enormous golden crow. Within his claws was the severed hand of the musician as he shot toward the chariot and dragon. Xu Qing was gambling. He was gambling on the fact that he had the same origin as the golden crow and the chariot, and also had the severed hand. He was gambling on karma, and gambling that he wouldn't encounter too much resistance when trying to approach. All of a sudden, the severed hand's eye opened, and the fingers began to move. Natural sounds welcome the moon drifted out.